Turn it up. Fix my chain. Hey. We gotta.
Oh, we pose it. I don't think I be.
Where you at? Movie.
Savage, swear to God she a bad bitch. Savage, swear to God she a savage. Bust it down, carriage. Swipey baby, I'm in plastic. Speeding, traffic, Google, past it. Bad bitch, swear to God she a bad bitch. Savage, swear to God she a savage. Bust it down, carriage. Swipey baby, I'm in plastic. Speeding, traffic, Google, past it. Waka got his own fuego, tell him give me dinero. Pendejo, skirt check, hasta luego. I'm on the block, Lego. Music shit, got his own payroll. Shoot shit, they do what I say so. Put a hole in his head, no halo. Hey bro, shoot till they go. Swipey baby, I'm a fuego, no cap. Zato, big drip, Alfredo. Bad bitch, swear to God she a bad bitch. Savage, swear to God she a savage. Bust it down, carriage. Swipey baby, I'm in plastic. Speeding, traffic, Google, past it. Bad bitch, swear to God she a bad bitch. Savage, swear to God she a savage. Bust it down, carriage. Swipey baby, I'm in plastic. Speeding, traffic, Google, past it.
Big drip, should they find me, let me sip it. Money short, midget, my vision clear, vivid. She wanna link every minute. I gotta drink till I'm finished. Baddie, women, swipey, spinning, magic. Follow me, baby, I'm in magic. Lights, flashing, cameras, action. Back up, hazards, pull off, smash it. She fell in love how I be rapping. Don't listen to him, nigga capping.
Bad bitch, swear to God she a bad bitch. Savage, swear to God she a savage. Bust it down, carriage. Swipey baby, I'm in plastic. Speeding, traffic, Google, past it. Bad bitch, swear to God she a bad bitch. Savage, swear to God she a savage. Bust it down, carriage. Swipey baby, I'm in plastic. Speeding, traffic, Google, past it.
Oh man.
Fucking man.
Chipito, bro. That structure. Let's do it.
Big structure.
I guess I'm the bad guy. Cause I let him shot to protect the block. I guess you could say I'm the bad guy.
Big structure. Look. I was so focused up, but I'm back on my grit shit. But the bullets is blowing his dirt bike. If you ride through my block trying to hit shit. Look, everyone think I'm a bully. They're intimidated by the hoodie. That pocket rocket in my sweater. I'm loving this weather. I feel like a boogie. I guess I'm the bad guy. Cause I little shots to protect the block. I guess you could say I'm the bad guy. I don't ever panic when I see the ops, so they label me the bad guy. I be really speeding, dipping on the cops. I ain't taking no tracks, so don't ask why. Tax force, black ops. He gon' end up like the anything to bring the bands do. Never let them tell you what you can't do. With the big whoops, if you did shoot, we'll get a nigga flight cancel. If it's beef, we gon' damage that. That money too large, need a bandage rap. Keep that Glock on my waist like a fanny pack. And I shoot one here like I'm handicapped, so don't think about doing that. Cause I'ma pop out and start shooting that. You little niggas watch who you shooting at. Your body, your mom don't approve of that. Them hoes explore his face. Now they can't identify the victim. Got your family looking like who is that? Your own family looking like oh, you don't miss too many with that Glock. He really hit too many other ops. Booty up, but the best for the block. I just might shoot the witness, see it out. My nigga really sitting on the vibe. Free 9. Hold on. Don't stop. Don't stop, keep clicking. Send that for boat to the cemetery. Your trees, she miss it. I got a laser, missionary. Any civilian better get out my way. I'm moving high, moving crazy. Tell your family to get a hearse, cause I'm up at first with that little 380. They know that. Them structure niggas bring the pressure. Ass busy banks while you stressing. Ain't no other niggas do it better. They know that. Look, I've been trapping, jugging any weather. That pocket rocket in my sweater. Cause we don't fuck around, I touch that shit, I gun him down. He get hurt turn for a couple pounds, that's how my niggas stuntin' now. Straight to the business, Ruger might hunt them down. Demon got gun around, structure that mission. Tryna play gang of position, they see the vision. Gang, gang, gang. I tap that trigger and stay on repeat. If you my enemy, please try your best to compete. You gon' be facing defeat. RP, all of my homies deceased. They chillin' and smoking some dope on the beach. When I don't come home, you gon' fuck on the trees. Try me that works for you, richer than Meech. I Richard Porter, your daughter, back then quarter just cause what I had on my feet. Versace my jacket, Versace my tee. Versace my jacket, Versace my tee. I Richard Porter, your daughter, back then quarter just cause what I had on my feet. Versace my jacket, Versace my tee. When I don't come home, you gon' fuck on the tree. I guess I'm the bad guy, cause I let those shots to protect the block. I guess you could say I'm the bad guy. I don't ever panic when I see the ops, so they label me the bad guy. I be really speeding, dipping on the cops. I ain't taking no chance, so don't ask why. Task Force, Black Ops, he gon' end up like the last eye. So I guess I'm the... Heavy on the lingo, gotta move smooth when I cruise on the basis. Niggas get booked for a DV, that couldn't be me, man, I can't speak on my cases. Blocks get spit like CD, smoke like GG, shot it, I splash that bacon. Blocks get spit like CD, smoke like GG, shot it, I splash that bacon. Yo, JJ Bonham, Rex going Dunham, run for your life when you...
We will make a move from this one back up to Hollywood. Well, these demonstrations are pretty big, and
Yeah, those are the large numbers that we've seen. We saw in West Hollywood the protest, and then in Hollywood as well. And as he mentioned, over at the mayor's residence, this downtown. And this is only going to get larger. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Several hundreds more could likely show up there with the curfew set at 9 p.m. Clearly, a lot of the streets there closed. Yesterday, when the protesters were downtown, we ended up seeing a lot of cars getting stuck.
Yeah.
I think people have figured out probably not a great place to be driving around in the middle of the day or in the afternoon, or at least avoiding this. Yesterday, I guess it was more City Hall, and then this area on Temple is the place today.
That is the most people I think I've seen there since the O.J. Simpson trial. That's where all the media was set up in that whole area. It was all, but it wasn't that tight. All right, we are going to take another quick break. Coming up at the top of the hour, we will continue our coverage of the protests going on around Southern California. Stay with us.
Back and forth with a captain and a lieutenant from Olympic Division talking about how things could be made better. For a short time, both the captain and the lieutenant took a knee with the crowd, and now everybody's back up, and you can hear, again, these very passionate voices. I'm going to try to walk over to one of the officers right now, see if we could speak with them. Hi, do you feel, I'm here with one of the protesters. Do you feel you got anything out of what was just said?
I feel like it's...
they said they are here to make sure that things stay safe. They say they're here for your safety.
I can't hear. What I believe is that we had to find a way to start the dialogue for the people that could that could change stuff. So right now, the people are very angry. So the anger and frustration is being clearly shown.
Clearly, yes.
But what I'm trying to do is trying to get into dialogue with the cops.
Thank you, and that's what we're trying to do out here. We're going to speak to you.
We're trying to get dialogue going on, and I appreciate the captains for coming over, because I asked them to come over because they weren't willing to take a knee because they were with their badge, and I went over it.
And then they did.
And I asked them, and they did, and so that is a start. They're willing to put their knees when they said they wouldn't, and then reason speak, and then we can. That's what the dialogue is. That's what I'm hoping we could always continue is the dialogue. Dialogue for the people that could change it, because things need to change. That's why everybody's here, for change.
Thank you.
Change.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Lou and Glenn, you heard that. We're going to send it back to you in Hollywood. We're going to come back out and talk to the protesters shortly. Thank you.
All right, Sarah, thank you. You heard the protester there saying it was a start, as a couple of the LAPD officers did take a knee for them, and a lot of emotions, but expected.
All right, let's take you back to downtown. We now have a ground level shot, and our Rick Chambers is also down there. Rick?
Yeah, Glenn, we're at Temple and Broadway. This is the north side of this protest. Several thousand people at least in the streets downtown.
All right, we've lost our signal there with Rick on the ground. We'll try to get that back, but you can see, again, that massive crowd gathering on Temple Street between the Hall of Justice and the Criminal Courts building. This is wedged in between Broadway and Spring Street.
It's a really amazing picture to see that many people down in downtown Los Angeles for one purpose, basically to go down and peacefully protest the death of George Floyd. We've been seeing so many protests the last, I guess, essentially the last 4 days in our city, with a curfew set at 6 p.m. throughout LA County for the last 3 nights. That's been extended a little bit to tonight till 9 p.m. But these protests and marches have continued early on this weekend on Saturday and even into Sunday and Monday. At nighttime, things got very frantic and violent in some cases. And these last couple of days, especially yesterday, we saw thousands of protesters showing up, peacefully walking. Today, the temperature's a little bit hotter for some of the protesters in West Hollywood and Hollywood as well, making their way to different parts of our city. We've seen a lot of protests in Hollywood. We've also seen it in West Hollywood. Also today, Chip Yost has been in Anaheim, and then here now in downtown Los Angeles, the second day in a row that this many people have shown up.
Meantime, this all, of course, started with what happened in Minneapolis, and all 4 of those Minneapolis police officers involved in the death of George Floyd have now been charged.
And KTLA5's Corrine Winter is live in our newsroom. She's been following these latest developments, and she has the details. Hi, Corrine.
Hi there, Lou. The bail for former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, it was just increased to $1 million, with his murder charge upgraded from 3rd to 2nd-degree murder. The other 3 officers have also been charged with 2nd-degree murder, aiding and abetting. Their bail amount was also set at $1 million. Minnesota's Attorney General said winning a conviction against police officers is extremely difficult in cases like this, but that they had a duty to charge these officers.
The very fact that we have filed these charges means that we believe in them. But what I do not believe is that one successful prosecution can rectify the hurt and loss that so many people feel. The solution to that pain will be slow and difficult work of constructing justice and fairness in our society.
And Ellison said while there has been a lot of outcry to hold all of these officers responsible for Floyd's death, that this decision to bring forth new charges wasn't based on public pressure, but instead the facts of this case. Cell phone video from the scene that day, of course, provided a lot of evidence in this case. Floyd's family said it was important for them that these new charges be handed down before Floyd is memorialized tomorrow at a special ceremony in Minneapolis. The family's attorney, as well as Floyd's son Quincy, responded to today's charges.
I'm just thankful they arrested him. That's all I can say about it.
Yes.
It's relief.
We believe it was torture. I mean, how can you look at that video and say that they did not torture George Floyd?
Floyd's family also said while they are extremely relieved by today's developments, they're still hoping Derek Chauvin will eventually face 1st-degree murder charges. Lou and Glenn will send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Corrine. Let's get back up to Larry Welkin, Sky 5, following these protesters in Hollywood. Larry?
Well, take a look right there. Still a very large crowd here making their way along Sunset Boulevard westbound. Again, this all started this morning, late this morning, in West Hollywood. And it's split into 2 different marches. This one right here is right at Melrose on Sunset. All lanes blocked by the crowd there. You can see, though, that it's extremely peaceful, and we were talking about how warm it is. Up here in Sky 5, it's a little, about 90 degrees, and that is about 1,500 feet above what you're looking at right now. But they are making their way into West Hollywood. We're keeping an eye on them. They're very orderly, and it looks like the other group that was ahead of them have already dispersed. LAPD behind them. The LA County Sheriff's Department also keeping an eye because they just left the city of LA and have now entered the county. That's the latest in Sky 5. I'm Larry Welk. Back to you.
Yeah, Larry, it looks like they're on Sunset headed west toward Crescent Heights, possibly, is where a big protest happened the other day as well. I can't exactly see. If we pan up a little bit out and go west, we can kind of see that building there. Yeah, this looks like we're approaching Crescent Heights and Sunset as they head west. It'll be interesting to see where this crowd goes. That other protest for a while was at Crescent Heights and Sunset on Monday, and so maybe they're headed back to that same location to gather and protest eventually. But it is a big crowd.
Yeah, Larry, they kind of doing what they did yesterday, where they just kind of basically walk down a street, turn, and then kind of go back the other way, and then turn and come back. And
yeah, you know, what we've noticed on this particular crowd right here is that they've been very respectful at red lights. So the leading edge of the crowd will get up to the red lights, and then several of them, several dozen people will sit down in the intersection and let the rest of the crowd catch up. So it really starts to thin out for a little while, and then usually with cross traffic they'll stop, and some people take a break and let the crowd build back up again. So very orderly, and like you said, good geography there, Lou, with Crescent Heights and Sunset. That's exactly where they are right now. And you see cross traffic just moving right by, and then when they get a green light, there they go. They are now moving through the intersection. So very much a peaceful march here, and it stretches way out. And of course, we're keeping an eye on the mayor's mansion as well. We have been flying back and forth between these two locations, and then you've been showing us downtown and how densely packed downtown is. So very warm out here, very orderly. This one's been going on a while. I think the folks that you're looking at right now will sleep very well tonight, but they are getting plenty of exercise and really getting their message across in the right way. We don't see any vandalism. We don't see any tagging. We don't see any problems whatsoever. A very peaceful march here through West Hollywood and Hollywood.
Yeah, it's interesting. They have now crossed over Crescent Heights, moving into West Hollywood and to essentially to some of the main parts of Sunset Boulevard. A lot of restaurants coming up on Pink Taco up on the right-hand side, and eventually, if they continue to go, they'll pass lots of historic and very popular hotels and restaurants along Sunset Boulevard. It's a long stretch that they've been taking for the last couple of hours.
Yes, and usually...
Well, now you're just showing off with your knowledge of Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, but you're absolutely right. They are making their way into this very historic Sunset Strip, of course. But something that we just noticed on the left side of your picture in a very serious way here, I can tell you that, you know, every time I see the National Guard here on the streets of Los Angeles, you know, it looks like a movie set. It doesn't look like this could be real, but absolutely, there you go. Big crowd, but very peaceful. So back to you.
All right, Larry, not showing off. Well, just been here a long time.
Yeah, I think she knows the landmark so much because usually the car traffic on Sunset is so thick that you're slow and you actually get to look around and see what's around you.
Right, or maybe I've just gone to Pink Taco too many times. All right, Larry, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We are going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
They have blocked traffic again, but I'm seeing thousands, at least 1,000 people here as they are meeting up again with hundreds of protesters that were marching, gathering again with some of the protesters from earlier that had marched from La Cienega over to Robertson. They did a couple loops out there, and then eventually came back. There is a law enforcement line just south of here. Everyone again has been pretty peaceful, taking a knee, you know, in memory of George Floyd and just what has been going on in so many cities, so many people just angry, outraged about what happened and how George Floyd's life was taken. You hear the chanting, it keeps going on here. You see all the signs, sort of blasting police brutality, chanting George Floyd's name. I want to see if I could bring someone. Can I talk to you really quickly, sir? Why did you decide to be here?
I decided to come because this is the fight that my grandparents been fighting and their grandparents have been fighting.
Are you from West Hollywood?
No, I'm from San Diego, but it's still the same fight.
Okay, so the fact that, you know, this is an LGBT type of event, they really wanted to be here in solidarity with Black Lives Matter with these protesters. And, you know, we're in the month of June, it's Pride Month. How significant is that?
I think it's very significant because we just all need to come together to end this This system that they have, this LAPD system that's just killing our black people out here. It's not okay.
Any idea as to how long you might be out here? It just seems that, you know, one group it's kind of split off and marched.
Yeah, we're just out here.
All right, thank you so much for that. Again, about a few thousand, I want to say, thousands of protesters here again back at La Cienega and Santa Monica in the heart of West Hollywood. There is a curfew in place. The curfew was pushed back. Originally, we were told that the curfew would be in place at 6 o'clock. They pushed that back to sort of coincide with the LA County curfew, which is now at 9 o'clock, but it doesn't seem like this protest is going to let up anytime soon. It keeps growing. Again, a splinter group meeting with the original group that was out here, but things very peaceful. People just practicing their First Amendment rights, freedom of speech. So, Glenn and Lou, I'll send it back to you guys.
Carlos, you were there at noon today when all of this began, and you marched actually with them and then came back to this spot. Now it seems like a little bit more people there. The energy seems a little louder. Am I just feeling that because we've been on TV most of the day, or is that really sort of like what is happening there?
Right, well, I am actually having difficulty hearing you, so it just goes to show that it is a lot noisier, a lot louder than before. Again, there was one group that sort of split off and marched eastbound on Santa Monica, and we weren't sure where they were going. We did try to march with them, walk with them for a little bit, but got left behind and then eventually ended up losing them. So just what you're watching now is sort of the groups coming back together, which is making it an even more powerful statement, I would say. Again, a lot more people out here. We don't know how long they're going to be out here, but as I mentioned, the curfew was pushed back to 9 p.m., so we just really don't know if they're going to keep marching from this point on, and if so, where will they go? They could go back to Robertson. We saw them out there past the sheriff's substation. And then when another group was marching over to the east side on Santa Monica, at first we thought they were going to stop at the City Hall, at West Hollywood City Hall, but they just kept on marching by. So again, with a lot of these groups, it's just kind of fluid. You know, we don't know where they're going to end up, where they're going to march. So it's just a matter of following them and trying to keep up with them.
All right, Carlos, thank you for bringing that from the ground there at La Cienega and Santa Monica Boulevard. The crowd does seem substantially larger than it did at 12 o'clock today.
Yeah, which is pretty much what we've seen all week.
Yep.
The crowds keep getting bigger and bigger. Let's go up now to Larry Welkins, Sky 5. Larry?
Well, we're in the same spot here, taking a look at this intersection just north of Santa Monica at La Cienega. And you can see I just talked to the sheriff's helicopter, Sheriff's Air 21, and asked him what his estimate was. And he thought it was around 1,000 people that have gotten into this section of West Hollywood. And then when we tilt up, we'll show you that it's not just the cars and the people, but there are a number of cars that are also involved here. So you can see that people are sitting on their roofs, and they're in Jeeps and open-air vehicles. And it's very much like a sort of a carnival. There are still some people that are up at Sunset, but they are mainly staying on the sidewalks and using the crosswalk. So Sunset Boulevard has pretty much opened and is back to normal business. Santa Monica, of course, is shut down in both directions. While it's very peaceful, the one thing that we can tell you that's different from the last couple of days is there is not nearly the presence of the law enforcement that you saw with helmets and the shields. And you see a large presence, but they're milling about. There is one line that is keeping people from moving west on Santa Monica, but for the most part, a very, very peaceful, and it looks like fun place to be right now, even though it's such a very serious issue. They are doing their protest here in West Hollywood, and it is very peaceful, very calm. We're going to stay on top of it, and we'll bring you developments and the movement of these marches as they unfold this afternoon. That's the latest over West Hollywood. I'm Larry Welkins, Sky 5. Back to you.
It sort of looks like they're beginning to move.
Again.
It looks like they're on the move again, headed east now on Santa Monica.
You're right. That's they just started. They picked up, and they are now moving eastbound on Santa Monica. And I can tell you that we've been monitoring the crowd that was at the mayor's mansion, and that group, for the most part, has left. And what we're hearing is that they are headed back up into Hollywood. So there may be some coordination, or it may just be a coincidence. But you can see this group now stood up. They joined the other. It all started as the same group, split into two. Now they're back as one group.
I'm saying like
on
I'm
the
live
move,
streaming. I'm live
eastbound
streaming the
Santa
watch
Monica.
party.
All right,
Questions
probably a
on
good
live, but
idea
I'm
to
live.
absolutely avoid that area if you are in a vehicle trying to get anywhere. I guess right there you can see
People don't
Sunset
even
is
see it.
moving pretty well, but still it's going to be congested anywhere close to. I mean, you can almost assume like when they have the Hollywood, the Halloween parade, Carnival, and Pride Week, it just gets super crowded in that area. It's going to be a similar story today. Just kind of avoid that if you can for now.
And it looks like pretty much all of that crowd, or most of it, is heading, in Santa Monica now in an eastbound direction. When Carlos was on, and it was just, we had the double shot. I thought that was actually a shot of downtown, which is pretty thick. I wasn't noticing the city underneath.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, let's go downtown and get another look at the crowd there. And again, they are packed in there. This is on Temple Street between Spring Street and Broadway. On either side is the Hall of Justice and a criminal courts building. And you can also see a part of City Hall right there. I mean, it is, they're jammed in there still. And it looks like at the top of the screen, they might be on the move a little bit.
Yeah, and when we took this shot a bit ago, that crowd that was at the top of the screen wasn't really there, and it looks like that crowd has begun to move in. This has been very peaceful down in downtown Los Angeles, Grand Park as well. We saw similar numbers yesterday at the steps of City Hall. Lots of numbers. What was different then as opposed to today, as the county curfew is 9 p.m. Yesterday was at 6, so it was going to be a little tricky seeing and wondering if anybody was going to comply to that 6 p.m. curfew yesterday. But these numbers are, just big numbers, thousands of people downtown today.
It would be amazing to just add up the total number of protesters in Hollywood and downtown LA alone, and what was at the mayor's residence a little bit earlier. I mean, it's got to be close to 100,000.
Yeah.
I'm not good at guessing the size of crowds, but I mean, this is substantial, to say the least.
What's a little different from today as well as the temperatures. Yesterday was a little less hot. Today's been, I know, in the mid-80s in West Hollywood, assuming similar in Hollywood. And Kai, downtown, similar temperatures, mid-80s or somewhere around there?
They're into the mid-80s for the most part. It's a very warm day, but fortunately, as we look live here, you can see they found some shade.
They've got those beautiful trees to sit under down there.
And the buildings are helping out, too.
All right, we're going to take a break. We will be back with more coverage.
That tree on the right is...
I ain't gonna lie. There's so many people out there. That shit look crazy. That shit's starting to look crazy.
7 or 8 SUVs with officer and deputies that got out, and they were really trying to prevent the crowd from moving to the west. And they were very effective because the crowd got up and started moving to the east. And as we look into Hollywood, we do see that there are several LAPD units that are out in Hollywood, out and about the streets. But remember, the big change today is that they've pushed that curfew back. So we expect that we won't see the giant police presence that we did yesterday until we get closer to that 9 o'clock hour.
All right, Larry. Well, thank you so much for that. Let's go to the ground. Carlos Salcedo has been in West Hollywood all day. That march originally happening at noon.
Hey, Lou, and we keep on marching out here in West Hollywood. We're marching eastbound right now on Santa Monica. You see the hundreds of protesters here. You see the hundreds of protesters here. We just passed West Hollywood City Hall. So again, there's no destination, or at least we haven't been told of a destination as far as where these marchers are headed to next. This started at noontime, just at La Cienega and Santa Monica. We were at before, and now they're marching back again, heading towards Hollywood. As you can see, a lot of people still with their signs here. A lot of people with their shirts off because it is really hot. You know, we did see some people handing out bottles of water, hand sanitizer, even giving out masks, knowing that, you know, we're still in the middle of a pandemic. So some people still trying to take safety measures, safety precautions. Ma'am, can we talk with you? We're with KTLA. Just what made you want to come out here?
Well, because I feel that my son's the future, and I feel that we need to teach them the change so they could be a better future. Yeah.
For you to bring your child, how old is he?
He's 10.
10. And
He needs to learn. He needs to see what's going on in the world.
And what do you make of just all the protests going on, not just today, but everywhere the past week now?
Yeah. But they need to do what they need to do.
All right. Thank you so much. So again, they're just one of the protesters, one of the many protesters that they're keeping on marching out here in West Hollywood. I asked another person where they were headed to, and they didn't know. They just said, we're going to keep following the crowd until this all ends. But as you know, the curfew in LA County was pushed back to 9 p.m., so it's unclear, it's unknown if the protesters are going to keep marching till then. We have to wait and see, but as we keep on marching in West Hollywood, you might see some of the boarded up businesses. A lot of these businesses boarded up, some having messages of their own saying Black Lives Matter, equality, love for all. So it's just a matter of how these businesses are handling, you know, what was going on with the pandemic and now with some of the looting we've seen going on in the last week. So some businesses, of course, taking precautionary measures, not trying to take a chance or risk of their businesses being looted. But again, things very peaceful so far here. We did see some of the protesters stop at the sheriff's substation earlier. They took a knee in front of law enforcement there. So pretty powerful image. But these protesters say they're going to keep out here and keep things peaceful. So Glenn and Lou, I will send it back to you.
Carlos, thank you. It is pretty amazing. You think none of these protests are being led by like one or two or even, you know, a group of people, but massive amounts of numbers will decide to be in one little area and then all of a sudden they're on the move. Like who decides who's going on the move and then everyone just leads into one direction. It's pretty amazing to watch.
Somebody's got to be calling the shots because the way they just keep moving like that. All right, let's head back to downtown Los Angeles. And again, man, this crowd is, this is crazy how big this crowd is on Temple.
These are the numbers that we saw similar to yesterday on the steps of City Hall. Everyone headed back downtown. It's been peaceful. We haven't had any reports of any issues going on in downtown Los Angeles. Main issue right now probably is heat. For the majority of folks. I just wonder like where everyone's parking, how they got there. But it's lovely to you know, see the range of people being able to head in that direction and also utilize the park there. We did have Rick Chambers down, but technically audible, I guess we couldn't, or with the audio, we couldn't get a shot with him. We talked to him for a brief second. Those large buildings sometimes make it tough to get a signal from
that and too many cell phones in use.
Yeah.
That usually takes.
I would say, I mean, there are several thousand people down there right now.
At least, yeah. Yeah, that is, again, that's a huge crowd downtown. We've got a lot of protesters in different cities going on in Orange County. And, of course, the crowd we've seen in Hollywood and West Hollywood, still 2 or 3 groups of protesters marching through the streets of Hollywood. This group here, though, interesting, they've just been kind of stagnant. They're next to the, between the Hall of Justice and the Criminal Courts building, and they just continue to gather there, and the crowd just appears to be getting bigger and bigger. And fortunately, don't have to worry about the 6 o'clock curfew today because it has been changed to 9 o'clock tonight.
One of the most heated places that we saw was in front of Mayor Eric Garcetti's house today in Hancock Park. the protesters there, actually having conversations with LAPD officers, going back and forth, having some nice conversations. A couple of the protesters got annoyed with each other for a little bit, but it was just emotions, everyone wanting their voices to be heard and asking questions. And then Sarah was able to speak with an officer afterwards, and was real positive in having that interaction and that communication. Let's go back down to West Hollywood. Carlos Saucedo still walking, definitely getting your exercise in today. You guys are eastbound on Santa Monica.
That's right, we are going uphill now. We took a turn on Crescent Heights, so we're going northbound from Santa Monica. You probably have a better view there as you see the hill. You probably see a better shot of the protesters as they march up. They might be going up to Sunset and then turning back, going back perhaps to La Cienega, where this all started. So since we've been out here since noon, we've seen a lot of the protesters taking loops around, not really knowing where they're going to end up. So, you know, the people leading the protests, they're up in the front with their bullhorns. I talked to one of the organizers earlier. They didn't really have a clear indication as to just how long the protest was going to be, or where they were going to go, where they were going to end up. What was clear is that they were going to remain peaceful. Of course, this was supposed to be a peaceful walk, a peaceful protest, originally from La Cienega to Robertson Boulevard. And that's what they did at around 1 this afternoon. Woo! Losing. This is a pretty steep climb here. But no, the protesters keep on marching here. The nice thing, there's some shade. It's a shady area here, but as you mentioned, a lot of people out, a lot of people passing out water, trying to keep the protesters hydrated. And we keep seeing people from all walks of life, all races, and you know, it's very diverse community here. The organizers had said that they wanted this to be a walk in solidarity, the LGBTQ community to walk in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. So we will keep on marching here and bring you another live report in a few minutes. Glenn and Lou, I will send it back to you guys.
All right, good job, Carlos.
All right, again, we will continue to follow these protests around Southern California as we're just a few hours now from the sun going down. And last night, other than most of the arrests for curfew violations, not a whole lot of problems that we do know of. We will continue our coverage at the top of the hour with Micah Ullman and Cher Calvin. For Lou Parker, I'm Glenn Walker. Stay safe.
Continue to see some more what they're saying. You see this part. Hold on real quick, y'all. Got y'all. Hold on. Make it full screen for y'all. I got y'all, man. I'm gonna be right back, y'all.
Place, in fact, for that reason. But so far, like I said, we're told that the group has been very cooperative. You see right over here now, they're blocking off traffic. So it looks like the group, the last we heard, they were near Brookhurst and Chapman. Large group. We heard they may be making their way back right where we're at to City Hall to continue the protest. But we've also been told they may instead go to the clock tower over there. So we're trying to figure that out as we speak to figure out which way would be the best position to be in. But at this point, things still going forward, things going okay for now. Just like they did in Anaheim a little earlier. They had a protest in Anaheim in front of City Hall. Everything seemed to go smooth. Folks got the messages they wanted to get out, and there were no real big problems. We're now reporting live in Garden Grove. I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
All right. Thank you so much, Chip.
All right, Ed, we want to go back to the ground in West Hollywood. This is a very large group of people that started in West Hollywood and actually moved east into Hollywood along Sunset. They've moved back to the west and now, I believe, are moving east again back toward Hollywood.
All right, let's go to Carlos Salcedo. He's been with this crowd since they started this afternoon, and it's been largely peaceful. Carlos, what can you tell us about, as far as who's organizing, who's the leader of this group, who's directing people and where they go today?
Hey, Sheriff. So yeah, this started off at noontime. It was a group, LGBTQIA group, that sent out the flyer here on social media, essentially calling for a protest, a mass protest in solidarity with the LGBTQ community in support of Black Lives Matter. As you see, some cars here sort of coming along with the protests here. It seems like both sides of Sunset are closed off right now. We are approaching Fairfax here on Sunset, and the protesters there, they've been at it now for several hours. Things started off at noon in West Hollywood there, La Cienega and Santa Monica. And since then, we saw some splinter groups there marching along, some going to Hollywood, then coming back, meeting the other protesters that were still in West Hollywood, and then now this is where we're at. Again, we are on Sunset, making our way into Hollywood. I did talk to some of the organizers, but really there wasn't a clear message as to how long this is going to go, where they're going to end up, what destination. We've just been kind of going with the flow, talking to some of the protesters here, and a lot of them, they're just saying, well, we'll go wherever they go. So we're kind of far from the front of the pack, so I can't really tell you where we're going to end up. We're going to keep on marching and eventually bring you more reports as they develop here. But as you hear the chants, the Black Lives Matter chants, and a lot of honking going on, Micah, Cher, I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Carlos, thank you. We want to go back to Orange County Bureau Chief Chip Yost, and you can see the crowd of people getting closer to his position in Garden Grove tonight, Chip.
Yeah, hey there, guys. As you can see, the crowd we were talking about, a very big crowd. Like I said, originally the estimate was 800,000. Latest we're hearing is about 3,000. You can see them now. We're on Euclid, just north of Acacia by City Hall and the police department. It looks like police are trying to get some traffic control over there so the group can make it to wherever it is they want to go. We did hear there may have been some issues with some stalling. If you look over here, you see some police making their way over there as well. And also in the streets over there, like we said, when we saw the police go out before, we were told that was for traffic control to make sure none of the protesters get hurt, nobody in the crowd gets hurt, because they are walking down these busy streets down here. Now you see traffic backing up. This is the traffic that's backing up as you see those officers make their way over there. This is northbound Euclid, and you see the officers making their way over there, and the big crowd on kind of a catty corner from the police department City Hall area where we're at. And we see more sirens coming in here. But like I said, so far the message we're getting every time we've asked about the sirens and because we've seen police rushing out of here a few times in different directions, every time we ask about it, they say they're going out there simply to help with the crowd and the crowd control. But now you see them over there on Euclid, so we're going to make our way over there here in a little bit and see if we can figure out more about what's going on. But you can see the images here, traffic backed up as these folks come to kind of near the end of their march. They made their way a good ways around the city. It was a long walk around the city before making their way back to where we're at right now. And now they look like they're at a standstill. I don't know if they're negotiating with the police or talking to the police about which way they want to go next, or if there's any kind of agreement to let them come over here near City Hall. I don't know what that discussion is right now, but we'll try to get over there and take a listen here in a moment.
Chip, over here in LA County, we have a curfew that was extended to 9 p.m. tonight. We know that in Orange County, it's city to city. What is the curfew for Garden Grove tonight?
They have a curfew of 6 p.m. tonight. And they did that after this protest. We got word of this protest. We heard about the protest. Next thing we heard was a message that came out that they were putting in a 6 p.m. curfew for this evening. So down the road here, as you can see over there, you see some of the officers getting ready, but back down here where the crowd is, you can still see them, the kind of the police have, looks like they've formed a line from where we're at, and the crowd is on the other side, and I don't know if this is how this is going to, the end up, or if they're going to continue over here to City Hall. So, got to make my way over there and see if we can find some information about how this is going to play out. But you can see it's almost a standstill right now, especially for traffic, for the protesters, for police. Everybody just at a standstill still here on Euclid near City Hall and Garden Grove.
All right, Chip Yost with us from Garden Grove again to reiterate the 6 o'clock curfew in effect for Garden Grove. The city of Anaheim, the curfew is 9 o'clock tonight. Again, there is nothing countywide in the OC, but in Anaheim it is 9 o'clock curfew. Again, Garden Grove 6 o'clock. And as things develop there, we will return to the scene. We'll take a quick break and be back with more coverage in a moment.
We want to go back out to West Hollywood and a scene that has become a familiar part of this protest throughout the week, where people are taking a knee. Let's go to Carlos Salcedo. He is live in West Hollywood.
Hey, Sheriff. So the protests have stopped here on Sunset and Genesee. You see the protesters taking a knee, some of the organizers talking to them on the megaphone, telling them it's not just enough to march today, to march in solidarity in support of Black Lives Matter, but to have those tough, hard conversations at home, going back home, talking to friends and family, and talking about the racial injustice that we are seeing in America. And that's what they're telling the protesters here. Yes, it's great that you're out here with us and protesting, marching with signs, but that's not enough. That is not going to do it. One of the organizers, I asked also, where are we going to go from here? We keep marching kind of in loops. We went back to Hollywood where it started, and then now we're heading to Hollywood. It kind of sounds like they're done in West Hollywood. They said they took a knee over there. They took a knee in front of the sheriff's substation, and now they're making their way to Hollywood. We just don't know. Of course, it sounds like they're going to keep marching eastbound on Sunset, but we just don't know where they're going to end up. But just thousands of people that we are seeing, again, very peaceful, holding signs in support of George Floyd, in support of Black Lives Matter. But things still very fluid. We, again, don't know how long this march is going to go. They are taking a knee, as you see there. And we will bring you another live report depending on, when they get back up and continue marching. But the only thing that's certain is that this march will continue. Micah, share.
Okay, Carlos Salcedo again from West Hollywood tonight. All 4 former Minneapolis police officers involved in the death of George Floyd are now in custody facing criminal charges.
KTLA's Corinne Winter has the latest developments in the case.
The bail amount for former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, it was just increased to $1 million, with his murder charge upgraded from 3rd to 2nd-degree murder. The other 3 officers have also been charged with 2nd-degree murder, aiding and abetting. Their bail amount was also set at $1 million. Minnesota's Attorney General said winning a conviction against police officers is extremely difficult in cases like this, but that they had a duty to charge these officers.
The very fact that we have filed these charges means that we believe in them. But what I do not believe is that one successful prosecution can rectify the hurt and loss that so many people feel. The solution to that pain will be slow and difficult work of constructing justice and fairness in our society.
Ellison said while there has been a lot of outcry to hold all of these officers responsible for Floyd's death, that this decision to bring forth new charges wasn't based on public pressure, but instead the facts of this case. Cell phone video from the scene that day, of course, provided a lot of evidence. Floyd's family said it was important for them that these new charges be handed down before Floyd is memorialized tomorrow at a special ceremony in Minneapolis. The family's attorney, as well as Floyd's son Quincy, responded to today's charges.
I'm just thankful they arrested him. That's all I can say about it.
Yes.
It's relief.
We believe it was torture. I mean, how can you look at that video and say that they did not torture George Floyd?
Floyd's family also said today that while they are extremely relieved by today's developments, they're hoping that Chauvin will eventually be charged with first-degree murder. That's the latest in the newsroom. I'm Corinne Winter. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
And we go back out now to the scene in West Hollywood, a different vantage point of this protest that started at noon. And we go now to KTLA's John Fenolio. John.
Sharon, Micah, right now we are walking eastbound on Sunset Boulevard. As you can see, protesters, a large group of them, are just ahead of me right now. As Carlos and Sky 5 were discussing earlier, this all started earlier today in West Hollywood, and it has converged here near Genesee and Sunset Boulevard. There are thousands of people out here right now, and as you can see, they are all marching to protest police brutality, the death of George Floyd, and centuries of systemic racial injustice. Now, right now, this crowd is peaceful. People, of course, are gathering in the street. Others are following them with their cars. And everyone's getting along just fine right now. Of course, there is a heavy police presence ahead and behind us. We've also seen the police helicopter above, but right now, a very peaceful crowd. Would you like to talk to us on KTLA 5 News?
Oh, yeah.
Tell us, what does change look like to you?
It looks amazing right now. Look around you. Everyone's here, supporting each other, loving each other. So hands up. And that's what we're here for.
All right. Guys, I don't know if you can hear that. It's pretty loud out here, but as you can see, a lot of people still marching right now. And here's some of the signs. Never again. Black Lives Matter. Black Trans Lives Matter. And Black Children Matter. You can see the signs. Their messages summed up on the hand-painted signs you see right here. Sheriff Micah, back to you.
All right, John Fenolio, thank you. As the marching continues through West Hollywood in Orange County, the city of Garden Grove, where the crowd grows near OC Bureau Chief Chip Yost's position. Chip.
Yeah, hey there, guys. Had a little bit of a tense situation here for a few minutes. We're now at Euclid and Stanford, just a little bit of a block up or half a block up from where we were a moment ago. You may have seen earlier when we were with you, there was basically a standoff at this intersection at Euclid and Stanford. The marchers, the crowd, the protesters was estimated to be around 3,000 at one point. They were coming south here on Euclid when they got stopped by police. Police said they did not want them going into the Civic Center Park area here, so they formed a line, and there was a standoff for a few minutes. Cooler heads prevailed. There were they talked to each other, and the folks in the crowd have made their way back. It looks like they are now making their way back to the Clock Tower Park over here. So it was a situation there for a moment. Excuse me, Max, were you with the crowd here a minute ago? You know, that's fine, doesn't want to be interviewed. But like I said, it was a tense situation, but just as you were about to come on, they did get the folks to back up. They moved back to the park. The intersection is now somewhat clear. Excuse me, ladies, were you guys in this crowd here a moment ago? What did you see as far as you guys were coming this way? All of a sudden, we saw the police form. If you could look this way, we're with KTLA live on the air right now. Tell me what you all saw there as far as you're coming down here.
Unity.
Unity?
Yeah. Lots of cops, but very peaceful.
Yeah, and it seems like could you hear the situation up here? It looked like it looked tense there for a moment between police and you guys.
Yeah.
But then it seems like talked things out and everyone went back to the park.
Oh, we didn't see any of that back there. It was all peaceful. It was all peaceful. It was all peaceful.
Tell me about that. What was the message? What did you guys come out for? And do you think the message you wanted to get out there got out?
The message is that Black Lives Matter, and our politicians need to start paying attention to that, and our voices and our protesting should mean something, and people need to pay attention to that.
Exactly. Our voices matter, and we will let them be heard throughout our democracy.
And were you expecting the crowd to be this big? We heard at one point 800, then we heard 1,000, then we heard 3,000. Do you have a guess how many people were there, and what did you think about the turnout?
We didn't look up any of the numbers. No. We just knew that it was our time and we needed to come out here and support this cause, and we just did.
It was really inspiring to see so many children here because, they're the future, and I want them to grow up in a world that's better than this is.
What was the part you liked best about what you saw today?
I would say just everyone banding together, all types of people. It doesn't matter what color you are, what age you are. We're all here for the same reason.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I agree. Just the unity.
All ages, all different kinds of people getting together for this one cause is so beautiful, so needed right now.
Yeah, were you guys following the national news today? Did you hear about the Minnesota? They added charges to the rest of the other officers. What was your reaction hearing that news coming out of Minnesota?
I'm definitely very glad that the charges got worse, that were raised, but I don't think that's enough. I don't think just because he got charged with second-degree murder, I don't think that means the fight is over, and I worry that people are going to think that this is all done, but we need to keep this passion as long as we possibly can. We need to keep going until equality is achieved.
But it definitely means that our voices are being heard and that we matter, and every single one of us out here protesting, all of us, every single one of us matter, and it's working.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lise. Thanks for stopping and talking to us. Okay, so like I said, they were happy, I think, with how things turned out, getting their message across, and that's what we've heard all day from some of the folks we've talked to at these different protests. They wanted to get a message across. They felt they did in large part get the message they wanted to get across, and like I said, no big problems. The folks here have seemed to be working with police. There's that tense moment here, but it looked like they've all been cooperating. They've now gone back to the park. Someone left ahead there. Were you in the march here a little bit ago? Would you mind if I ask you a question? Oh, that's okay. Hi. Hello. But it seems like, both sides are kind of getting along and things are moving along. They've been able to do things pretty smoothly here in Garden Grove for now. For now, reporting live here in Garden Grove, I'm Chip Yost. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Chip, thank you for that. We're going to take a quick break here and continue to follow this breaking news. Back in a moment. a live look overhead at downtown Los Angeles and take a look at this massive crowd. Thousands have gathered here in downtown Los Angeles, and at around 3 o'clock, they were calling for Jackie Lacey, the district attorney, to resign, chanting, "Jackie Lacey must go." A lot of people discontent with her, saying that she has not prosecuted certain officers in officer-involved killings, and it has been a profound showing downtown of all these protesters there.
The vast majority of them along Spring Street on Temple, between Spring and Broadway, in front of the Hall of Justice. Among the calls in this crowd today, defund the LAPD, something we've heard a lot over the last couple of days. Under fire tonight is the city's budget that calls for a 7% increase in funding for the LAPD. City council members just today introducing a motion to cut funding to the department by upwards of $150 million. Council members have said that Mayor Garcetti supports decreasing the funding, though we have yet to hear that from him publicly. We are expecting to hear from the mayor tonight, addressing the city at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. No word on whether he'll address that issue, but again, council members have indicated that Garcetti is willing to support defunding the LAPD to some measure. We'll have to see where that goes within the city council, and of course, whether the mayor actually comes out publicly and supports that idea. But again, that's a big part of this rallying cry here in downtown Los Angeles over the last couple of days.
Yeah, and with the curfew now extended until 9 p.m. For LA County, and so that will be welcome news, I'm sure, for all of those thousands of protesters who would otherwise in prior days have 30 minutes to disperse. So they have until 9 p.m. tonight to protest in downtown Los Angeles, and it really just looks like the crowd keeps on growing.
Michael Ullman along with Cher Calvin here at 5:30 as we continue our breaking news coverage of the protests across Southern California. We saw in Garden Grove a large group there near City Hall along Euclid. We see this in downtown Los Angeles and as well in West Hollywood, a very large group of protesters where Carlos Salcedo is live along that route marching. Carlos.
I know. Hey, Micah, so we are marching on Sunset. It looks like we're approaching La Brea. We are approaching La Brea here, continuing the march into Hollywood. I'm here with Nick and Trinidad from Watts. You guys decided to come out here today. Tell me how significant was it for you guys to be here?
It just means so much, not just for myself, a Mexican American living in Los Angeles. My husband, black man.
Hey, I have to support people. You know, I didn't remember it saying the white race, the black race. I thought it was the human race.
Yes.
So we have problems that need to be fixed peacefully. And with these peaceful problems, we can peacefully march out here and get a good resolve. I don't see any looting. I don't see any fighting. I don't see any throwing of anything. Everything is good right now. We're all just going to march until we can be heard. I hope the whole country continues to do it.
How important it is getting that message out there about, respecting and honoring George Floyd's life in a peaceful manner?
It's extremely important because what you're doing is you're tainting his memory if you want to loot or you want to fight or you're going to just start some drama. Unfortunately, I see it with the younger crowd. I'm almost 40. The older people out here want to come out here and protest together and speak and have their voices be heard.
Do you think this is going to move the needle in the direction, change the public discourse there as far as, police brutality and racial injustice?
It's going to be the start of something, absolutely.
We're definitely going to start something, but I'm hoping it won't be demolished by with what our president is doing. Our president's doing some wicked stuff. At one point in time, I always support my president, but some things you just can't support. Some things you
vote,
can't
everybody,
do.
please vote. This is our time. We need to be heard.
Be out there, guys. Be out there. We have to be.
And as you know, there have been some bad actors. A few of the people, protesters, sort of breaking off and starting the looting, the vandalism. Do you think that takes away from the message at all?
Oh, yeah, because what it does, and black people say this all the time, you're making us look bad, man. You're making us look bad. We out here trying to make changes And there's certain folks out here making us look bad. So one thing I want to say is stop, think, and support the correct way, not the appropriate way, not the inappropriate way.
One of the things I've seen, just the groups here, very diverse from all walks of life, different age groups, different races. Is that a positive sign? You think that really gonna change is gonna come?
Absolutely, that's where it starts. Like that's exactly where it starts. From our little ones to our adults, we just have to teach the little ones. Look and see. There's all different colors, shapes, sizes. We are all one.
We're all one people, one love. We're a human race. We got to start acting like it.
All right, Nick and Trinidad from Watts. Thank you. So you are seeing the protesters here. They've sort of stopped just right before La Brea. I forget, they stopped at a Wendy's. And some of them have their fist up. We hear some of the organizers chanting something. It's not quite, I can't really understand them from where we are at this point. But at this point, protesters have stopped. But as we've seen before, they will do their march. It looks like they're going to be going into Hollywood. What time the march is going to stop? I talked to one of the organizers earlier. They said they're going to keep marching. Have a timeline, a time frame, but as you know, there is a 9 p.m. curfew for LA County as well as West Hollywood. We will see.
Okay, it seems like we're having a little bit of trouble with Carlos Salcedo's live shot there in West Hollywood. We go back to the sky and overhead in downtown Los Angeles, where we have been seeing just thousands gather here in front of the Hall of Justice, and then also in Grand Park. Grand Park, of course, the site for where the 8th day of protesters have gathered. And, at the Hall of Justice, not far from City Hall, calling for the resignation of District Attorney Jackie Lacey. A lot of people upset about how she prosecutes officers. That's asking for her to resign. Of course, there is an election that is coming up in November. So, a lot of people, when they're talking about this protest, they tie it into the fact that the protests now will also matter more in November, and to go out and vote.
And you see this crowd beginning to move in some form or fashion. Where they might go, if anywhere, remains to be seen. It's difficult to predict with any certainty with a group this big what may happen. Yesterday, we saw a crowd not quite this big, but very, very large indeed at City Hall itself. And that crowd dispersed as the 6 o'clock curfew approached. We saw a handful of people arrested downtown yesterday that refused to leave, refused to disperse when the order was given. I can't give you an exact figure on that, but it was a significant number of people arrested in downtown Los Angeles last night. The crowd was peaceful. They just defied the curfew and defied the order to disperse. And as such, we're breaking the law and we're taken into custody. And we don't know at this point what the intention is of this crowd. The curfew has been extended to 9 o'clock in the city of Los Angeles for tonight. Also 9 o'clock countywide, though the county sheriff's department has indicated they will not begin to enforce the curfew until 10 o'clock tonight, even though it is officially set for 9 o'clock, along with the city of Los Angeles. So a lot remains to be seen here, but this crowd it seems to be moving a bit here. But again, we'll have to wait and see what, if anything, the crowd does other than what it's been doing at this point.
Wow, it is incredible to see that many people in downtown Los Angeles. We have covered many protests, but I think this is by far one of the largest, if not the largest, that we've seen in years. Now, a similar scene in Calabasas today as protesters took to the streets there. This was a scene around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Viewer Julie Pierce shared this video with us. More than 300 protesters held signs and marched at the Commons.
The National Guard has been deployed to the Westfield Culver City Mall. The city's manager says the entire Culver City Police Department has been working around the clock to prevent looting. But due to a number of threats to the mall and other surrounding businesses, the city needs the help of the National Guard so that local law enforcement can monitor other areas with potential threats of looting. The city has seen at least 10 burglary and looting incidents so far.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the KTLA News of this special coverage of these breaking news in Los Angeles. Back in a moment with more.
Live pictures once again from downtown Los Angeles as thousands are standing outside the Hall of Justice along Temple between Spring and Broadway. Among their calls tonight, defund the LAPD. They are calling for budget cuts, massive budget cuts to the LAPD. The proposed budget has a 7% increase for the LAPD. They want that rescinded and beyond. The city council, some of the members there introducing a motion just today to defund the LAPD by upwards of $150 million. We'll see where that goes, whether Mayor Garcetti publicly supports that as we see this crowd. Again, the curfew for the city of Los Angeles, 9 o'clock tonight. Last night it was at 6 o'clock, and we saw roughly 150 people arrested in downtown Los Angeles last night for defying the curfew, failure to disperse. What this crowd ends up doing tonight, obviously time will tell. We just don't know. But it's a very, very large crowd in downtown Los Angeles again today as they move along Temple.
Right, and downtown Los Angeles, West Hollywood, and also in Orange County, we see large crowds gathering today. And we want to go right now to Chip Yost. He joins us live from Garden Grove in Orange County. Chip?
Yeah, hey there, guys. Yeah, things winding down here. And you may remember, if you were with us a couple of hours ago, we spoke to these folks. This is Anthony and Veronica Payne, Cameron Blunt in the middle. They came in from the Inland Empire to take part in this. We talked to them. As you may have seen, the crowd, they estimated maybe about 3,000 people made their way down Euclid here, but things are starting to wind down. We talked to you guys at the beginning. You gave some great insight, and I saw you after we talked, and this was kind of touching. I saw you guys kneel and pray for a few minutes before you went out there. What were you praying for, and were your prayers answered today?
So, first and foremost, we gave glory to God. You know, thank Him for even having us out here, being alive. We prayed for our protection. You know, thank Him for the unity and to keep us safe, and you know that He does hear us, and that we can actually make a difference. And I truly believe and feel in my heart and my soul, my body and mind, that we have made an impact. We are making a difference. You know, they say change is slow, but we're out here fighting for it. So Black Lives Matter, always.
Yeah, and tell me, you guys put the signs together yourselves, so it looks like, you did the work.
No, actually, I wanted to get my family involved, the younger ones that aren't able to be out here. And I want to encourage anyone else who's out there who has little siblings or little nephews or nieces or anyone that can be a part of this, because this will be history and they do need to be a part of it. So we had our nieces make these posters, and we're very proud to hold them up and show their work, because they see what's going on too. It's not just adults that are seeing what's going on, it's children, it's everyone around the world. So I just want to encourage everyone to get the youth involved in a way that is best for you.
And we saw, I don't know how far back you guys were in the crowd. When it came to an end here, there were some tense, and I don't think you guys may have seen it. There were tense few minutes where the crowd came here, and I think they wanted to come to the park, and the police kind of formed a line, and I thought, oh no. And all of a sudden, everybody listened to each other, and they went back to the park, the intersection cleared. And we heard that throughout the march. We were following on the different police channels. It sounded like everybody was cooperating for the most part along the walk, and you guys had a kind of we keep hearing the word peaceful protest, but a protest where there wasn't interference, if that's a better way to put it.
Of course there's going to be moments of tension. I mean, this is something that's extremely serious. These are people's lives, and the fact that we weren't really a part of the tension that you had spoke about, we didn't really get a chance to see that. But thankfully, it ended peacefully. Our object here is not to create war or disaster or anything of that nature. Our object here is to enlighten and awaken people to the fact of police brutality is a real thing, and us as African American and Black people are treated unequally, and that needs to change. That needs to change, and that's why we're here. So yeah, of course, there's going to be moments of tension and dialogue and discourse. But however, like I said, I'm thankful, glory to God, that everything ended peacefully. I think there's going to have a speech over there a little later. So it's just a beautiful thing, man, the fact that we can all be unified, people of all colors, of all nations. I know we've been watching the news, seeing how it's people all over the world, fighting for this. So.
And I don't remember, it was Cameron, you that said it. One of you said, you're not anti-police, you're anti-police brutality, I think was the phrase you used. If you have an audience right now, if there's some police officers out there who you think maybe don't understand what you're trying to get across, or police chiefs, what would you say to them right now?
Well, speaking of someone who is the nephew of a retired police officer of Chicago PD, not all police are bad, I just think that, you can't judge them all, because at the end of the day, when someone's hurt, police are there. So I just want to make that very clear. We're not anti-police. I just wish that, violence didn't have to occur, and brutality had to occur. And, at the end of the day, it's also a fight against racism, and if I could just say anything to the police, again, we're not anti-police. We just want to see things be better. So.
Any final words you guys want to say?
Stay safe out here, everybody. Fight for the cause. Black Lives Matter. Absolutely.
Let's just end racism. Let's end racism.
Do whatever you can to help. If it's donating, if it's walking, if it's speaking out to your peers when you hear them say things, just do whatever you can.
All right. Hey, well, thanks again, guys. It's great talking to you. Have a safe trip back. They came in from the Inland Empire to participate in this today. Just a small sample of the larger group that is, some of them still down there in the park. Now, we should say there is a curfew set here in Garden Grove at 6 p.m. that'll start in about 13 minutes. We understand at that time, police are going to make an announcement about the curfew to the crowd, and then hopefully things go as well. They've gone the rest of the day here. So for now, reporting live in Garden Grove, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
Look at him. Look at her. Look at everybody around here. They're abiding by the Constitution, but guess what? We still get misjudged. We still get choked. We still can't breathe.
Hundreds of demonstrators descending again on Hancock Park outside the home of LA City Mayor Eric Garcetti.
The mayor has reached out to protesters, saying he understands their outrages about more than the criminal justice system, but also about society at large.
We want to go live to KTLA's Sarah Welch. What a picture that is, in a crowd in which has now moved to Hollywood. She joins us live with the very latest. Sarah.
No peace.
Sharon, Micah, good evening. If this doesn't touch your heart, I don't know what does. We're here right now with very peaceful protesters. These are the same protesters that gathered here at Sunset and Vine this afternoon. They marched through Hollywood to Hancock Park. They protested peacefully in front of the mayor's mansion, and then they came back here, and they are again protesting here this evening. We've been with these protesters all day. Jackson just spoke a few moments ago with this young boy here by his side. What did you tell the crowd?
That statistically, that this young man right here has a higher percentage of going to jail than he does becoming a CEO. And I want to look this man in the eye, I want to look this kid in the eye and tell him that he will become a CEO one day. But statistically, I can't do that. So I want to sit here and fight to make sure he doesn't get oppressed for the rest of his life, to make sure he doesn't have to go across the street in fear for his life. I want to make sure that he doesn't need to have that conversation with his mom and keep his fingers on the steering wheel. Don't give him a reason. Don't give him a reason. Just say yes. Hold your anger. This is a conversation every young man in Black America has. And it's crazy how I can't promise this kid that he's not going to become a CEO one day.
Will you be back out here again tomorrow?
100%. Yeah, tomorrow. I'm out here every single day that they will allow me.
Tonight, there's been a lot of talk about the police department budget. Your thoughts?
I don't think they need as much money as they do, especially in Beverly Hills. A couple days ago, I don't know if it was massively reported, but they shut off all streets entering into Beverly Hills, which benefits Beverly Hills solely. They didn't do that to Compton. They didn't do that to Inglewood. I live in downtown LA personally. And so I filmed 2 days ago a guy peacefully protesting getting shot. He got shot with a rubber bullet. I have the rubber bullet. I took video of it. It's all over the internet. I am astounded. I am astounded how many people don't understand what's happening in America. And I'm really, really glad that people are trying to do that.
Jackson, thank you so much for speaking to us. Ricardo, I talked to you earlier. Let me ask you a quick question. We spoke to you earlier in the day. Pardon me, Kayla. We're here now. Is your message resonating with people that aren't here at this protest?
There are people that aren't here right now that are really happy to see that we're out here. There are people that didn't believe that we could turn, an empty intersection into this. We not only turned an empty intersection into this, we took it all the way to the mayor's house, and we'll do it again and again. And I want Eric Garcetti to step down, but not before he must fire Michael Moore. Eric Garcetti has to fire Michael Moore, and then he has to step down. They have failed us. Garcetti has failed us. Moore has failed us. Beck failed us. It's over. There's no more it being okay. There's no more they might change. There's no more there are some good cops. Good cops have to prove that they're good people by taking off the badge. You have to say, I am not with the LAPD anymore. So we know that the people that are over on the other side of those lines with guns, that they are really gonna kill us or shoot us, because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that they keep on getting away on the good faith of other people. Because some cops, maybe even a lot of cops, could be good. The ones that are bad means that nobody, no matter what they do, even though they kill people, even though there's a record of 600 plus people dying because of the LAPD, they still haven't been regulated. Why do we give them $3 billion? Do we give them $3 billion? Why? A people's budget. Google that. A people's budget. Defund LAPD. Abolish LAPD.
Ricardo, thank you. And you're Josiah's mom.
I'm his grandma.
You're his grandmother.
Yes.
You brought him today
because he really wanted to come. He has been at home saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. So we got here and we didn't see the places, so he was like, where is it? I want to march, I want to march, I want to march. Black Lives Matter. So he has been going on this all week ever since the protest started. So we brought him because he needs to know. He needs to know why they're doing this and for the reason why we're doing this. Bye.
Thank you very much for speaking with us.
her, please?
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
So this QR code is actually just generated from the 8 Can't Wait campaign. And so what it does is it generates an email to our mayor asking for 3 very specific demands, and combined with all the 8, that would decrease police brutality by 72%. So it's the change that we need to do, and it's the activism that we need to make.
Thank you very much for speaking with us. Again, Sharon Micah, we're going to show you the crowd here right now. Very passionate, as you've been hearing all afternoon. Very peaceful, and they say they will continue these protests until they see some kind of change and reform. We're going to send it back to you.
Okay, Sarah, thank you. A bit of context to what you're hearing so much of today and in the days prior. Defund LAPD. The budget that is current, that is set to go in effect on July 1st, allocates a 7% increase as we look live over downtown LA to the LAPD's budget. Keep in mind the LAPD making up 18% of the city's overall $10.5 billion budget. And the city council members, including Council President Nuri Martinez, Councilman Herb Wesson and Curran Price, and Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez, just today introducing a motion to re-examine priorities, re-examine the public safety funding, and perhaps reallocate that money, as they say, to uplift disenfranchised communities. This motion would seek to decrease the LAPD's budget by up to $150 million. They will begin to meet on Monday, again, as this new budget is set to go into effect July 1st. This committee will meet on Monday within the City Council to discuss approaching this issue and perhaps moving it forward to the mayor's desk. No indication publicly from the mayor that he would support something like this, but that's the conversation at City Hall tonight that is taking place as we move through this week and into next.
Right, and again, live pictures from Sky 5 in front of the Hall of Justice, where calls for the DA Jackie Lacey to resign. Also, as you heard there from Hollywood, frustrations asking for LAPD Chief Michael Moore to resign, and also for Mayor Eric Garcetti to resign. We want to go up now to Larry Welk in Sky 5, who's over the scene where there just are thousands of demonstrators in front of the Hall of Justice. Larry?
What an amazing sight here. We're looking down right in front of City Hall, because the spillover from the Hall of Justice extends all the way down in front of City Hall here. Now, what we don't see is a lot of LAPD with shields, but there you see a giant crowd in front of City Hall. Back to you.
Larry Welk aboard Sky 5 over downtown Los Angeles. A quick break for us. Back with more. The KTLA 5 News at 6 on the other side. Another day of demonstrations around Southern California and across the nation demanding justice and racial equality in America.
Peaceful protesters snaking through the streets of SoCal, chanting for change and stopping for moments of silence.
It charges former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin with murder in the second degree for the death of George Floyd.
Minnesota's Attorney General files new charges in the death of George Floyd that sparked outrage and unrest around the world as the 3 other officers involved are now in custody. Good evening, I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin.
Thousands of people taking to the streets across Southern California demanding change.
Demonstrators speaking out against police brutality following the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. Today's demonstrations have been organized and peaceful, and prompting county officials to push back tonight's curfew to 9 p.m.
We have a live picture from downtown Los Angeles. This is a George Floyd protest that has been ongoing for much of the day.
Larry Welk overhead in Sky 5. Larry.
We'll take a look right there, the Hall of Justice, and just up from there, City Hall in the city of Los Angeles, right off the 101 freeway. Thousands of people are jammed into this area right now. It's been a very peaceful protest, as you say, but extremely warm down there, and now about half the crowd has started to make a march to the south. Now, LAPD's got a helicopter overhead, and they've got lots and lots of ground personnel to help guide these folks that are demonstrating very peacefully, but their demonstration now spilling into the streets of Los Angeles. And remember, you're starting to get a lot more traffic as we emerge from coronavirus, and there is no curfew until 9 p.m. So still expecting very large crowds out here. We're going to remain over downtown LA and bring you updates throughout this newscast. That's the latest over downtown. I'm Larry Welk in Sky 5. Back to you.
And as we hold the picture, it appears that part of this crowd wants to stand in front of City Hall. They have been along Temple Street between Spring and Broadway for much of the afternoon in front of the Hall of Justice. The cries to defund the LAPD, again, this city budget set to go into effect on July 1st calls for an increase of funding to the LAPD by 7%. This crowd wants that rescinded. There is a coalition among city council members introducing a motion just today to decrease the funding by the to the LAPD by upwards of $150 million with hopes of reprioritizing the public safety funds to, as they say, uplift disenfranchised communities. This is an indication within City Hall. There is extraordinary motivation to change in an extraordinary way when it comes to the budget, as the LAPD makes up 18% of the city's $10.5 billion budget. This is Council President Nuri Martinez and Council members Wesson, Price, and Rodriguez sponsoring this motion. They will begin discussions on this as early as Monday. Again, this budget set to go into effect July 1st, and their hope is that they can head that off and come to some sort of agreement with the rest of the city council and, of course, with the mayor to reallocate some of that money. We're talking about a lot of money here, $100 to $150 million. Again, they'll begin discussing this on Monday. There has been discussion among city council members publicly that the mayor is willing to support something like this. We have not heard that publicly from the mayor himself. We expect him to speak moments from now. We will carry it live. No indication on whether he'll address this specific issue. He is addressing the city at large, obviously in this time of crisis, with so many people protesting in all parts of Southern California. We've seen it from Orange County to West Hollywood, Hollywood proper, now downtown Los Angeles. And of course, another day, this protesting continues.
Yes, it does. As thousands and thousands gather, it seems that each day on this 8th day now of continuous protests since the death of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis police, now 4 of them all in custody and charged. Of course, the officer whose knee was on George Floyd's neck, Derek Chauvin, has had his charges upgraded to second-degree murder, and his bail has increased as well to $1 million. And we have 3 other officers that are also being charged with second-degree murder and accessory to that crime. And as we look at all of these people in front of the Hall of Justice and also in front of City Hall today, they were at 3 o'clock chanting also not only for defunding the police, but also for calls for the DA, Jackie Lacey, to step down, chanting, "Jackie Lacey must go." Many people upset with some of the decisions that she's made involving officers and officer-involved killings. And Jackie Lacey has refuted that, saying that at the moment right now that she's the only one that has something that is filed right now against an officer, and she's refusing to listen to these not refusing to listen to these criticisms, but you know, is taking these criticisms and saying that that's not exactly the case here, is what I'm trying to say. Pardon me. Now, again, Jackie Lacey is facing off a challenger, Gascon, that there was an election that we had earlier, but she won that special election. And then in November, there is a runoff. And a lot of the calls here, as we wait for Mayor Garcetti to speak, are for people not just to protest today, but also to make sure that we all go to the polls and vote, that your vote matters. And so these protests here today, as important as they are, it's also important that you go to the polls and vote in November.
All right, Rick Chambers is on the ground for us in downtown Los Angeles with a different vantage point from the shot we see on Sky 5. Rick?
Yeah, Michael, the crowd here that's beginning to move towards City Hall now. You can probably hear them chanting in the background. Defund the police. Let's get rid of Jackie Lacey. That seems to be the 2 big chants here. Of course, this crowd got together specifically at about 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it was deliberately aimed at Jackie Lacey, who, of course, is up for re-election in November. But they'd like to see her removed from office. At least the folks with Black Lives Matter would like to. But this all afternoon has been a very peaceful crowd. As you can tell, it's an enormous crowd, several thousand people here. They were on 2 sides just a moment ago on Temple. A lot of them were in front of the Superior Court building and the Hall of Justice, and then the rest of them are over here by City Hall. Now the ones that were over by the Hall of Justice is now moved towards City Hall, just making this crowd even larger than before. We're going to try to speak to somebody who's going by. Can we talk to you very briefly? Can we talk to you real quickly? What's your name?
Josh.
Josh, talk to me about being out here today. I know it was specifically aimed at Jackie Lacey. What are you hoping to accomplish?
Just to stand up, use your rights. We have to do this. As a black male, I'm risking my life to be out here. You don't know what could happen. They can't, shoot everyone here. So we want justice, and we're marching for justice. We want it to be peaceful. And anybody doing anything else isn't with us.
This is one of the larger crowds we've seen during this week of protests.
Yeah.
Why do you think so many people are gathering tonight?
They're fed up. They're fed up with the LAPD and any other organization that doesn't care about black people or any people of color.
They're talking about the 3 officers in Minneapolis that were now arrested, adding to the 4th.
Right.
Does that do anything to sway the intensity of tonight?
Maybe a little bit, but there's, it never rests. There's other officers all over this country that were never convicted.
How late are you going to stay out here? The curfew's at 9. I know a lot of people putting a lot of stock in a curfew the last couple of days. What's your plans for tonight?
I'm old.
We all are.
Yeah, I'm old. So.
All right, we're going to interrupt that live shot and take the mayor live addressing the city.
Community, academic, youth organizations that I'm going to talk about in just a minute. But I'm pleased to be joined here also by citizen volunteers who serve as commissioners on our city's police commission. President Eileen Decker, who will be here momentarily, our Vice President Shane Murphy-Goldsmith, and Commissioner Dale Bonner. Thank you, each one of you, for joining us here tonight to talk about this urgent moment for our city, for our country, and for our world. Let me start by saying that I'm glad to see the news of today out of Minneapolis, that all 4 police officers who were involved in the killing of George Floyd have been charged. This is the beginning of justice. We've seen all with our eyes the horrific actions that not just one officer took, but 4 officers took in a modern-day lynching to take the life away of an unarmed black man in America. This is an inflection point for our city and for our country, a moment when we will either rise and take this as the opportunity for hope and for progress, or yet another dark chapter that might have a momentary flash and go away. We can't afford that second possibility. And so I, as your mayor, and I know each one of you listening tonight, are committed to making sure this moment isn't just a moment. It is a movement to change who we are in America when it comes to Black America and our criminal justice system. We need to make a firm commitment to change, not just with words, but with actions. And last night I said I would come before you and do just that. It's a work in progress, and each night demands more. But tonight I look forward to sharing with you the commitments I am making, that our city council is making, that our police commission is making, to everybody on the streets right now saying when, how, what. The when is now. The how is together. And the what is racial equality, not just in our criminal justice system, but throughout our country, here in the United States of America. We need to make sure that Black Americans see an end to the days of murder in broad daylight and of traffic stops simply because of the color of their skin. If you have seen the massive, peaceful demonstrations in our city today, or if you were in one of them, then you know that it is time to move our rhetoric towards actions to end racism in our society, to never forget also our city's own well-documented contributions to those ill-fated chapters. The struggle that we've had in those who've come before us to fight for more equality in their generation, to not dismiss that progress, but to see it and ask for our generation to step up and do the same. We must move beyond reforms that we've put in place in our police department and unfortunately that haven't been done in too many police departments across America. Whether it's being the first big city police department in America to put body-worn video cameras on our officers, releasing videos to the public that keep everybody accountable and that can tell the truth, hiring the most diverse and representative police department of any major city in the United States, and mandating, when nobody else was doing this, implicit bias training that gets to the heart of prejudice in each one of us, whether we wear a badge or not, because prejudice can never be a part of police work. The way we need to institute de-escalation training, not just once, but ongoing. And as we've done here, reward it just as we do medals of valor for bravery. It takes bravery to save lives too, because not every encounter or confrontation should result in the use of force. We need to keep moving towards a new model of peace officers, of a guardian-based system of how we keep our communities safe, and invest long before any criminal activity ever comes to prevent it from happening in the first place, by developing long-term relationships between our youth and our police departments, like we do where formerly incarcerated Angelenos today work with officers to invest in young people through programs like Summer Nightlights and our gang reduction and youth development programs, which have grown by 50% thanks to the advocacy that we hear in the streets right now. I'm proud of these changes. We should all embrace that progress, changes that align with the call to action that our previous president put out to America in the face of too many deaths, with a commission we participated in on 21st century policing. Now we hear calls from Washington leadership to go back to 20th or 19th century policing, to get tough, to dominate, to not worry about people's heads, to dehumanize them as you put them into squad cars. This not only does not save lives, it costs lives. But it was my brother's keeper, and the work that was in President Obama's Commission on 21st Century Policing that brought activists and mayors and city councils and police oversights together to address the use of force policies. And today, President Obama challenged mayors to sign that pledge, to look even today, no matter what you've done well in the past, to recognize that there are things that are still not right in the present. And I was proud to be one of the first mayors in America to sign that pledge. Thank you, President Obama. I also want to say that I'm so grateful. Departments aren't made up of numbers and statistics, but men and women. And there are men and women of our police department right now who are working 12-hour shifts, leading with their hearts every single day. There needs to be even more of that heart and love and compassion. And to those who are protesting, thank you. I'm listening. I hear those voices, and more importantly, we're working together on the actions that will make sure that those voices and those calls don't land flat, but that result in the changes we all need. This is bigger than just a budget, but I want you to know we will not be increasing our police budget. How can we at this moment? We have heroes who wear a uniform. I wore a uniform for 12 years in the Navy. And whether it's them or members of our National Guard who are here today, I know that they all would much rather be home. That they all want a moment in which the pain of this country goes away. And I know that the vast, overwhelming majority of them are ready to work to do that, to take the classes, to learn the training, to go inward. And as we've seen so many pictures that don't dominate the news, but the hugs given, the knees taken, the relationships opened up, and the dialogues that have happened, even as we have to hold ourselves accountable for everything on the street, whether we're the everyday public or our peace officers. In fact, tonight, I want to announce that we aren't just putting the work of moving forward on the shoulders of activists or of African Americans or of police officers. It's on those of us who you have elected to represent you to step up to this moment. I've been working very hard with the City Council, and we've been meeting with community groups and coalitions like the one that I told you I just came from, that represents so many amazing organizations, from the LA Black Workers Center to the Community Coalition, to unions like the Service Employees Union International, to folks who stock the shelves at our grocery stores, and teachers who teach our children every single day, to folks in the immigrant rights community and the east side of the city and the south end of LA, who came together to challenge us in very raw and in angry terms, because this is a moment for us all to be angry and sad, of whether our city council and I would commit to reinvesting in Black communities and communities of color in those places left behind. A lot of people listening who might not know the statistics, many of which I shared last night, might not know that in America, the average white household has $171,000 of average household wealth, while in the Black community that's $17,000. May not know that you're more likely, as I mentioned, to be homeless, to be incarcerated, to be sick, to be dying from COVID-19 if you're Black in America. That we don't all start from an equal standpoint, and not only do we not start from, then on day one, because of the color of our skin, we don't have the same experience and treatment, whether that's from law enforcement, your own government, your health system, and so many other places. So today, with our City Council, with Council President Nuri Martinez, with Council members Herb Wesson, Marquise Harris Dawson, and Curran Price, and so many other members of the Council, from Mike Bonin to Mitch O'Farrell and others, we have all said we have to do something different. We hear what people are saying. And so I have instructed and committed to, in public to that group, that our city, through our city administrative officer, identify $250 million in cuts so we could invest in jobs, in health, in education, and in healing, and that those dollars need to be focused on our Black community here in Los Angeles, as well as communities of color and women and people who have been left behind for too long. And will this involve cuts? Yes, of course, to every department, including the police department, because we all have to be a part of this solution together. We all have to step up and say, what can we sacrifice? We've done that as elected officials, putting that back in the pot ourselves. We've done that as civilian employees, putting that back in the pot ourselves. We've made cuts because of COVID-19. It's time to also make cuts because racial justice is something worth fighting for and something worth sacrificing for. And I want you to know that where we are spending, we will also be making changes and investments that can lead to structural reform, not just one-off payments for this moment, but a rethinking of how we can build on the successes of the past, but go much further than the present. One of our most important protections for our residents is that we have civilian oversight of our police department. 5 Angelenos, appointed by me, confirmed by our city council, all of them unpaid volunteers, and trust me, they all have separate full-time jobs, and this is like having a second job, often away from family, in the face of great anger, difficult issues. They serve all of us. They look at the policies that guide our police department. They oversee its operations, and they review all officer-involved shootings. And every Tuesday, as we saw yesterday, the commission and the police chief hold a meeting, a public meeting, where residents are given the opportunity to speak directly to the entire leadership of the department. I appointed these commissioners because I know who they are as human beings. They have sharp minds, but more importantly, they have hearts for justice. And they hold a common commitment to building a better, more just, and safer city. So tonight I can also announce important changes coming from the commission that this moment demands, calls for, changes that build on our historic reforms at other painful moments, changes that address what we are hearing from you. We will put a moratorium on putting people in the Cal Gang database, require officers to intervene when they see inappropriate use of force, to always report misconduct. And we will invest in young people through community services and youth development that will change lives so that we can keep people away from any criminal justice system. We will increase departmental training, as we've already started but need to do more, in implicit bias and increase discipline against inappropriate action. These things will strengthen accountability. As many people have said, nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. We have to make sure that there is no culture of silence, that there is no culture of acquiescence, that there is no culture of being a bystander. There is only right and wrong on our streets and the streets across America. It's just a start. And I know in a single night, it's never enough. We can't walk to the promised land in a single day, nor a single week, but we better get ready. And I know not everyone is going to be happy with each step. There is criticism from all sides when we change any of the status quo. But my commitment is to always push forward. This is a moment we have to look back in 20 years from now and say we did the right thing. As police officers, as public officials, and as the public, that we rose to this occasion to say we could do this together, better, different, stronger. And why? Because we believe that all lives are sacred. As we've shown during our COVID-19 fight, we need to show that in an even tougher moment demanding more of each one of us, starting with me. So to talk about the changes from the Commission, I'd like to ask the Commission President, Eileen Decker, to say some words, and then I'll come back, give some news about tonight's curfews and moving forward, what we can do to help our city. President Decker.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The demonstrations of the last few days have been transformative for the people of Los Angeles, for California, and our nation. The demands for law enforcement reform are being heard. Angelinos have been crying for a path forward that doesn't repeat the mistakes of the past, and the Board of Los Angeles Police Commissioners is listening. Today, this body, the Police Commission, is charged with the oversight of the Los Angeles Police Department and is establishing an aggressive reform agenda, which continues the evolution to our commitment to the 21st century policing principles that the mayor just addressed. In the past, this department has made historic changes, historic strides in our commitment and our continuing journey to prove our commitment to community engagement, meaningful partnerships, and constitutional policing. But we must do more. So tonight I will be announcing some of our commitments and steps forward. These are just the first steps in what is a continuing journey for greater accountability, increased transparency, and the strengthening of our public trust. So these reforms include a review and revision of the police department budget. The Commission is committed to work with the City Administration Officer, the Chief Legislative Analyst, and the Mayor's Office to identify $100 to $150 million of cuts from the Los Angeles Police Department's budget. We will work to further enhance community neighborhood policing, specifically the commitment to expand the Community Safety Partnership sites and program. We will also work with the community and the department to reflect on and accurately portray the history of the police department that will be part of the training for Academy cadets, in-service training, and will be available for the public as well. We will work for modifications of enforcement strategies, specifically an immediate moratorium on new entries into the Cal Gang database until such time as the Commission has completed its review of the entire gang entry removal system. Further, an expansion of the juvenile diversion program to include all 21 geographic areas and divisions to lessen the incarceration of juveniles. Further, we will support meaningful, reformative legislation that other entities are responsible for. Specifically, we will advocate for a change to the city charter regarding the discipline of officers. We will publish new department policy that requires officers to intervene when other officers use excessive force and requires officers to report misconduct immediately. We will support the establishment of an independent prosecutor outside the district attorney's office for the prosecution of police officers who engage in misconduct. We will support legislation and work to improve juvenile diversion programs to ensure that as few juveniles as possible see the criminal justice system. We will work towards the enhancement of police training, specifically expand the mental health intervention training program to train a minimum of 900 additional officers this year and expand it further in the future. We will complete all de-escalation training and crowd control training for the entire department by the end of this year. We will deliver procedural justice training to everyone in the department who has not yet received it. We will further deliver implicit bias update courses to everyone in the department by the end of this year. We will broaden the risk management assessment issues, and this is very important to our community. We will review the process for the uses of force to determine if our early warning system can be used better to identify problematic officer behavior as soon as possible and intervene to be as effective as possible. We will determine additional ways to enhance greater oversight of officers who have exhibited a pattern of high-risk behavior. Further, we will expand the transparency and accountability efforts of the Commission. We are going to ensure that the materials that are available are made more transparent to the public and allow for ease of access to all of those materials when the public is seeking information on uses of force, complaints, crime statistics, department policies, and procedures. and we will continue the development of the Racial and Identifying Profiling Act data analysis to ensure that we are using that information as fully and completely as possible. And this is all in addition to the measures I addressed yesterday at the Police Commission meeting. I want to thank my fellow commissioners who have been working diligently on these projects and who want to accelerate all of them immediately to ensure that the public knows we are listening, we hear you, and we will move forward with our community, our Los Angeles, to ensure that we start the healing process for everyone and ensure the fundamental principles of fairness, equity, and dignity are available to every Angelino, not just some. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commission President Decker. That was a lot to take in, I know, for folks that are there, listening and watching us. But that's an extraordinary list. It is, we hope, the nation-leading list. Los Angeles has been called in other tough times to step forward and not just to lead for this city, but to lead for this country. And I would encourage my fellow mayors and city council members and local leaders around the country to embrace this list of reforms as well. That these are the foundation for marching forward together and for ensuring that we save lives on the streets of our city and yours as well. We cannot just be anti-violence. We have to be pro-humanity. That's what tonight is about. We must be pro-belonging so that this is truly a city of belonging where everybody feels in equal measure that they belong to this city. Free community college, raising the minimum wage, expanding our fight against homelessness, banning the box, reducing our prison populations, growing our re-entry programs, expanding job training and placement. We've got to double down on this work now. It is that urgent, and everything on the street is as much about that as anything else. It's vital for Los Angeles to actively attack structural racism and support human rights in every way possible. And in our city government, we can do that in part by building departments that reflect those values. I know I have a lot of announcements tonight, but stay with me because we've got some more. That's why, thanks to the leadership of Councilmember Gil Cedillo, Council President Emeritus Herb Wesson, Council President Nuri Martinez, we've laid the groundwork for the first ever in our city's history Civil and Human Rights Department and a Civil and Human Rights Commission. And now, led by Capri Maddox, this department will be tasked with protecting Angelinos and anyone who works in or visits the city from discrimination that denies equal treatment in private employment, housing, education, or commerce by initiating and investigating complaints of discrimination, as well as enforcing the LA Civil and Human Rights Ordinance. And with the dogged determination of Councilmember Wesson, our partners Community Coalition, and Councilmembers Harris, Dawson, and O'Farrell, we've also established an Office of Racial Equity within this department, a team that will conduct research, outreach, and policy development to help us apply an equity lens to everything that we do, where we spend our dollars, how our programs impact communities, communities of color, and everything we do moving forward. And tonight I can announce that the first meeting of the Civil and Human Rights Commission will be late next week, and we will set up the department and have its Office of Racial Equity up and running by July 1st. That's months ahead of schedule and less than a month from now. We will push every day to make our communities free of discrimination that denies basic human dignity and violates our rights as Americans. Every step we take, every time we respond to the protests that we hear calling for change, when we enact smart police reforms, when we invest in human rights and we attack structural racism amongst us, all of it is meant to make sure all of us are safer and that all of us have a better Los Angeles. While we keep fighting to enact short and long-term change, we also need to make sure that we protect public safety now. So tonight, there remains in place a curfew. In the city of Los Angeles, people are required to stay indoors starting at 9 p.m., and the order will be enforced from 10. and that will last until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. This starts later than previous nights, which is a reflection not only of the peace that we've had on our streets, but the good policing that's been going on to make sure people who are breaking the law, separate from protesters, can be brought to justice in a way that is fair. But this starts later than other nights, and tomorrow, barring a bad night from tonight, the curfew will be lifted in the city of Los Angeles. When the curfew does take effect tonight, though, please stay inside and stay safe and obey the law. And if you're out past 9 p.m., you need to go home. Please, go home. The power of the day we see, watch it on TV, embrace it, understand it, and let's earn moving forward those steps that we all deserve to see enacted. And I'm still, again, urging everybody who's been out protesting to take a free COVID-19 test. Remember that this can incubate, so you might want to do one in a week, and a second week from that, it can be up to 14 days. You may be asymptomatic and not even know you're sick. You may be taking every precaution that you can, wearing a face covering, keeping your distance, washing your hands thoroughly and frequently. And I encourage all Angelenos to keep that up. I was just informed, too, that we just had a large earthquake, as if things couldn't get worse, in San Bernardino, a 5.7 on the Richter scale earthquake. And of course, our hearts and our activities will go to support everybody in San Bernardino. And we're still assessing to see what that sort of damage is. But please, everybody, be safe, especially those our brothers and sisters in San Bernardino who are watching. If you've been out with a larger crowd in the protests recently, where it's hard to distance, and you don't want to take the risk, please get yourself a COVID-19 test. You can sign up for them at coronavirus.lacity.org/testing. And don't worry, you don't just get to do it once. Do it now, do it a week from now, maybe 2 weeks from now. And our largest testing center at Dodger Stadium remains open tomorrow, able to handle 6,000 tests, the largest in the country, as well as the Crenshaw Christian Center, which has been our largest one, and walk-up centers at Kedron Community Health Center in South LA, and also Carbon Health in Echo Park. Last night, as I concluded, I talked about the two paths that we have in front of us. We can choose hopelessness or hope. As a city and as a nation, that translates into real and concrete decisions. Are we going to settle for more division across race and class, unequal opportunity in our country? Or will we take this moment, this chance, this common ground that we all feel in our hearts seeing George Floyd's life as he called for his mama disappear? Will we take this moment and make sure that it results in the actions we need to see to build the nation that we all hold in our hearts? Will we bend the arc of history just a little bit more? We bent the curve when it was COVID-19. It's time for us to bend the arc when it comes to racial justice. And I ask all of you, in front of and behind the badge, all of us out there in protests or watching on TV, all of us that might be scared and confused to understand that there's fear that people have lived with every day of their lives since they were born, and that we have a role in reducing that fear and in saving lives. And if we do that, we will look back at this moment, as painful as it feels, and we will say it was one of the brightest moments in our city's and our nation's history. Thank you, Los Angeles. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Good evening, Mayor Garcetti. Good evening, everyone. This is Robert Kovacik from NBC4. We have a number of questions for you, Mayor, from my colleagues, but first, we all just felt the room rumble. I'm wondering, while you were speaking, did you feel that earthquake as well?
I didn't. I think I was so much into I saw it because it was written by a colleague. I did not feel that, but.
All right, Mayor Garcetti, let's begin by asking how you and the City Council can tell the LAPD that you are cutting into their budget when right now, currently, every single LAPD officer has been called to duty just trying to help manage the protests and keep the public safe?
It's a fair question, and I'll answer it straightforwardly. To the men and women of our Los Angeles Police Department, we ask so much of you, and never more than in these days. All of us, every single one of us, are making a sacrifice. This is not on your shoulders alone. COVID-19 has given us the worst economy in our lives, a pandemic and a health crisis. And now on our streets, we need to find resources to address what you often have to deal with on the streets, the failure of our country to address racial justice. And I know that officers, because I've talked to so many over the 19 years I've served this city, are with me in that walk, that they know. I have seen the programs. They've put many more hours than I have, tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands.
All right, we've been listening live to L.A. Mayor Garcetti addressing the city of Los Angeles on a number of issues. You may have felt that, first and foremost, an earthquake that has just been upgraded now to a 5.5. This happened near Ridgecrest in Kern County, of course. A number of earthquakes in the Ridgecrest area, the most prominent of which in recent months was, if you may remember, back on July 4th and 5th, there were a number of strong quakes there, a 6.4, a 5.4, and a 7.1. Again, this initially came across as a 5.1. It's been upgraded to a 5.5. And may very well be an aftershock from those earthquakes felt over the July 4th holiday last year. Getting back to what the mayor said, a lot of news tonight as we've been talking about the demand for cuts to the LAPD budget. The mayor making his first public commitment tonight here just within the last half an hour to reallocate $250 million of the city's budget, as he describes it, cuts to every department, including the LAPD. In the mayor's words, racial justice is worth fighting for. He was backed up by Eileen Decker, the police commission president. She laid out a number of steps, as she describes them. Among the first steps, a review and revision of that LAPD budget. And as has been called for by a growing number of city council members within the LA City Council, the commission president also indicating the number $100 to $150 million in budget cuts to the LAPD. And keep in mind that LAPD budget, 18% of the city's overall $10.5 billion budget. These are substantial figures. She's talking about is Eileen Decker, that review and revision of the budget, upwards of $150 million in cuts. Also, an effort to enhance community policing that goes all the way to the front of the line with cadet training. And as the mayor mentioned, the commission president as well echoing a moratorium on putting people in the CalGang database, and they will make efforts to expand transparency of accountability. All of these described as just among the first steps. So significant change is afoot within City Hall and has the support of the mayor. Again, as I've been reporting, the budget is set to take effect July 1st. Meetings will begin among city council members as early as Monday on how to go about reallocating this money and moving it through the full city council and back to the mayor's desk prior to July 1st. So significant change is in the conversation and is in the beginning stages within the city of Los Angeles and the structure of government, a result of what we've seen here as this growing protest in downtown Los Angeles has been peaceful for much of the day. You see live from downtown Los Angeles, this protest has been for much of the day on Temple between Spring and Broadway. It appears to be scattering a bit. Rick Chambers is on the ground for us in downtown Los Angeles with a look. Rick.
Yeah, Micah, we're right at Spring and Temple. What you're looking at here are the streets that are considerably less crowded than they were about 45 minutes ago. We had an enormous crowd between the Superior Court building and the Hall of Justice. You can see many of them have walked off in another direction. The LA Sheriff's Department still protecting their own building, but as we turn back to the left and hit Spring Street between Temple and First, this is where you see the majority of the crowd now. They've been very peaceful throughout the whole day, listening to people talk. We've heard them singing, we've heard them chanting. From time to time, they'll take their spot in the street. I want to talk to Lonnie. He's been out here for a couple of hours now. Your thoughts about the crowd out here and what you experienced today?
Well, the crowd is actually doing their job, actually. They kept it peaceful and everything. The more people that were here, the more people that, you know, everybody in the office is seeing, their backs up against the walls whether they want to believe it or not. They're looking at us. They want everybody to calm down. They have to do something.
Do you think the message is coming through today?
The message is definitely coming through one day at a time. We're taking this, I think everybody's taking it one day at a time, and definitely it's getting through. It's getting through to everybody.
And why did you feel compelled to be out here today?
Well, for starters, I am, of course, supporting the Afro people. And, of course, I am supporting the brown people, my Mexican cultures. I am two cultures, so I have two reasons to be out here. Me and my little sister have two reasons to be out here. So, you know, I feel obligated to be out here. I feel like it's a duty of mine that I should be out here just so I can give my support. If I can rally up the people that I hang out with to come out here, that's more people added to this, not fire, but this voice, this noise of we want justice. What they're giving us is not enough. We need first degree because that's exactly what it is, and that's exactly what they will get anybody else.
You brought your sister, what's her name?
Lila.
Lila, I'm guessing this is your first protest, first demonstration.
Yeah.
Give me your thoughts. How old are you?
13.
13. How has this impressed you?
It's crazy. I've never done this type of stuff.
You understand why everybody's out here, though?
Yeah. It's I don't know how to explain it. It's just wild.
Well, it is. I think it's wild for everybody. Are you getting some sort of a feeling from this? Are you going to walk away understanding the problems better?
Yeah, definitely.
You're glad you came?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're glad you're here as well. Appreciate it. Lonnie, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Be safe tonight. We're going to walk over this way. There's another gentleman we wanted to talk to. This young man is Joe Brown. There are not a lot of gray-haired people out here. You and I are two of them.
Yes.
The crowd is much younger
Yes.
than the two of us. Why did you feel compelled to be here?
I want to experience this new birth, this new interest in this generation. That I just wanted to be here. You know, I was fortunate to be part of the demonstrations against the Shah of Iran, against Ron Settle's apartheid. And I just want to come out here and support these young people.
Well, a lot of those demonstrations you're talking about turned violent. This one has been peaceful all day. You must be impressed by what you're seeing.
Very much impressed. These people are out here, they're on a mission. They're on a mission. They're showing the world that they care. And this is something that the world needs right now.
This protest here has been back and forth up and down the street. They may march. We know we have a curfew coming up at 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. You going to stay on the streets or are you going to go home?
Well, my family just called and they said they're going to come down. And now that they're looking at me on television, I have to stay. This is a great thing. This is a great thing for Los Angeles, for the country, for the world.
Bringing the family out here, giving them a civics lesson of sorts?
Yes, so they could, this is history. And I have a niece that's in the 8th grade, and I want her to witness this firsthand.
Okay, we appreciate you talking to us. Stay
Thank you.
safe tonight.
Sorry for studying.
Thank you so much. Good seeing you. Again, we're over here right in front of City Hall. You can see the crowd here. They've been on the streets now for about 3.5 or 4 hours. Been very, very peaceful out here. Everybody gets why they're here, why they're sitting down, why they're chanting and singing. We've seen no disruptions out here at all. We're hoping that it lasts that way throughout the night. Of course, we do have a curfew. I've talked to several people. Are they going to stay? Are they going to go? We get a little bit of each group. So we'll wait and see tonight what happens. But so far, this has been a very peaceful gathering and a very large gathering here in downtown LA. Mike and Cheryl, I'll throw it back to you.
Rick Chambers downtown, just Micah here at 6:30. I'll take it from here as we look live again from Sky 5 overhead in downtown Los Angeles. A short break, and we'll be back with more coverage after this.
and see where they end up tonight. But again, so far it has been a very peaceful protest. At one point, I was watching when I was at Sunset and Vine. There were several people who were giving fist bumps to the National Guard over at Sunset and Vine. So far, it's been a very peaceful protest. It's just really been about getting out their message today. So that's going to do it for us for now in Hollywood. Mary Beth McDade, Michael, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Mary Beth, thank you. There you see the pictures. Hollywood and downtown Los Angeles, the twin focus of our coverage tonight, as we have many thousands in downtown Los Angeles, a substantial crowd estimated at 10,000 in and around City Hall and the Hall of Justice. Back with more coverage after this.
Murder in the second degree.
We absolutely believe that he was tortured in the last 8 minutes and 46 seconds of his life.
Investigators say Derek Chauvin pressed his knee into Floyd's neck for nearly 9 minutes before he died. He is now charged with second-degree murder.
I believe the evidence available to us now supports the stronger charge of second-degree murder. We've consulted with each other, and we agree.
Floyd's family visiting the site where the 46-year-old father took his last breath.
Trying to get justice for my father. And no man or woman should be without their fathers.
As demonstrations against police brutality and racial injustice continue across the country,
I do not support invoking the Insurrection Act.
Defense Secretary Mark Esper breaking with President Trump on the use of active duty military to quell protests in American cities. President Trump has threatened to invoke a 200-year-old law and put troops on U.S. streets.
The option to use active duty forces in a law enforcement role should only be used as a matter of last resort and only in the most urgent and dire of situations. We are not in one of those situations now.
Around 1,600 active duty troops have been placed on standby in the Washington, D.C. area. The National Guard already deployed in cities nationwide.
The Insurrection Act is a tool available. The president has the sole authority, and if needed, he will use it. But at this time, he's relying on surging the streets with National Guard.
Federal police, backed by the National Guard, forced protesters out of Lafayette Park near the White House using smoke canisters and pepper balls Monday so the president could take a photo in front of a church. Police say the church was partially set on fire over the weekend.
I did hold up a Bible. I think that's a good thing, not a bad thing, and many religious leaders loved it.
In that interview with Fox News, the president denied sheltering in an underground bunker as protests raged outside the White House last week. He says he did go to the bunker, but it was more for an inspection.
I went down during the day, and I was there for a tiny, little short period of time, and it was much more for an inspection. There was no problem during the day. I've gone down 2 or 3 times, all for inspection.
Tonight, former Secretary of Defense James Mattis is criticizing President Trump, saying in a statement that he tries to divide the American people. Now, the president is responding in a tweet saying that he never liked Mattis's leadership style or, quote, much else about him. I'll have more on all of this coming up later tonight. John Finolio, KTLA 5 News.
Okay, John, thank you. We're going to take a short break and be back with more breaking news coverage after this.
On its way back to West Hollywood. So we're going to monitor where all of these protests are. But at this hour, still a tremendous amount of people out and about here in downtown Los Angeles. That's the latest over downtown. I'm Larry Welkin, Sky 5. Back to you.
Okay, Larry, thank you. Among the things that crowd is calling for, the resignation of District Attorney Jackie Lacey. Rick Chambers is on the ground in downtown Los Angeles for us. Rick?
Yeah, Micah, they've moved away from the Hall of Justice, which was where they started this afternoon, and focused their attention on the election coming up in which Jackie Lacey will be running again for DA. The crowd, though, is about a third of what it used to be, but still an enormous crowd in front of City Hall right now. They've been very well behaved, you might say nonviolent as well. They've been talking, chanting, singing from time to time. They'll sit down, very respectful crowd to the speakers in here. But a lot of people now beginning to filter out. I want to speak to Terry. She's been here for most of the day. Your impression on what you saw here?
It definitely was a great thing to see so many people come out to support the cause. Jackie Lacey has been in office since the 80s. So definitely she knows the law. She knows what she's supposed to uphold and what oath she was sworn to. And I have 7 brothers and sisters. I don't want to have to go to any funerals because they had mistaken identity or anything like that.
Do you think that impression is getting over on the crowd here? Do you think they're getting the message today?
Well, we did have City Council member of District 8, Marquise Harris Dawson, come out and talk to us, and he said that Eric Garcetti was inside and that our presence definitely was making a real big impact on it. And so that's definitely great to hear. But until we see final results, until we see federal law changes, there's nothing that we can do but stay here.
The mayor has already announced that the curfew is moving from 6 to 9 o'clock tonight. It will end at 5 in the morning, as if he is saying thank you to the peaceful protest today, basically. Your impression of the curfew being moved up?
Well, it's unconstitutional. You just can't say that only MTs and police officers can be out. you know, we have families, we have things that we have to take care of. But definitely Eric Garcetti has to answer to his job, and his job is to protect and serve as the mayor, just like the Los Angeles Police Department.
Do you think that the bulk of these people will remain on the streets tonight after the curfew?
I do want to say to everybody that's going to be out here past curfew, stop giving LAPD overtime. Go home. I'm going home before curfew. We're fighting for a cause, so don't give him a reason to arrest us. Even if there is a fund to bail you out, even if there are other people you want to join a group, be a leader, follow the law, go in the house so we can come back outside tomorrow.
All right, Terry, I appreciate it.
All
Be
right,
safe.
thank you, Mr. Chamber.
Be safe out here. I know. And again, we want to give you another look at this crowd, an enormous crowd throughout the day. We're down to about a third, Micah, and share of what we saw earlier today, but still very peaceful. People just standing around listening to the speakers and trying to get the message out. You heard Thierry mentioning before that she's hoping people get off the streets at 9 o'clock tonight. I've talked to several people. It's kind of 50-50. We're not sure how many are going to remain out here, how many are going to go home. We'll be out here. We'll continue to monitor the situation. We'll have more for you coming up later tonight. Guys, let me throw it back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you. That was a great interview. And now we want to go back up to Sky 5 and to Larry Welk. And about an hour ago, it looked like that there were about 10,000 people. Rick Chambers saying that that looks like to be just about a third of those people have left now. From your vantage point, Larry, what can you tell us about the crowd size? Does it look like it's starting to diminish as we are about less than 2 hours away from the curfew here in Los Angeles County?
It sure does. Rick is absolutely right, and it continues to thin out here. A large number of people that made its way, they made their way over to police headquarters, which of course is right next door. We'll put to a little wider shot, and we'll show you where we are, right in front of downtown LA City Hall, but not nearly the numbers that we've seen earlier in the day. And in front of the Hall of Justice, there's hardly anybody there right now. But as the sun starts to fall in the sky, we are looking at still a large number of people here, in the thousands for sure, and they are peacefully protesting in between City Hall and Grand Park. LAPD's got a good assessment of the situation from the air and the ground, and again, everything appears to be very peaceful, very calm. But as we approach that 9 o'clock hour, we'll see how many of those people will leave. And as we see right now, it looks like a lot of people are leaving. We are keeping an eye on another crowd that's over in Hollywood right now. That crowd's been going most of the day, started early today, late morning, and walked around Hollywood. But very peaceful out here. It's starting to get cooler. It was 90 or 85 degrees down here earlier, but a very, very calm and orderly process going on down right now, protest. And we can tell you also there have been a few minor little scrapes, but nothing like we saw before. We haven't seen any graffiti, no tagging, no destruction of property. So there really, it really is in all senses a very, very peaceful protest out here, and very well managed in front of City Hall. We're going to stay on top of it throughout the evening and monitor the movements of people throughout Los Angeles and Hollywood. That's the latest overhead. I'm Larry Welk in Sky 5. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Larry Welk, thank you. We're going to take another quick break and be back in a moment.
Go and coming out with some pretty aggressive reforms. Larry Welk overhead in Sky 5. Larry?
Well, we're looking down here right at the steps of City Hall, and again, we've seen all kinds of signs, but really nothing terribly offensive. And you can see at the top of the stairs there, LAPD, they've got their officers that are standing at the top of the stairs, but we haven't seen any problems whatsoever to speak of. You can see a helicopter moving through the center of your picture there. That is for communication between commanders on the ground. Every once in a while, they'll get a report of something going wrong, a suspicious person or an activity going on. The helicopter will immediately respond and guide officers in there. Officers are all around the park and all around City Hall, but not too many right there in the protest itself. Now, over here to the right side of our picture, you can see That's the LAPD headquarters there. You can see there's a small group there, 150, 200 people that are standing out front. And then over to the right side of that, you see a line of officers. Now, those officers do have tactical gear on. Yesterday we were here. We saw that many of them were taking a knee with some of the protesters. We don't see that right now. But again, no graffiti, no rocks and bottles, no problems out here so far. We are approaching that time where people should start thinking about going home before that curfew at 9 o'clock. At this point, though, not nearly the crowd that we saw earlier. Very orderly and lots of people making their way out of here, presumably to go home for the evening, and that's a good call. That's the latest overhead. I'm Larry Welk, Sky 5. Back to you.
All right, Larry, thank you so much. And a similar scene in Calabasas today as protesters took to the streets there. This was a scene around 4 o'clock this afternoon. One of our viewers, Julie Pierce, shared this video with us. More than 300 protesters held signs and marched at the Commons.
The National Guard has been deployed to the Westfield Culver City Mall. The city's manager says the entire Culver City Police Department has been working around the clock to prevent looting, but due to a number of threats to the mall and other surrounding businesses, the city needs the help of the National Guard so that local law enforcement can monitor other areas with potential threats of looting. The city has seen at least 10 burglary and looting incidents so far.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here on this special breaking news edition of KTLA 5 News. Live pictures right now over downtown Los Angeles. Back in a moment.
The crowd there, but it is very orderly right now. They still have lots of people available to respond. A few blocks away, we saw several buses on the off chance that they needed to make arrests. They have not. So you can see a beautiful downtown Los Angeles, LA City Hall right now as we approach, get closer and closer to that curfew at 9 o'clock tonight. We're going to be up here all night, and we will monitor Southern California for any of these protests that continue through the evening. That's the latest overhead. I'm Larry Welk, Sky 5. Back to you.
All right, Larry, thank you. And a peaceful protest so far here in downtown Los Angeles is very good news. The mayor at his press conference saying, yes, tonight there is that curfew until 9 p.m. But if this continues to be peaceful as it was even yesterday, they will lift the curfew in Los Angeles. But again, there is a curfew in effect for tonight until 9, and they are being a bit lax about it, giving you until 10 to disperse tonight. We want to now check in with Mary Beth McDade and see what the scene is in Hollywood. MB.
Hey, Sharon, Micah. Yeah, so we are marching with the same group that the last time we checked in with you guys, we were over at Wilcox and Fountain, and the marchers that have been going around the West Hollywood and Hollywood area, they joined forces about an hour ago, and they've been marching around Hollywood now. And since then, they have marched over. They went down to Santa Monica Avenue, and then they came up Highland. And let's see, we're now marching down Hollywood. I have one of the marchers here, Leviticus. He's just going to let us know why he is out here tonight and what message he's hoping to communicate. Leviticus, thank you for talking to me tonight. So just tell me, why are you out here, and how many hours have you been out here marching?
I'm out here to show my support for all Black people that are being oppressed, because Black people have been oppressed a lot more than any other race that is out here. And this is actually my second time out here marching. I was marching from about 1:30 till about 4:30 earlier. And then when they passed by earlier, I decided, hey, why not go march again and continue to show my support.
Okay, now you know the curfew's coming up in about an hour and a half from now. And
about 2.5 hours.
It's at
10
9.
o'clock.
It's at 9.
It's at 9?
Yeah, it's at 9.
Okay.
So do you plan to disperse at 9 o'clock when the curfew goes into effect?
I will probably disperse a bit before that
Okay.
to make my way to where I stay.
Okay, wonderful. All right, well, thank you so much for talking to us tonight. I appreciate it. Oh, sure. Okay, it has been mostly a peaceful protest out here. We've been with these guys. It's almost like a very festive atmosphere, to be honest with you. A lot of horns have been blowing. People coming by with a lot of loud music. We do want to just be careful though of some of the signs. Some of the signs don't have very. Oh, that sign's okay, but some of them are not appropriate for television. But everyone has been, organized. They've been listening to what police have said. Police did not want them to go by it's been very peaceful. Yes. Another protester just pointed that out to me, and that is the absolute truth. But the LAPD did not want them to go by the Wilcox Police Station, the Hollywood Police Station over on Wilcox, and so they had them instead shift directions and go down La Mirada and then circle around. They eventually went down Santa Monica, came up Highland, and now we are headed down on Hollywood Boulevard. We just passed Fuller. It's really unclear, though. Do you guys know where you guys are headed to or what the game plan is? No, just marching. Okay. All right. No one seems to be exactly sure where everyone is going, but everyone is just walking in solidarity. I'm looking at another sign. Enough is enough. Black Lives Matter. Another Black Lives Matter. George Floyd matter. Black lives deserve better. Stop killing us. So a lot of people just marching out here peacefully, unity, showing their signs and symbols. And I'm getting a little bit out of breath, to be honest with you. So that's going to do it for us right now in Hollywood. We'll check back in with you guys in a bit. I'm going to try to maybe find some of the organizers and figure out what exactly the plan of action is tonight. For now, Mary Beth McDade in Hollywood. Micah Scher will send it back to you guys.
All right, Mary Beth, thank you. And back to downtown Los Angeles, where Rick Chambers is standing by. He's been talking with protesters throughout the evening. Rick.
Yeah, Mike, I want to pick up on that festive idea that Mary Beth was talking about. The group that you see on the right here, probably 100, maybe 150 people, literally dancing in the streets tonight. A very festive mood as the sun starts to set in down here, downtown LA. We're here at Spring and Temple, but as we look down the street, you can still see that there are at least 1,000, maybe 2,000 people out in front of City Hall. Again, very well behaved, nonviolent. They've been listening and sharing their thoughts on various subject matters today. And as we pan to the left here, you can see some of the people beginning to thin out. We've got other cars that are driving up, handing up water.
Thank you. Questions?
Yesterday night we saw medics and lawyers, peaceful observers, delivery drivers all be arrested.
Good evening, everyone. Today, people here in Minneapolis and around the country mourned and celebrated a life that we only came to know in death. George Floyd eulogized just 2 miles from where he met a violent death under the knee of a police officer. As his family publicly remembered him here, thousands once again marched in his name in cities far away, echoing the now familiar demands for police reforms. The service itself stirring as speakers decried social injustice in America. But its most powerful moment was silence. 8 minutes and 46 seconds. The amount of time Floyd was pinned to the ground. Here's Gabe Gutierrez.
10 days after his death, friends and family of George Floyd took a breath.
All these people came to see my brother, and that's amazing to me that he touched so many people's hearts.
He's touched the world, sparking a long-simmering reckoning, an explosion of fury and frustration over race and policing, but also in recent days a newfound unity and calls for action.
What happened to Floyd happens every day in this country, in education, in health services, and in every area of American life. It's time for us to stand up in George's name and say, get your knee off our necks.
Reverend Al Sharpton delivering an impassioned eulogy, calling for accountability in the criminal justice system, and announcing a new march on Washington in August on the 57th anniversary of MLK's I Have a Dream speech. Floyd's family attorney, Ben Crump.
When we fight for the George Floyds of the world, but more importantly, when we fight for the unknown George Floyds of the world, when we fight for the Trayvon Martins of the world, when we fight for the Terrence Crutches of the world, when we fight for the Michael Browns of the world, when we fight for the Alton Sterlings of the world, when we fight for the Philando Castillos of the world, when we fight for the Jamar Clarks of the world, when we fight for the Eric Gardners of the world, when we fight for the Sandra Blands of the world, when we fight for the Ahmaud Arbery's of the world, when we fight for the Breonna Taylors of the world, when we fight for the Natasha McKinney's of the world, when we fight for the Stephon Clarks of the world, when we fight for the least of these, what we are really doing is helping America live up to its creed.
The emotional service was the first of several planned over the next few days in North Carolina and Houston, while Minneapolis mourned. The 3 fired officers accused of aiding and abetting murder faced a judge for the first time. In charging documents, the state says ex-officer J. Alexander King held Floyd's back while former officer Thomas Lane held his legs, as seen here in this video. King's attorney said today his client had only 3 shifts under his belt as a full-fledged cop, and that he told the other officers, "You shouldn't do this." The attorney for Lane said he was also a rookie cop, who asked Derek Chauvin, "Shall we roll him over?"
You got to have criminal intent for second-degree murder, and frankly, this is bull.
According to the court documents, former officer Tu Tao blocked a bystander who tried to help Floyd. His attorney says he's cooperating. Chauvin, who has not commented and is now charged with second-degree murder, kept pinning Floyd, the state says, even after Floyd's condition continued to deteriorate, such that force was no longer necessary to control him. New autopsy results show Floyd had tested positive for the coronavirus, but that did not play a factor in his death. The new charges came 2 days after Minnesota's Attorney General took over the case. Today, Keith Ellison paid his respects at the site of Floyd's death.
This is about justice on behalf of the people of this state, this country.
Hurt. A lot of hurt.
Carlos Jackson grew up here in South Minneapolis. Today, he visited this makeshift memorial for the first time.
I grew up able to enjoy the Twin Cities, St. Paul, and Minneapolis, and it's very hurtful to see my city boarded up like Detroit, Michigan, because the whole city is affected by this. The whole entire Twin Cities is affected by this.
Let us stand still.
A reckoning, now echoing far beyond the Twin Cities. To close the service, 8 minutes and 46 seconds of silence. The agonizing length of time George Floyd was pinned under that knee.
Go on home, George. Get your rest, George. You changed the world, George. We're going to keep marching, George. We're going to keep fighting, George. We done turned the clock, George. We going forward, George. Time out. Time out.
That powerful service was played here over loudspeakers, and this place has become much more than just a site where George Floyd died. It's become what many hope will be a catalyst for change. Lester?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. And before I made my way here to North Central University for today's service, I visited the place where George Floyd died to talk with people about the way forward, about trust, and what change looks like. Along the street where George Floyd was killed sits the intersection where pain and bewilderment meet wary optimism that things can change. Do you have faith and trust that this is going to bring about change soon?
Yeah, I think so. We made a history. Minnesota did make a history.
But others aren't so sure. Where were you when it happened?
I was home, actually.
Community resident and activist Candace Montgomery has heard promises before. Now she is among those here calling for a controversial move.
We need to move beyond police reform and completely transition away from our policing system right now, and that is actually what justice will look like.
When you say moving away, are you talking about abolishing police?
Yeah, I'm absolutely talking about abolishing police, transitioning away from the Minneapolis Police Department here locally, and investing in community-led safety solutions.
The shattered remnants of trust and promises of change now lay beneath bundles of flowers, posters, remembrances. A teachable moment many parents find they can't ignore. You're 7? It's a hard conversation to have with a 7-year-old.
It is. He already knows a bit about general history of how a lot of unfair treatment of black people, the history of our country. And so I think this is a great, it's really sad that this is our jumping off point to look at some of these hard topics, but I think it's really important that if we ignore it, nothing will change. If we pretend it's not there and sweep it under the rug, he can't be part of that change. We can't be part of that change.
A unique community has come together on this street. People of many colors welcomed, fed, and comforted, united in the belief that change begins here. How do you move forward? People have been marching in the streets around the country, demanding change. What does change look like, and how long do you have to wait?
I think as our governor spoke yesterday, I mean, the people's protests and the movements around the neighborhoods are what are going to make systematic change, political change. Our politicians can't ignore these voices if we continue to carry on this way.
And we want you to know we'll have much more from here in Minneapolis in an NBC News special tonight in prime time, our look at America in crisis at 10 Eastern and Pacific. We hope you will join us then. Throughout the country, more protests today from New York to California, tens of thousands remembering George Floyd and demanding change, but also more confrontations with the police. Here's Miguel Almaguer.
Say his name!
Streaming across the Brooklyn Bridge, thousands walk to honor George Floyd. Parents and their children following Floyd's brother, marking another peaceful protest as many demand change.
My brother's gone, but the Floyd name still lives on.
As rallies unfold across the nation again today, police are facing new scrutiny amid violent clashes with protesters. After unrest in Austin, officers are reviewing this chaotic scene where a demonstrator was hit with a beanbag. 20-year-old Justin Howell is now in critical condition after falling to the ground and hitting his head. The police chief nearly brought to tears.
What I say to you now is my heart is with you.
Not far from where demonstrators took over the streets of Chicago, police are now looking into the actions of these officers. A family pulled out of a car say they were roughed up by police because they may have been in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I want to be very clear. We will hold people accountable who cross the line.
But during overnight unrest in Brooklyn, it was police who were assaulted. One officer stabbed, 2 others shot in an attack that law enforcement sources say may have been terror-related.
The police are doing an impossible job. They're trying to stop looting, and they're trying to keep themselves safe because the police want to go home to their families.
Tonight, police and protesters calling for peace as a country divided tries to unite. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Today, a stunning announcement regarding the removal of a controversial monument that to many symbolized a history of racial injustice. The governor of Virginia announced the Robert E. Lee statue in Richmond will be removed. Lee was a Confederate general who fought to preserve slavery. Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching. Tonight, new charges against all 4 fired police officers in the killing of George Floyd. Derek Chauvin now charged with second-degree murder. 3 others charged with aiding and abetting the community's emotional response.
I won't be satisfied until I can wake up and have kids and have them not fear their lives just for being black.
As Floyd's son delivers a powerful message on the eve of his father's memorial. Former President Obama speaking out for the first time about the killing of George Floyd, his message to the demonstrators, and his call for change. The massive new protests, peaceful scenes after days of violence. Tonight, the crowds are growing as curfews loom. An extraordinary condemnation of the president by his former defense secretary, General James Mattis. Mattis slamming the president for turning Americans against each other.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. It is an answer to the passionate and desperate calls for justice that have echoed across cities large and small for more than a week over the death of George Floyd. 9 days after Floyd died under the knee of a Minneapolis police officer, that now fired officer tonight faces a more serious charge of second-degree murder, as 3 other former officers on the scene that day have now been charged with aiding and abetting murder. The news sparking a new wave of tearful emotion from so many who have marched in George Floyd's name. Minneapolis is where we start tonight with Gabe Gutierrez.
We got all 4! We got all 4! At the site where George Floyd took his last breath, we shall overcome. The moment was cathartic.
I think that it will be a wake-up call for the whole nation.
We're here today because George Floyd is not here.
The state's attorney general announcing new charges for the 4 officers involved in Floyd's death. Charges for fired officer Derek Chauvin were elevated to include second-degree murder. The 3 other officers are now charged with aiding and abetting murder. If convicted, each faces a maximum of 40 years in prison.
George Floyd mattered. His life had value, and we will seek justice for him and for you, and we will find it.
Since Floyd's death 9 days ago, the officers or their attorneys have not publicly commented. All 4 were fired. But only after days of intensifying protests and the burning of a police precinct was Officer Chauvin, the one seen kneeling on Floyd's neck, arrested. Today, Floyd's 22-year-old son, Quincy Mason, visited the makeshift memorial for the first time.
I'm happy that all the officers have been arrested. My father have not been killed like this. We deserve justice.
The family's statement to those police officers are they are just as guilty for the death of George Floyd as Officer Chauvin. They all participated.
As violence has erupted across the country, Minneapolis has watched, prayed, and protested, often peacefully.
It just shows that these protests are working and that they're actually listening to us.
The anger is what many see, but below the surface, pain. Today we met Zoe Schaefer in the crowd in tears.
I won't be satisfied until I can wake up and have kids and have them not fear their lives just for being black, for being darker than other people. It's not enough. I can say it's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough until everything changes.
All of the officers are expected to be in custody tonight. Here, the crowd is growing, and a memorial service is scheduled for Minneapolis tomorrow, the first of several services honoring Floyd's life across 3 states over the next week. Lester?
Yeah, Gabe, I'll be joining you in Minneapolis tomorrow for special live coverage of George Floyd's memorial, then nightly news and an NBC News special in primetime on America. in crisis. For the first time tonight, former President Obama is speaking out about the death of George Floyd and the importance of making this a moment for real change. Our Peter Alexander has late details.
Late tonight, President Obama speaking out during a virtual town hall with young people.
I want you to know that you matter. I want you to know that your lives matter, that your dreams matter, and you should be able to learn and make mistakes and live a life of joy without having to worry about what's going to happen when you walk to the store or go for a jog or driving down the street or looking at some birds in a park.
America's first black president directly addressing the families of George Floyd and other African Americans whose deaths have wounded the country.
Please know that Michelle and I and the nation grieve with you, hold you in our prayers. We're committed to the fight of creating a more just nation in memory of your sons and daughters.
The former president condemning the violence and looting in recent days, urging demonstrators to channel their anger toward making a change.
In some ways, as tragic as these past few weeks have been, as difficult and scary and uncertain as they've been, they've also been an incredible opportunity for people to be awakened.
While never mentioning President Trump by name, President Obama is drawing a clear contrast between his efforts to build trust between police and communities of color after Michael Brown's killing in Ferguson, Missouri, and the current administration that he says has rolled back some of his policies.
I am urging every mayor in this country to review your use of force policies with members of your community and commit to report on planned reforms.
The past president who recently endorsed his former vice president, Joe Biden, reminding voters change begins at the ballot box.
You have the power to make things better. You've communicated a sense of urgency that is as powerful and as transformative as anything that I've seen in recent years.
And President Obama also acknowledged members of the law enforcement community who he says are just as outraged about the tragedies as the protesters themselves, including those who have marched along beside them. Lester?
All right, Peter, thank you. Tonight, marches and demonstrations are again swelling in cities from coast to coast, largely peaceful as curfews loom once again. We get it all tonight from NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
By taking a knee and laying down, they stood up against injustice. From Los Angeles to Manhattan and the Lincoln Memorial.
Thank you for showing me something different today.
Tensions cooling overnight. Thousands of passive protesters on Portland's Burnside Bridge. In Houston, peacefully chanting for change. A stark contrast to a week's worth of devastating violence. While pockets of unrest erupted later in Portland and Atlanta. Authorities in New York crediting earlier curfews for keeping the peace. Our Ron Allen is there.
A dramatically different scene here over the past 24 hours. Still huge crowds of peaceful protesters, but few reports of vandalism and looting. Police say that curfew has helped them identify and deal with those here to cause mayhem.
In Los Angeles, NBC News given exclusive access to the National Guard, the last line of defense behind a weary police department.
I absolutely support your guys' right to protest. I absolutely support that.
Thousands of citizen soldiers across the country who have hugged, kneeled, and held back crowds, many protecting their own streets, coming face to face with their neighbors in ways they never thought they would.
We're living through history, but we also have a job here, and that's to protect the people and the property of all the Californians here practicing their First Amendment right.
In cities like Los Angeles, the Guard is dispatched to hotspot neighborhoods and city streets 24 hours a day. This is what the iconic Sunset Boulevard looks like right now. The call for help could come instantly.
As the dust settles and cries for justice only grow stronger, a massive crowd gathered in front of the mayor's home in one of LA's most upscale neighborhoods. In Charlotte, police are reviewing tactics used after this video posted on Facebook. Amid accusations, officers trapped peaceful protesters and fired tear gas into crowds. In Philadelphia, the city removed a statue of former Mayor Frank Rizzo, long criticized for aggressive policing of black people. Tonight, the pressure's still on, with curfews extended and crowds growing. Cities across the nation are teetering on the edge of unrest.
After so many peaceful protests across the nation, here in Los Angeles, the curfew starts at 9 p.m. The question now, will the peace hold? Lester?
All right, Miguel, thank you. A remarkable voice of dissent tonight within the Trump administration. The defense secretary making a public break with the president today on the use of active duty troops against protesters before a reversal late in the day. A chaotic series of events, and Jeff Bennett has the latest now from the White House.
Defense Secretary Mark Esper breaking tonight with President Trump over his threat to deploy active duty troops to put down nationwide protests.
The option to use active duty forces in a law enforcement role should only be used as a matter of last resort. I do not support invoking the Insurrection Act.
President Trump on Monday threatened to invoke that 213-year-old law during a Rose Garden address, while federal officers used force to clear peaceful protesters from outside the White House.
If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them.
A senior administration official tonight telling NBC News that Secretary Esper's comments were not well received by the White House. And in an abrupt reversal today, Esper overturned an earlier Pentagon decision to send home hundreds of active duty soldiers who had been rushed to bases around Washington, D.C., with a military show of force already on full display in the nation's capital. Military helicopters flying low Monday night over D.C. streets to disperse protesters. Meantime, President Trump, in a radio interview today, denied reports by NBC News and other outlets that Secret Service escorted him to an underground White House bunker Friday night during intense protests outside the White House.
I wasn't down. I went down during the day, and I was there for a tiny, little short period of time, and it was much more for an inspection.
Sources say the president's frustration with those media accounts are what provoked him to stage that controversial photo op at a nearby church. The White House press secretary today comparing it to world leaders' responses to World War II and the September 11th attacks.
Like Churchill, we saw him inspecting the bombing damage. It sent a powerful message of leadership to the British people, and George W. Bush throwing out the ceremonial first pitch after 9/11.
And late tonight, General James Mattis, President Trump's former defense secretary, breaking his silence, denouncing the president as a threat to the Constitution. In a new op-ed, Mattis writes in part, "Donald Trump is the first president in my lifetime who does not try to unite the American people, does not even pretend to try. Instead, he tries to divide us." Mattis writes that the country is witnessing what he calls the consequences of 3 years of this deliberate effort. Lester?
Tonight, protests sparked by George Floyd's death have spread far beyond U.S. borders. Richard Engel spoke to protesters in London.
It's now a global movement, with thousands taking to the streets, from Amsterdam to Paris, and around 50 cities worldwide since this weekend. In London today, protesters marched to say the UK is also plagued by systemic racism.
Protests like this one have sprung up across continents, in rich cities and in poor ones, but with one message, that racism is the other pandemic the world needs to address.
I just wanted to say this. To our brothers and sisters in America, we stand with you.
It was a live execution, and the police did that because they wanted to tell us, we wear this uniform, this is what we can do to you, black people, around the world.
Anytime.
Another night of violent protests. On this Australian news show, America was described as in chaos.
America's adversaries are also trying to take advantage, with China, Russia, and Iran all using the demonstrations and the looting to tell their people America's political system is broken. Lester?
This evening, there's been a lot of change in Ferguson, Missouri, nearly 6 years since the death of Michael Brown shook the nation. NBC's Steve Patterson is there.
Say his name! George Floyd! Say his name!
On the streets of Ferguson, well past that time where people say nothing ever good happens, something did.
That's what we need! That's what we need in these streets!
A moment of mutual respect.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And a far cry from just a few years ago. after Michael Brown was killed by a Ferguson police officer, outrage erupted into chaos in this city divided by race and power.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
But the fires of revolution gave way to change, including body cameras and more minorities on the police force, now led by Chief Jason Armstrong, who says relationships between officers in the community are critical.
The best way to try to get that is just through dialogue and communication.
And perhaps that dialogue building to this. Last night, Ella Jones became the city's first black and first female mayor.
What do you think you represent as a black woman who's now in charge of this city?
Inclusion. People have been feeling like they've been left out the government, and now they feel like they have elected a person who is for the people.
The people calling her a symbol of transformation.
Yes, history. History's being made, yes.
It may not be in my lifetime, but it may be in these young people's lifetime that racism and injustice will be wiped out.
Proof that through strife and hard work, hope has room to grow. Steve Patterson, NBC News, Ferguson.
And we're back in a moment with the tropical storm taking aim at the U.S. Right now, we continue to monitor the path of Tropical Storm Cristobal, making landfall on Mexico's Gulf Coast today, causing severe flooding. The storm could threaten the U.S. Gulf Coast this weekend. Preparations there already underway. And we'll be right back. Before we go, a reminder, I'll see you tomorrow from Minneapolis with special live coverage of George Floyd's memorial and then nightly news from there tomorrow night. For now, I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for being here. Good night. Take care of yourself and each other. Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
Breaking news tonight, rage across America. Protesters out today over the killing of George Floyd after a night of nationwide violence. Parts of Atlanta trashed. Minneapolis set on fire. Clashes with police in cities big and small. Businesses destroyed. The protesters outside the White House right now. On alert. The Pentagon readying the military to go into Minneapolis if needed.
We can have troops in the ground very quickly.
The entire National Guard there called up for the first time ever. New curfews set for tonight as cities brace for the worst. Agents of chaos. Who is turning the protests violent?
Far-left extremist groups using Antifa-like tactics.
The new plan to crack down. The fallout from that packed pool party over Memorial Day weekend. One of them testing positive for coronavirus. Hundreds now told to quarantine as major cities take new steps to reopen. And liftoff, a historic launch into a new era of space travel.
Ignition, liftoff.
2 American astronauts on their way to space in a commercially made craft. The cameras inside the cockpit as they leave the planet.
This is NBC Nightly News with Jose Diaz-Balart.
Good evening. We begin tonight with 2 sides of the American experience. We watched history today, the thrilling first launch of Americans into space on board a privately run vehicle, a triumph of American ingenuity. But it comes as we brace for something else, the country's long history of racial injustice boiling over. These are the scenes of demonstrations today. Americans protesting the death of George Floyd under the knee of a white Minneapolis police officer. These were the scenes overnight. Violent clashes with police, and officials fear there will be more tonight. Our reporters are covering all angles on this story, and we begin with Blaine Alexander in Atlanta.
Tonight, in city after city, calls for justice continue to fill the streets.
I'm frustrated and I'm angry and I feel powerless.
Yes, we are upset. Yes, we are hurting. Yes, we want to go crazy.
But as protesters march, police monitor, standing by, bracing for nightfall. Across the country, what started as peaceful gatherings protesting the death of George Floyd devolved into destruction. From New York, where police and protesters squared off in the streets, to Portland, where the mayor issued a state of emergency and a city curfew. Everyone off the streets by 8 p.m. after crowds set the city's Justice Center on fire. And in Los Angeles, crowds flooding the freeway, fire burning well into the night. In Oakland, a federal security guard was shot and killed overnight. Officials are still trying to determine whether this was related to the protests happening nearby at the same time. Our Joe Fryer is in nearby San Francisco.
Protesters today marched through the streets of San Francisco, coming here to City Hall for a peaceful rally. Authorities hope to avoid a repeat of what happened last night in Oakland, a night punctuated by fires and tear gas, with 60 people detained for looting and 13 officers injured.
Tense moments for this news crew in Louisville, Kentucky. A local reporter for NBC station Wave 3 pelted with officer-fired pepper balls on live TV. And in Atlanta, the governor issued a state of emergency after cars were set ablaze, including a police cruiser. Crowds descended on the CNN Center, defacing nearby restaurants and hotels. All of it despite this plea from Atlanta's mayor.
This is not a protest. This is not in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. This is chaos. A protest has purpose. We are better than this as a country. Go home. Go home.
But amid the broken glass, a different gathering. Volunteers bringing brooms, gloves, and a will to restore their city.
And I just want to show my kids the right thing to do, you know. This is my city. We're going to wake up and we're going to start cleaning up.
And Blaine joins us now from Atlanta. How is the city preparing tonight?
Jose, they're preparing with more resources and more rules. Take a look behind me. It's looking much different here than it did this time last night. You see that the crowd is confined to a much smaller area, police in a more concentrated area with zip ties. I'll show you right over here. This is one of the areas that was defaced. Well, as you can see, there are now barricades blocking the crowd. And then finally, Jose, I'll show you right back here. We're seeing more police vehicles moving up sooner than they did last evening. Jose, we've just gotten word that Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms has issued a curfew for the city of Atlanta starting at 9 p.m. tonight. Jose.
Blaine Alexander in Atlanta, thank you. In Minneapolis, the city where George Floyd was killed Monday, the governor is taking drastic measures to keep protesters off the streets after curfew tonight. Gabe Gutierrez is there.
Tonight, after days of growing violence and unprecedented mobilization, the governor has activated Minnesota's entire National Guard for the first time in its history in an urgent attempt to stop another night of chaos, one he says might dwarf the others.
If you are on the streets tonight, it is very clear. You are not with us, you do not share our values, and we will use the full strength of goodness and righteousness to make sure that this ends.
The governor also says he's spoken with the defense secretary about requesting military help. Local police are overwhelmed.
We were confronted with tens of thousands of rioters.
And yet, local authorities say there were only about 40 arrests in Minneapolis and St. Paul overnight, as protesters flatly ignored a newly imposed curfew. For hours, mayhem in Minneapolis. Rioters ruled the streets.
It's clear the violence is spreading. Right now, multiple buildings on this block are on fire. The National Guard just arrived on the scene. This seems like a dramatic escalation from what we saw the night before.
The rising tensions came hours after fired officer Derek Chauvin, seen in this video kneeling on George Floyd's neck, was charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter. Protesters are now demanding the 3 other former officers involved in the case be arrested. Many of the demonstrations, including this huge rally today, have been peaceful. But now, they're being overshadowed.
There needs to be real change. I understand the outrage, but the people that, for the good majority, the people that did this aren't from this community.
Today, the Ocampo family returned to the Mexican restaurant they've run for 16 years. They just opened at this new location weeks ago. Riots shatter more than glass.
It was really heartbreaking to see, like, everything you worked for kind of just be thrown out the window. But we understand why. Like, we understand the pain behind everything, and it's just a hard time for everyone.
This family and so many others are bracing for another long night.
It's crazy. It's just, I think there's just going to be a point where everything is just going to be ruined. There has to be change.
Jose, the governor says thousands more National Guard members will be on hand, but it's unclear whether that'll be enough. Right over there is the 5th Police Precinct that was attacked last night. Right now, these protesters are peaceful, but it's early. Jose?
Gabe Gutierrez in Minneapolis, thank you. With tensions escalating outside the White House tonight, President Trump is doubling down, warning protesters what could happen if things get out of control. Kelly O'Donnell reports.
Tonight, the White House itself is again a target for protests. Demonstrators on famed Pennsylvania Avenue climbed atop Secret Service vehicles. The president himself predicted more clashes would come, but he added this twist on Twitter, what could be seen as a troubling invitation. Tonight, I understand, is MAGA night at the White House. But Mr. Trump claimed he was not toying with racial tensions.
I have no idea if they're going to be here, but MAGA is Make America Great Again. By the way, they love African American people. They love black people. MAGA loves black people. Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
The president again stoked tensions when he tweeted that if protesters had breached the fence, they would have been greeted with the most vicious dogs and most ominous weapons. Imagery that Washington, D.C.'s Mayor Muriel Bowser found offensive.
To make a reference to vicious dogs is no subtle reminder to African Americans of segregationists who let dogs out on women, children.
Speaking tonight in Florida, the president said he would stand with George Floyd's family and peaceful protesters.
In America, justice is never achieved at the hands of an angry mob. I will not allow angry mobs to dominate. Won't happen.
And Kelly, the president talked about sending in military help. Where does that stand?
Well, officials say there are several units of U.S. military police, not National Guard, on alert, able to travel in just 4 hours. But that would require the rare request from the governor of Minnesota or any governor to get that help. The president says he is prepared to offer that military reinforcement. Jose?
Kelly O'Donnell at the White House, thank you. As demonstrations across the country grow increasingly violent, there is disturbing new information tonight that some aren't there for justice, but have other motives in mind. Here's Kathy Park.
Tonight, growing questions about who may be under those masks, sparking the violent wave of protests in Minneapolis and across the country.
I think our best estimate right now that I heard is about 20% is what we think are Minnesotans, and about 80% are outside.
Officials condemning the agitators. Attorney General Barr alleging outsiders and extremists are fueling the destruction.
In many places, it appears the violence is planned, organized, and driven by anarchic and left extremist groups, far left extremist groups, using Antifa-like tactics, many of whom travel from outside the state to promote the violence.
In Minnesota, protesters are told to stay home. In Louisville, there's a curfew.
You have people who are not local, who are coming in with the sole purpose of agitating and creating disturbance and division.
And while investigators try to identify and arrest the perpetrators, white supremacist groups are saying on social media that they are going to the protests. Minnesota's Attorney General pointed to a disturbing moment where a masked man with an umbrella is seen destroying a business that's unrelated to the tragedy.
That led me to believe that there is real, legitimate evidence that this is a very serious operation being done to tarnish the legitimate protest that is going on.
Law enforcement experts say these outside groups thrive on wreaking havoc.
They live for the fires, the violence, the confrontation. It won't slow them down one bit. The only thing that's going to slow the anarchist groups and the white supremacist groups is an arrest.
Thousands of New York City protesters are on the move. Demonstrations have been set in all 5 boroughs of the city. And while this crowd is growing, they have largely been peaceful. But last night, police arrested at least 200 people. Jose?
Kathy Park in New York, thank you. A stunning new era of space travel started today when 2 NASA astronauts launched in a rocket built by a private company. NBC's Tom Costello is at the Kennedy Space Center with more on their mission.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
With a thunderous rocket roar, America opened a new chapter in space history today. The first launch in 9 years and the first private company ever to launch NASA astronauts into space.
Vehicle is supersonic. Dragon nominal trajectory.
Astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken traveling 17,000 miles per hour for a Sunday morning rendezvous with the space station. Isolated since March to avoid COVID exposure, they donned their new spacesuits this morning before waving goodbye a second time to their families. With millions tuning in around the world, hundreds of thousands lined the Florida coast to watch the launch in person. Some choosing to socially distance, but many, if not most, caught up in the moment.
We're still America. We're still strong. We're great. We can overcome these challenges, and we still press forward.
Hurley and Behnken arriving at Launch Pad 39A in an Elon Musk Tesla. The volatile weather clearing just in time as the president and vice president return for the second attempt.
Eco. Falcon stage separation confirmed.
The liftoff and rocket separation exactly as planned.
Dragon SpaceX nominal orbital insertion.
In a signature SpaceX maneuver, its booster rocket returned to a bullseye landing on a barge in the ocean. At a time of political polarization and pandemic isolation, a moment for the entire nation to cheer as one. From space, Bob Behnken weighed in.
It was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
So proud of the people at NASA, all the people that work together, public and private. And when you see a site like that, it's incredible.
Tom, it was thrilling watching this all live with you. When did the astronauts arrive at the space station?
10:29 a.m. tomorrow morning. And by the way, this mission could last 1 to 4 months, depending on how well the spaceship performs. And then NASA focuses on the next mission, going to the moon, it hopes, within 4 years.
Tom Costello from the Kennedy Space Center, thank you. Up next, the shocking video and now the COVID fallout from this massive Memorial Day weekend pool party. Also, Richard Engel with a rare look inside the lab racing to make a COVID-19 vaccine. It was the video that appalled so many people, a packed pool party in Missouri. Now, one of those who attended has tested positive for coronavirus. Erin McLaughlin reports.
Tonight, hundreds of people possibly exposed to the coronavirus after someone who attended this Memorial Day weekend party tested positive for COVID-19. Now the county health department says the partier was likely incubating illness and possibly infectious on Saturday and Sunday at multiple party spots, including Backwater Jack's, Buffalo Wild Wings, and Shady Gators, even the taxi ride home. Everyone who was there now asked to monitor for symptoms and to self-quarantine. In Alabama this weekend, water parks reopened. The numbers are on the rise. 5,000 more cases in the last 2 weeks. In Montgomery alone, confirmed cases tripled over the last month.
When you consider that type of steep increase, it is cause for alarm, it is cause for concern, it is cause to understand that we are still in a crisis.
And as New York City announces it will reopen June 8th, Governor Cuomo focused on controlling city hotspots and readying hospitals to deal with a potential second spike.
The public hospitals cannot handle any outbreak of any size. We've learned that.
The state reporting its lowest death toll yet for 2 straight days. And for California's churches, a setback. In a 5-4 decision, the Supreme Court sided with the governor of California, allowing Newsom's restrictions on church attendance to continue.
We are obviously disappointed, but we are not defeated.
Aaron joins us now from Los Angeles. Aaron, restaurants are opening this weekend in Washington, D.C. and in L.A. How are they doing this safely?
At this LA restaurant, a number of precautions are being taken. Tables are 6 feet apart, temperature checks for all employees, and there are no physical menus. Everything's available online. Jose?
Erin McLaughlin in Los Angeles, thank you. Still ahead for us, the race for a COVID vaccine and Which country could get it first? We are back with a search for solutions. Richard Engel on a race for a vaccine.
Scientists remain cautious, but are increasingly optimistic they'll crack this virus with a vaccine by next year, or maybe even this fall. And they're throwing everything they can at it.
We are planning to manufacture hundreds of millions of vaccine doses within the next year. So these are small tanks.
Jerome Custers is the scientific director of vaccine research at Johnson & Johnson's vaccine production lab in the Netherlands.
How long would it take to make hundreds of millions of doses and get them into the vials and get them out to the public?
We expect to have, let's say, early next year, the first sets of vaccines available for use.
Johnson & Johnson has been given a boost. The U.S. government gave them nearly $500 million to develop a COVID vaccine and treatments. Their approach is a traditional and proven one, using a defanged common virus, in this case the common cold, to deliver a part of the coronavirus to trigger the production of antibodies.
So you use a modified common cold to get the vaccine into people.
Exactly, and that modified virus functions as a carrier to bring in information from the coronavirus.
Johnson & Johnson is just one of more than 100 companies from the U.S. to China to Europe now working on vaccines. But even if developed, a vaccine would then need to be manufactured and delivered, raising the sensitive question, who gets it first? The World Health Organization is worried COVID-19 is increasingly spreading in the developing world.
This is where it all started.
In Mexico City, I spoke to a paramedic not pinning his hopes on a quick vaccine fix for his country.
I'm pretty sure that the vaccine is going to be created in a developed country, and they will be the first one to start using it.
So you think Mexico and other developing countries, you'll be second, third, last on the list?
I'm pretty sure that is going to happen.
Richard Engel, NBC News.
When we come back, an historic triumph. We end tonight with a reason to hope.
2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA. Go Space.
America looked up today.
So excited, I'm shaking.
At a first-of-its-kind technological wonder, speeding through space. It's a challenge we've met before.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
There is something for everyone to celebrate today. A triumph of science, an achievement of private business, though fueled by public dollars. American ingenuity, powered by an immigrant's vision.
Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills.
It is a year of great challenges. Challenges we've conquered before. Challenges we've yet to fully meet. Landing back on Earth today was not just a rocket, but a reminder.
Falcon 9 has landed.
That we can still do great things. America looked up today.
That challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
And that's NBC Nightly News for this Saturday. I'm Jose Diaz-Balart reporting. Thank you for the privilege of your time, and stay safe.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here, and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching. Breaking news tonight, the rage across America, chaos in cities coast to coast, violent clashes between police and protesters. Officers dragged through the streets of Chicago, a police cruiser plowing into a crowd in New York. Nationwide, cars and buildings torched, police responding with rubber bullets and tear gas. A nation on edge. New curfews announced across the country. The National Guard called up in unprecedented numbers as officials fear more violence in the hours ahead. The group the Trump administration claims is behind the violence, now declaring them domestic terrorists. The new video moments before George Floyd was killed, what it shows about what happened inside the police cruiser as the calls to arrest more officers grow. The warning tonight that the massive protests may lead to a coronavirus surge. And the moments that unite us, police chiefs marching with protesters in solidarity, and the communities coming together to clean up and heal.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. We come on the air to a nation changed, altered by outrage and pain, fire and fury. Right now, more protests underway in cities large and small, bracing for what comes next after street clashes last night, some turning violent over an act of violence, the death of a black man under the knee of a white police officer. Tonight, more than a dozen states are relying on the National Guard to help keep the peace. This as there is now a growing backlash against our country's largest police force and new concern about the spread of COVID as crowds gather. Our reporters are covering every angle. We begin with Miguel Almaguer in Santa Monica. Miguel, what's the scene there?
Lester, good evening. The situation here in Santa Monica, California is very fluid. You can see police here now firing tear gas into the crowd. They are trying to push these folks back. Earlier today, just a few blocks away, there was looting underway nearby. Police seem to have had enough.
The nation erupted into scenes of chaos, violence, and widespread destruction into the early morning hours. Dozens of American cities up in flames after some protests turned into riots, often followed by looting, as a nation simmering with unrest unraveled.
How long can you be peaceful when your people are dying?
In Los Angeles, hours before a curfew was ordered, the city became a war zone. After attempting to breach television studios, large groups torched police cruisers as officers fired back with rubber bullets. Before nightfall, the looting began. Department stores, jewelers, and high-end apparel shops trashed by unruly mobs. The mayor calling on the governor to dispatch the National Guard for the first time since the Rodney King riots in 1992. Strikingly similar scenes and issues of injustice, 28 years apart.
We've seen this before in Los Angeles. When the violence escalates, no one wins.
After 3 nights of protest and violence, the state of emergency in Los Angeles mirrored by pockets of anarchy nationwide. Described as all hell breaking loose in Seattle, when police lost control of downtown, crowds destroyed, then took over their vehicles. This video capturing one man removing a high-powered police rifle before a plainclothes security guard disarmed the man, clearing the magazine. But there was also troubling scenes caught on camera at the hands of police. This video appearing to show an officer putting his knee on the neck of someone taken into custody before another officer pulls his leg off. A shocking scene after the death of George Floyd, why so many poured into the streets.
We can't peacefully protest in the streets without getting tear gas thrown at us for what?
With demonstrators out in force again today, a violent takedown in Philadelphia, where a Foot Locker was looted after more than a dozen officers were injured there last night. With tear gas choking the streets of Miami, police battled protesters to keep control of their headquarters. With banks burned, highways shut down, and City Hall on fire in Nashville, there was more than 1,000 arrests. In Salt Lake City, police have identified this man, who may have fired arrows into a crowd from a crossbow before he was mobbed by a nearby group. In Tallahassee, Florida, someone drove through a protest after their pickup truck was surrounded by a crowd. The National Guard is moving into Chicago after clashes between protesters and police.
In this city, we care for each other. This is a time for us to unite.
Tonight, a nation on edge and up in smoke as many plead for peace in the wake of yet another violent night.
The cat and mouse game here in Santa Monica continues. You can see police are ready to move in on all these protesters again. The curfew starts in less than 30 minutes. Scenes like this are playing out all across the nation as the National Guard moves in. Lester? And here we
Miguel
go.
Almaguer with a scene from the West Coast. All right, thank you, Miguel. The largest police force in the nation here on the East Coast is facing backlash tonight, fueled by shocking encounters during the protests in New York City. NBC's Ron Allen has details.
Across New York today, with thousands of protesters demanding justice, clashing with police on the streets. Multiple incidents caught on video igniting outrage. A police vehicle accelerating through a crowd. A woman shoved to the ground, unclear why.
I wasn't aggressive towards the police officer. And even if I was, he should have had the self-restraint to not hurt the people he's supposed to be protecting.
Here, a police officer is seen pulling down a protester's mask and spraying mace.
There's tremendous stress on everyone. I've seen those videos, and those videos are truly disturbing. And some of the videos, frankly, are inexplicable.
Now, with the state's governor ordering the attorney general to investigate, New York's mayor and police chief are pushing back, insisting overall police have shown restraint while under attack from violent elements within the crowds. Those police vehicles only move forward because they were attacked.
There are protests and there are mobs, and I saw akin closer to a mob. A protest does not involve surrounding and ambushing a marked police car and putting my officers and my detectives' lives at risk.
So far, at least 30 officers injured, some 350 arrests Saturday night, including 3 suspects accused of targeting police with firebombs. Decades of simmering anger exploding in a city with a long history of deadly confrontations. Eric Garner, Sean Bell, Amadou Diallo, that echo what happened to George Floyd at the hands of police. New York's mayor claims reforms like ending stop and frisk, the widespread roundup of countless young black men, and comprehensive de-escalation training for every officer has improved policing, while admitting the confrontation show NYPD still has work to do.
I saw a tremendous amount of restraint, but I also saw things that need to be done better. Clearly, I saw some moments yesterday that were disturbing in terms of the way police handled things.
Across the city tonight, more protests are planned, including this one just getting underway here in Times Square. And while many major cities have imposed curfews to try and bring down the size of the crowds, New York's mayor says that's not necessary here. Lester?
All right, Ron Allen tonight in New York. Thank you. And now to Minneapolis, the epicenter of this crisis. Tonight, a change in tactics. Police now cracking down on anyone ignoring curfew. Gabe Gutierrez reports.
Late today, a shocking sight. This semi driving into a group of peaceful protesters on a Minneapolis freeway, coming dangerously close to this demonstrator before the group swarmed around it. The driver now in police custody and an investigation is underway. It comes a day after local and state police, as well as 4,000 members of the National Guard, took an aggressive stand, using tear gas, pepper spray, and drawn weapons in a desperate attempt to squelch days of escalating chaos. This time, no major fires or injuries.
I want to thank everyone who participated in our ability to restore trust to our streets. It was incredibly complex. It was incredibly difficult.
The tactics were the strictest yet. Here, police shoot a paint canister at someone on their front porch. Journalists like NBC's Ali Velshi.
Get back. Your head. He's head.
And Morgan Chesky were in the middle of it.
They have tripled the amount of law enforcement here in Minneapolis tonight. Let's go.
Law enforcement authorities here acknowledge they did not have an adequate plan to confront large-scale violent protests earlier in the week.
What took so long to get on the same page?
A good question. I think resources. I think we're all kind of asking that question. I think now we know what we need. We know that we need a unified command.
Today, a growing makeshift memorial for George Floyd. Demonstrators are demanding more charges for the other 3 fired officers involved after the one who knelt on his neck was charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter on Friday. Now, new security video appears to show a struggle in the backseat of a police vehicle. Michael Holliday came here from Houston. He says he's protesting peacefully, that he understands why the anger runs so deep.
Sometimes violence is needed. It got your attention, right?
He does not consider himself an outside agitator.
Imagine if it was your son on the ground screaming, "I can't breathe, help me." Please, if it was you, what would you want somebody to do? Would you want the community to come stand up with you? Or would you want them to go home and go to sleep?
Gabe joins us now from Minneapolis. Gabe, I know there are fears there this evening that this calm may not hold.
Well, Lester, all the gatherings today, including this one, have been peaceful, but police are not taking any chances. The National Guard says it was warned by the FBI of a credible lethal threat. So that's why its guardsmen are now armed. Lester?
Yeah, an ominous development there in Minneapolis. Gabe, thank you. And as protesters march near the White House tonight, the president is blaming an extremist group for the violence, labeling them domestic terrorists. Kelly O'Donnell reports now from the White House.
Days of national outrage at the president's doorstep. More protests today near the White House. More than 60 Secret Service officers and agents injured this weekend. The president assigning blame to a militant anti-fascist movement. The United States of America will be designated Antifa as a terrorist organization. A bold but questionable claim, since federal law does not allow for U.S. organizations to be classified as terror groups. Legal experts say the president crossed a line.
That is a dangerous authority in power. It is not an authority that exists under current law, and it should not.
But as a political matter, the president branded this new adversary.
The violence and vandalism is being led by Antifa and other radical left-wing groups.
Today, National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien said tactics separate Antifa from peaceful protesters.
Using military-style tactics, using Molotov cocktails, using fireworks, using gasoline, using bricks and paving stones to attack.
Today, in a statement, Attorney General William Barr points out that criminal conduct, not a specific militant group, can be charged with homegrown terrorism. The violence instigated and carried out by Antifa and other similar groups in connection with the rioting is domestic terrorism and will be treated accordingly. The White House also wants action from the FBI.
The president wants to know what the FBI has been doing to surveil, to disrupt, to take down, to prosecute Antifa.
Well, those are not constructive tweets.
Today, Republican Senator Tim Scott said he spoke with the president and encouraged him to avoid contentious tweets.
Mr. President, it is helpful when you lead with compassion. Mr. President, it helps us when you focus on the death, the unjustified, in my opinion, the criminal death of George Floyd.
Tonight, senior officials say while the president has offered active duty military police to state and local governments in crisis, as it stands right now, he does not intend to put state-led National Guard units under federal control. That keeps governors in charge, and the federal government can provide additional law enforcement backup with agencies like the FBI and ATF. Lester?
Kelly O'Donnell at the White House, thank you. The outrage over police brutality in our country has gone global. Crowds packed London's Trafalgar Square today, defying the UK's coronavirus lockdown to support the Black Lives Matter movement. Others in Berlin protested outside the U.S. embassy there. The movement even caught attention as far away as Iran. When we come back in just a moment, a new warning about the spread of coronavirus during these protests. And the moment history was made today, hundreds of miles above Earth. We'll be right back. Welcome back. As we grapple with the unrest across our country, there's new concern about the spread of coronavirus among those mass gatherings, especially in communities already hit hard by the pandemic. Blaine Alexander reports.
America is locked in battle, waging war against novel coronavirus while fighting a disease that has plagued the country for centuries.
Black people are just tired of having the protests for the same thing year after year after year. It's just like consistent and nothing's changed.
With more than 1.7 million confirmed COVID-19 cases in the U.S., the numbers continue to rise. But so do the crowds, protesters gathering from city to city, doing exactly what health officials have spent months urging them not to do.
We're in the middle of a pandemic right now. We have two crises that are sandwiched on top of one another.
All of it leaving little room for social distancing. Now health officials are bracing for a possible spike in cases.
These protests are almost an incubator for coronavirus for a few reasons. Number one, people are in contact with a lot of other people in very close quarters. And number two, they're in contact for a good deal of time, which means that virus can spread back and forth. On top of that, a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming and spitting.
The growing unrest is complicating efforts to control the virus. In LA, testing centers were closed over the weekend as protests raged.
The volunteers who staff these centers still do not feel safe coming back to them.
Hands up! Don't shoot! It's a harsh reality. Thousands pleading, value Black lives, the very group COVID-19 is hitting the hardest.
If you were out protesting last night, you probably need to go get a COVID test this week, because there's still a pandemic in America that's killing Black and brown people at higher numbers.
How much of a risk is it for people who are out there, even those who are wearing masks?
This is a huge risk, whether you wear a mask or not. Even though it does give you a little bit of protection, it doesn't give you full protection.
But many say they're left with little choice.
I can go home, clean myself up, go get tested, make sure I take proper precautions, and do that. But police brutality, I don't know. I don't know what I can't do to not be harassed.
And tonight, Lester, as we look among the crowd, many of the people that I've talked to say they share that feeling. Yes, they say they are concerned about that pandemic. In fact, some people have put on masks trying to protect themselves, but they say that it's equally important that they're here raising their voices in this moment. Lester?
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you. Still ahead for us, the extraordinary images, a historic arrival in space. In these turbulent times, we also witnessed a moment of triumph today, 262 miles above us, a timely reminder of what Americans can do when we work together. Here's Tom Costello.
So we're closing in at less than 1/10 of a meter per second at this point.
It looked like a scene from a sci-fi movie, 262 miles above China. A gleaming white Dragon spaceship inched closer and closer to the orbiting space station. A delicate, precise maneuver at 17,000 miles per hour. Then at 10:16 a.m. Eastern Time,
soft capture complete.
Dragon pulled into its high-altitude parking spot.
Soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
Just 19 hours earlier, the first private rocket to carry astronauts into space was on Launch Pad 39A.
Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon.
Beating the Florida weather odds to send astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken on a 19-hour trip to the orbiting station. Then a tour of their new ship.
It has touch display screens that allow us to accomplish most of the interfacing requirements that we have.
And a few mascots along for the ride.
I know that both of our sons are pretty happy about that with their pet dinosaur making it into orbit.
For a time, both Hurley and Behnken took manual control of Dragon for a test flight before switching back to autopilot. The first time in 9 years an American rocket with American astronauts has docked with the station.
Bob and Doug, welcome to the International Space Station after your spectacular rendezvous and docking of the first Crew Dragon vehicle.
Finally, after securing the airlocks, a reunion in space.
This is just one effort that we can show for the ages in this dark time that we've had over the past several months. To kind of inspire, especially the young people in the United States, to reach for these lofty goals and work hard and look what you can accomplish.
A moment to savor, both in space and on the ground. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Tonight, we are remembering a giant in the art world. The artist known as Christo has died. He and his work were larger than life. He was most famous for his monumental works and used miles of fabric to drape landmarks and nature. Among his most well-known, this installation in New York Central Park in 2005. Christo was 84 years old. We'll take a break. When we come back, some final thoughts on where we are in this moment in America. Before we go tonight, a few thoughts about the anxiety so many of us feel as we hope and pray for calm in this night ahead. Pick your emotion. Chances are it was represented in these jumbled images from America's streets. Rage, hate, disappointment, emptiness, hopelessness, and so much fear. It's hard to comprehend that this was about a singular event. no matter how horrific. This explosion of raw passion seeming to come from a place far deeper, a primal scream from a country that may just be fed up, begging for life to be better, fed up with lockdowns and layoffs, COVID and incivility, racism and power abused. A perfect storm of unmitigated pain. A wound too deep, a racial history too deep for mere gestures to heal. Yet are they a start? A police chief kneeling with citizens in California, other law enforcement in Kansas City and Camden, New Jersey, in their own moments of solidarity with protesters. Most of us have not taken to the streets, even as we may privately hold some of the emotions these pictures speak to. These will be the images that will archive this moment in our history. But let these too, the quiet peacemakers, the neighbors, the businesses picking up the pieces, already physically reclaiming and maybe improving all that was lost. And that is our hope for America. Tomorrow morning, we'll have much more of our special coverage on Today. For now, I'm Lester Holt. For all of us at NBC News, thank you for watching, and please take care of yourself and each other. Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here, and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
This Sunday, America in crisis. Another night of demonstrations and violence across the country. Protests break out in dozens of cities, sparked by the death of an African-American man while in police custody in Minneapolis.
Do something about it.
And this is the
Clean up this police department.
That could be my father. That could be my brother. That could be me.
Minnesota authorities getting more aggressive to maintain control.
We are changing our approach because this is intolerable, and we are coming to stop it.
We need justice. We need systemic change. But first, we need to save our city.
President Trump weighs in.
We have our military ready, willing, and able if they ever want to call our military.
We'll have reports from around the country. My guest this morning, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, and Florida Congresswoman Val Deming. Also, those protests happening in a country already on edge from a virus that has killed more than 100,000 Americans and put more than 40 million out of work. As much of the country is trying to return to some form of normalcy, often ignoring social distancing.
You see no mask here, you see no fear. We're all just embracing it.
Prompting fears of a second wave.
Every community is one wild weekend from falling off the cliff.
Joining me for Insight and Analysis are MSNBC anchor Joshua Johnson, Maria Teresa Kumar, president of Voto Latino, and former Republican Governor Pat McCrory of North Carolina. Welcome to Sunday and a special edition of Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is a special edition of Meet the Press with Chuck Todd.
Good Sunday morning. America is waking up today to two crises. One is so new it's actually called the novel coronavirus. The second, another kind of virus, institutional racism, well, that's been with us for some 400 years. Overnight, there were protests in dozens of cities across this country, anger erupting over police brutality towards African Americans. Most demonstrations were peaceful, with few incidents. Others had moments of confrontation and, yes, some violence. A look around the country, from Washington, D.C. to Chicago to New York to where it all started, Minneapolis. This, of course, comes after a black man, George Floyd, was killed in police custody when a Minneapolis police officer kept his knee on Floyd's neck until he was dead. The officer, Derek Chauvin, has been charged with third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter. All this while the country was tallying the losses from the coronavirus. We have now lost more than 104,000 American lives to the virus, and we have lost more than 40 million jobs as well. And in both of those cases, African Americans have been particularly victimized. And in both cases, President Trump has failed to respond in a manner we've come to expect from previous presidents. On Minneapolis, his first reaction was not to try to glue the country together, but to seek opportunities to exploit the racial divide, perhaps for his own political gain. He initially tweeted, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts," though he later tried to walk that back. On the virus, the president seems more interested in changing the subject than in addressing it, let alone the death toll, tweeting instead about mail-in balloting, Barack Obama, Russia, China, my colleague Joe Scarborough, the media, the stock market, and Twitter itself. So we are following two hugely consequential and historic stories, and we're going to start with the nationwide protests. We have correspondents all across this country. We're going to begin with Shaquille Brewster, who's reporting on the ground from Minneapolis, where things were much quieter last night. Shaq, what do you got?
Good morning, Chuck. For the first time in 4 days, Minneapolis residents are waking up to scenes absent of burning buildings and overnight widespread destruction. An historic activation of the National Guard insisting local and state police have allowed officers to regain control of the city even as protests continue throughout the city. By the thousands yesterday, protesters came out to demonstrate and clean up the mess from the day before while also trying to remain peaceful in the name of George Floyd, a man who we learned this week was considered a man of peace and kindness by his friends and family. But after protesters violated an 8 p.m. curfew, officers fired tear gas and rubber bullets into the crowd to clear the streets. Protesters say they will continue to come out, continue to demonstrate until justice is served. Justice for them is the arrest of the 3 remaining fired Minneapolis Police Department officers involved in the death of George Floyd. Chuck?
Shaquille Brewster getting us started in Minneapolis. Shaq, thank you. Turning now to Blaine Alexander. She's in Atlanta, where, like Minneapolis, things were also quieter last night. Blaine, what can you report?
Yeah, Chuck, good morning to you. Last night, what we saw play out on the streets of Atlanta was a much different, much calmer scene than what we watched unfold on Friday night. And that's due in large part to 2 things: more rules and more resources. Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms ordered everyone off the streets of Atlanta by 9 p.m., a citywide curfew. And we also saw National Guard troops come in addition to local law enforcement, to help try and contain the crowds. Still, Atlanta police tell us that they made 70 arrests overnight, Chuck. And this morning, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp has authorized even more National Guard troops, as many as 3,000, to fan out across the state of Georgia as officials here prepare for another night of protests. Chuck?
All right, Blaine Alexander in Atlanta. Thank you, Blaine. Garrett Hake is here in Washington, where he's been following the night-long protests in Lafayette Park across the street from the White House. Garrett, it was a rough night Friday night. How was it last night?
Another rough night out here, Chuck. Look, large-scale public protests are nothing new in Washington, D.C. There's nothing more American than coming to the nation's capital and yelling at your government. But we saw, I think, unprecedented levels of anger out here last night. And frankly, from the protesters I talked to, just exhaustion that they are back in the streets again, protesting another police killing of another black man. A lot of the protesters said they were out here for Freddie Gray. They were out here for Michael Brown. They've been having these arguments. They've been having this anger for so long, and they don't feel like it's being addressed. And speaking of those presidential tweets of the government response, I asked a number of protesters what they thought about the way that the president was handling this. The reaction I got the most was just brushing him off. This is a president who a lot of these folks believe no longer meaningfully speaks for them or to them. They are having this conversation without him. Chuck?
Garrett Hake at Lafayette Park. Garrett, thank you. And finally, let me bring in Priscilla Thompson. She is in Houston, George Floyd's hometown. Priscilla, how were things last night?
Well, a lot of grief here in Houston, Chuck. You know, last night or over the course of the past couple days since Friday when demonstrations began, more than 200 people have been arrested, but these protests have been by and large peaceful and nonviolent. Instead, what we have been seeing is a number of vigils popping up to honor the life of George Floyd. His classmates from Jack Yates High School gathered and released balloons and retold stories of what it was like growing up with him in the 3rd Ward and playing basketball and football with him. And while there certainly is a lot of anger here and a desire to see justice, there's also an interest in remembering who George Floyd was as a person and celebrating that. And this comes as the governor has signaled that George Floyd's body will return to Houston for funeral services, Chuck.
Priscilla Thompson in Houston there, where, again, they are mourning the death of their hometown resident, George Floyd. Thank you, and thank you to all. Joining me now from Minneapolis is Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. Mr. Ellison, welcome back to Meet the Press. And I want to start with the issue of this outside instigators, I guess. We're trying to understand who are the people responsible for this violence. Yourself, the governor of Minnesota has indicated that there is some domestic terrorists out there, perhaps some white supremacists. Bill Barr, the Attorney General, characterized the outside instigators this way. Let me play that bite for you and get you to respond. Take a listen.
In many places, it appears the violence is planned, organized, and driven by anarchic and left extremist groups, far left extremist groups, using Antifa-like tactics, many of whom travel from outside the state to promote the violence.
Now, it's our understanding, Mr. Attorney General, that according to the Justice Department, they got that intelligence from state and local authorities. What do you know about who's behind this?
Well, here's what I know. There's been a lot of videotape taken by demonstrators of people who are very suspicious, who really did start breaking windows, particularly at the AutoZone. And there have been other, photographs and cars with, no license plates, very suspicious behavior. But the real point is we do need to investigate it because, the truth is nobody really knows. I've talked to people who are demonstrating. Some of them say they think some of those folks are from Minnesota. And they also say some people have come from out of town. What the exact political motivation is unclear at this point. We need to investigate it. But what I would say, though, particularly as it relates to Bill Barr and the president, is that they have not brought a single pattern and practice lawsuit against a major municipality where there's systemic police abuses in America. They have actually tried to walk back their involvement in key states where they existed under the Obama administration. They have not moved forward when it comes to 21st century policing, which the Obama administration started. So I think the federal government does have a role, but it needs to be constructing a better relationship between cities and the police departments that serve them, and making incendiary comments about who's to blame here as opposed to actually investigating it isn't helpful. We need their help to be more constructive and less assigning, blame on matters that actually we don't know the truth of yet.
Do you want to see federal charges brought against these 4 police officers? And do you think that will happen under this Attorney General?
Yes, I do. And I don't know. I hope so. I can tell you that our local U.S. attorney is a very constructive partner. Erica McDonald is a Minnesotan. She's a serious prosecutor and law enforcement person. And I do trust her. The folks she works for, I hope just leave her alone and let her do her job.
Let me ask you what's your understanding of whether the 3 other police officers, we heard the county attorney in Hennepin County said that he expected charges to be brought. Where are we on that? And what do you expect those charges to be if they are brought?
Well, I know that we're early in the process, Chuck. I mean, at this point, there is the 2 charges of third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter. That complaint could well be amended to include other additional charges or even higher charges. And the other individuals are not out of the woods. The investigation is ongoing. In answer to your question of what charges, I don't know. I'd be speculating. It's not my case at this. It's not my case. But you know, certainly aiding and abetting is a possibility, and there are others as well. So I think that is something that is the county attorney Mike Freeman is looking into now, and we expect to hear something in the fairly recent near future.
Big picture, Mr. Attorney General, a lot of Americans, there's, Minnesota has the Minnesota nice image. Minnesota has an image of, that and you're an African-American man that got elected statewide in Minnesota as Attorney General, as the state's chief law enforcement officer. For some people, they look at this and they're surprised. Tell us the story of Minneapolis and of Minnesota, why this shouldn't surprise people in your mind.
Well, Minnesota is kind of a tale of two cities. It really is a beautiful, wonderful place. I love it here. I've raised all 4 of my kids here. There's so many great things about it, so many great people. And yet we have very stark disparities when it comes to African Americans, health disparities in health care, health disparities in housing, health disparities when it comes to employment, and disparities all around. I mean, give you a quick example, about 70-some% of Minnesotans own their own homes, but only about 27% of African Americans do. African Americans are in a fragile economic position in this state, and we need massive investment. And what I say to people is, look, if we can have some of the highest SAT scores in the country, if we can have some of the highest voting participation in the country, highest voter home ownership in the country, for whites, we can do it for everyone. We just have to have the will to do it for everybody. And I think that this sad, tragic situation might give us the energy to really, really make those kind of commitments, because they are absolutely needed.
Keith Ellison, the Democratic elected Attorney General of the state of Minnesota, appreciate you coming on this morning. I know it's been a long week, long few months for everybody, frankly, in this country. But thanks for coming on and sharing your perspective with us.
Thank you.
And joining me now is the Mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, and the Mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms. Welcome to both of you. I know it's been a long few days for both of you, probably very little time to sleep. Mayor Bowser, let me just begin with you. Report about last night.
Yep.
How was it compared to Friday night? And do you feel as if that we're going to see some calm going forward or not?
Well, we're certainly going to work for that, Chuck, and we're sending a very clear message to people that they have a right to exercise their First Amendment rights, but not to destroy our city. So we saw a level of just destruction and mayhem among some that was maddening. Our crews are out right now cleaning up our city. And we are working with all of our law enforcement partners to ensure calm in our city.
Mayor Lance Bottoms, you were very passionate on Friday night. You said at one point, you're not protesting anything, running out with brown liquor in your hands and breaking windows in this city. Go home. You invoked your own 18-year-old son, your own concerns, fears that you have about him and your kids. How were things last night and compared to Friday night?
Things were a bit more calm last night, but they weren't perfect. People were still out protesting by and large peacefully. We had a curfew last night, a 9 o'clock curfew. We ended up arresting around 157 people last night. So we know the frustration is still there, and all of the issues and all of the concerns and anger that were there on Friday haven't gone away. But this is more of a systematic issue that we're facing that's going to take time for us to address, but certainly acknowledging the deaths of so many innocent people in America. And there are no easy answers, but as Mayor Bowser said, the solution is not to destroy our cities.
Mayor Lance Bottoms, do you believe there were outside forces at work? We heard from the Attorney General. He seemed to think that there was some Antifa like, and he said very radical left groups. We heard in Minnesota the governor thought there was some very radical far right groups also involved. Have you seen any evidence of any of these outside instigators?
What I know in Atlanta is that this protest, even just from a physical standpoint, didn't look like our normal protest. We obviously have a large African American population in Atlanta. This crowd was a very diverse crowd, and that was noticeable on Friday, even before the problems began. We also noticed that many of the protesters even got lost when there was a detour. And many of our organizers in the city, who often don't agree with me, have shared that these were people from the outside. They did not know them, and had no idea where they came from.
Mayor Bowser, you have a unique issue. You have one resident in Washington, D.C. who I think was backseat driving you on Friday night. I'm referring to the president. I know you believe he hasn't played a helpful role. You made that very clear on Twitter yesterday. Can he play a helpful role still, or is it too late?
Well, I think that the president has a responsibility to help calm the nation, and he can start by not sending divisive tweets that are meant to hearken to the segregationist past of our country. And he can start by doing that right now. And we certainly urge him to do that. We, as Mayor Bottoms has just said, we have systematic issues in our country to address. And it's going to take us at every level, federal and local. It's going to take community and government to heal the hurt that people are feeling. So what you see in cities across our nations, what we saw last night, there are people who are angry and people who are hurting, and some not doing it in ways that are helpful to our cause, but we still have to acknowledge that hurt and that anger.
Mayor Bowser, this is happening during a pandemic. You just started a phase 1 reopening in D.C. on Friday. I'm curious, are you concerned that the police won't be respected when they try to enforce social distancing rules right now?
I'm concerned that we had mass gatherings in our streets when we just lifted a stay-at-home order, and what that could mean for spikes in our coronavirus cases later. In fact, I'm so concerned about it that I'm urging everybody to consider their exposure, if they need to isolate from their family members when they go home, and if they need to be tested, because we have worked very hard to blunt the curve. While I saw some people with masks last night, others didn't. While I saw some people social distancing, others were right on top of each other. So we don't want to compound this deadly virus and the impact that it's had in our community.
Mayor Lance Bottoms, I want to go back to the president. There's some talk that he might give an Oval Office address, maybe in the next few days, or at least there's some consideration for it. What would you like to hear from him, and do you think any of his words could be helpful here?
What I'd like to hear from the president is leadership, and I would like to hear a genuine care and concern for our communities and where we are with race relations in America. We know that when he spoke on Charlottesville, he made the matter worse, and we're well beyond the tipping point in America, and it's as my grandmother used to say, if you don't have anything good to say, sometimes you just shouldn't say anything at all.
So your preference would be maybe he shouldn't bother with a televised address like this?
I don't have an issue with the President of the United States addressing our nation, but I am concerned that this president has a history of making matters worse.
Mayor Bowser, before I go, there's some talk about the 4th of July celebration. The president wants to try to have one on the Mall. Where are you on this?
Chuck, even before the events of the last several days, we've been very concerned about large gatherings. We will not be in a position to allow parades in our city while we're still in phase one of reopening from the coronavirus.
Mayor Muriel Bowser, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, thank you both. I know it's been a rough week and then some, rough few months, and then some. Good luck to you out there, and stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When we come back, is it possible to change how mostly white police departments treat African Americans? I'm going to talk to a former police chief and a current Democratic Congresswoman and a possible future Joe Biden running mate, Val Demings, next. Stay with us. Welcome back. You may have heard the name Val Demings a lot lately. She's a Democratic Congresswoman from Orlando, Florida. Demings began her career as a social worker, became a cop, and then rose to become chief of the Orlando Police Department, the first woman to do so. She's also on the short list of women Joe Biden is reportedly considering as his running mate. In a column in Friday's Washington Post, Demings wrote, "As a former woman in blue, let me begin with my brothers and sisters in blue. What in the hell are you doing?" And Val Demings joins me now from Orlando. Congressman Demings, welcome to Meet the Press. And let me start with simply this. We've been through this cycle before in America, a lot this last decade. An incident like the one with George Floyd happens. There's outrage. The country has some sort of collective conversation about race and inequality. And then what happens? Not much changes. Why do you think that is the case? And what do you think is the possibility of making this time different?
Chuck, I really do believe that we can. You know, when I think about the extraordinary work that Dr. King did, for example, in the civil rights movement and those who were with them, look at where we are. It is a ever-changing, commitment that we always have to make to deal with systemic racism in our country. I think before, as we've dealt with misconduct involving police officers, that we've always tried to deal with it as an individual department or an individual city or an individual state. Mm-hmm. But I do believe the time has certainly come. We are overdue for us to look at the problem as a nation. I think we all need to pause, and every law enforcement agency in this nation, whether they or 10 persons or 35,000 persons, need to review their hiring standards, their training standards, look at their de-escalation training that they're doing within the department, look at those officers who train other officers, because we know our training officers are the ones who set the standard for what's acceptable and unacceptable on the street. And we have to continue to work with our community leaders to build relationships, to foster trust. Yeah. And we don't wait to do that, to when we're in the middle of a crisis. We have to continue to do that every day. And I do believe we are long overdue for every law enforcement agency in our nation to review itself and come out better than before.
Let me ask this, though. It does seem, look at Minneapolis. A lot of people have praised the police chief in Minneapolis. He's put in, he was brought in after they've had some issues in the past. He was brought in to institute these reforms. But you've dealt with this as a chief. It's very hard if you've got a police officer that you think isn't on the up, isn't good in certain situations. It's very hard for you to get rid of one of those police officers, is it not?
Let me say this, Chuck. As you know, I spent 27 years at the Orlando Police Department, had the honor of serving as the chief of police. I've worked with some of the brightest, the best, and most courageous men and women that America has to offer. Certainly, they were not all that way, but the overwhelming majority were. And so I commend the chief in Minnesota, because he did one thing that I certainly think helped to bring charges against one officer. We're waiting to see others, but that was to immediately fire that officer, which allowed the chief to do some things that otherwise they would not have been able to do. And so, you know, while I know that it seemed like the days that passed before the officer was arrested, if you look historically, that was a pretty swift arrest that was made. And so I do believe working collectively, every sheriff, every police chief throughout the nation working together and facing racism and other issues head on to make sure, what are they dealing with? Is it a bad mind? A person who should have never been a law enforcement officer in the beginning? Is it a bad heart? Because you certainly have to have the heart for this job. Or is it bad policy? And while I know the federal government does not have direct jurisdiction, I certainly believe that we do have a major role to play in terms of helping law enforcement agencies throughout the nation maybe come up with some standards for hiring and training, especially use of force training.
I want to go a little bigger picture here. In some ways, the last 3 months have been particularly hard on communities of color, but particularly the African American community. You look at the impact of the coronavirus on health outcomes, the impact of the virus on the economic picture. Now throw in 3 more just brutal examples of racial injustice on the law enforcement front. I'm referring to Georgia, Kentucky, and Minnesota in particular. What does that mean for governing going forward? Congressman Anthony Brown said to me that one of the things that has to change is you can't have race-neutral policy right now. There actually has to be direct help, direct aid to African American communities to sort of fix these injustices. Where are you on this?
Well, you know, let's think about it. President Johnson looked at policing, for example, in America over 50 years ago. And what he said basically is what I just said: hire the brightest and the best, make sure they're well trained and they have the tools to do an effective job and work closely with the citizens. But he also said, but we have to address those social ills that cause decay in African American communities in the first place. We have to look at economic development. We have to look at jobs. We have to look at wages. We have to look at education. And, you know, some believe that, you know, in order to be fair, if you will, that you treat communities the same. Well, it's not that simple, unless communities all start in the same place, and we know that's not true. Look at the coronavirus. It's something that we've never seen before that requires us to do some things we have never done before. But racism in America and the injustices that comes with it is nothing new. And so we have to get serious about, number one, admitting there is an issue, and number two, working together. And Chuck, it certainly would help if we had leadership at the top. If there was ever a time we need leadership in the White House, it is now, to help heal our nation. But I don't know why I would expect this president to do something that he has never done before and we have never seen before.
All right, but Barry, let me ask the question this way about President Trump. If he called you up tonight after watching you here and said, look, help me say something to fix this, what would you tell him to say?
I would tell him to begin with showing some compassion for the the families that have lost their loved one. Let's start there. And then continue to talk about America is great and wonderful because of the beautiful diversity that we have in this country, that we are a nation of immigrants. We are a nation of laws, but we are a nation of immigrants, and we have to work together. And let's look at our history. This country has already solved some of the toughest issues because we have been able to come together and work together. We can do that now. And maybe if he ends, and look, Chuck, if he called me today, I would welcome the opportunity to help this president get it right. And maybe we begin today by acknowledging the sins of the past and even said things that he has said and done that caused harm and brought pain to the American people.
All right, Congresswoman Val Demings, I got to leave it there. Thanks for sharing your perspective with us.
Thanks, Chuck.
When we come back, as protests erupt from coast to coast, how do we heal the wounds of a country in crisis. Panelists next. Welcome back. Panel is here, and joining us from their remote locations, MSNBC anchor Joshua Johnson, Maria Teresa Kumar, president of Voto Latino, and former Republican Governor Pat McCrory of North Carolina. All right, I want to start by hearing from both President Trump and President Obama. Here's President Trump from Friday discussing the George Floyd death.
Well, I think that police brutality certainly is something that we've been hearing about, reading about, studying. I have for many years. And we all have to say, and I think most people would admit, that most of the policemen and women that I've seen have been outstanding. When you have something like this happen, you look at it and you just say, how does a thing like that happen? Because it just seems so bad to watch.
And here's President Obama's statement, also Friday, where he said it's natural to wish for life to, quote, get back to normal, as a pandemic and economic crisis upend everything around us. But we have to remember that for millions of Americans, being treated differently on account of race is tragically, painfully, maddeningly normal, whether it's while dealing with the healthcare system or interacting with the criminal justice system or jogging down the street or just watching birds in a park. Joshua Johnson, I felt like both of those statements indicated these are two presidents who had two very different life experiences.
Indeed, and one statement asks a question, which is how could this happen, and the other statement answers it, is that this is normal. This is just what happens. If anything, the protests that we saw this weekend proved the point that people have been making about law enforcement, which is that without some systemic changes, heavy-handedness seems to be kind of the order of the day. I didn't see any law enforcement really working to protect the protesters in exercising their constitutional First Amendment right to protest. That is also part of the responsibility of law enforcement, to uphold the Constitution. To ascribe this to anarchists or Antifa is, I think, to kind of give them a little too much power. Organized anarchist is a redundant term. It's a contradiction. And then the idea that you could have a few people who break a few windows and burn a few cars and then militarize the whole nation's law enforcement infrastructure, it just shows how very tenuous things are right now. I don't know that the protesters are the problem. I don't even know that the law enforcement officers are the problem necessarily, but the expectation we set on them, on what normal should be, that may be the issue, whether normal is keeping quiet in the streets or whether normal is upholding the Constitution and giving people the right to speak their mind, even if speaking their mind means cussing you out.
You know, Pat McCrory, you've been a governor and a mayor. I know you've dealt with demonstrations that can get out of hand at times. A, how did you deal with it? And B, would you seeing what we're seeing now, would you be doing things the same way or differently?
Well, one lesson I learned in 2016, the anarchist that we had in Charlotte, when I had to call the National Guard actually over the mayor's objections, don't care what the mayor or governor, or at that time President Obama was said. They don't even care what the protesters are protesting about. Their cause is destruction of capitalism, destruction of our governmental units, and destruction of our police. And they use incredible art of war tactics. Do not underestimate them. And I'm so proud the governor of Minnesota does it. They will use art of war tactics, which they'll maneuver around using their iPhones. So once the police move, they'll be elsewhere. They are very dangerous. They burned down the city hall in Nashville, Tennessee. That is their goal, and they'll play the media also. And I encourage the media to draw them out and identify them to protect our neighborhoods, our cities, and to protect the right of these protesters over a very justifiable reason while they're protesting.
You know, Maria Teresa Kumar, to sort of bring it back to the larger issue, in some ways, I think both Joshua and Pat are indicating let's not let the actions of a few violent, perhaps instigators, get in the way of the bigger picture here. I heard plenty of commentators over the last few days say, between the pandemic, the health outcomes, the unemployment picture, and now throw more examples of this racial injustice, in some ways, this eruption should have been expected in some form.
Well, I think that the country is tired of seeing police brutality square face in the social inequities that we're facing, especially among COVID. But the challenge is that President Obama saw what happened in Ferguson, and he created the 21st Century Task Force, Chuck. And it was an attempt to bring community, business, government, and policing and modernize it so that we can start addressing the culture that needs to change in many police departments around the country. One of the first things that this President Trump did was when he took office is that he basically scrapped it. He gutted it. So a lot of communities, a lot of police departments who said, yes, we want to modernize, we want to see how we make a culture change, don't have it anymore. And so when we see the President wringing his hands saying, what can I do? Lead. Just like he took away the playbook on how to actually deal with a pandemic, let's take the stuff off that playbook and figure out how do we actually modernize and talk about the importance of police reform. We need it.
Pat McCrory, Mark Meadows, who you know well, former North Carolina congressman, now the president's chief of staff, apparently he's the one that thinks perhaps this is a time for the president to do an Oval Office address. We would expect this from any previous president. I think we know that this is not always a comfortable thing for him to do on this front. How would you advise the White House or President Trump to talk right now?
Well, I would show empathy. I would also show strength, especially toward these Antifa type of individuals, whether it be left wing or right wing, I don't know. And I'd also talk about solutions. But we also have to recognize the police, the progress that we've made in the past 25 years, from police just riding around in cars and responding to crime to extensive community policing over the last 25 years. We still need more training, but we also have to recognize the progress and the progress that still needs to be made.
Joshua Johnson, may I ask you a question I asked Val Demings? If the president called you up and said, what should I say in an Oval Office address? What would you tell him to say? And is it can his words still matter?
The president's words always matter, for sure. I think, as an anchor, I can't really tell the president what to say, but I would ask the president if there are ways in which his existing political philosophy can dovetail with the call for police reform. I mean, if the goal is to make America great again, then there are certain ways, if we hearken back to that idea of what the great America once was, that I think are perfectly in line with what these protesters are asking for. When streets are safer, when communities feel cared for, there are more jobs, there is more prosperity on the streets. It's exactly what the president has wanted. He and the protesters might agree on more than they think.
Joshua Johnson, Pat McCrory, Maria Teresa Kumar, thank you all for that segment. Let's pause it there. When we come back, the coronavirus, where it's been and where it's going. Welcome back. Data download time with the death toll from the coronavirus in the U.S. now past 100,000. We wanted to see if the virus is on the decline and where it is on the decline. And it turns out it's complicated. There were fewer new cases of COVID-19 this past week than the week before, almost 22,000 fewer, according to an NBC News tally. And the number of newly reported deaths was also down by about 1,900. And when you break it down by state, some have seen especially big declines in new cases. Texas, Illinois, Massachusetts, New York, and New Jersey all saw their number of new cases decline by more than 1,000 over the last week. Number of deaths dropped sharply in many of those same states, in all cases declining by 130 or more. So even with so many people still dying on a daily basis, there are some positive signs. But not all states are moving in a positive direction, some even seeing a steep increase. In these states, the number of new cases last week climbed by more than 450, and the number of newly reported deaths was up in this small set of states as well. So while the overall picture is improving, thanks mostly to the Northeast, there are still many trouble spots around the country, even as governors try to slowly reopen their states. When we come back, did Joe Biden's calculus for picking a running mate just change? Welcome back. Let's talk a little Veep stakes here to the panel. I want to read to you what my colleagues Mike Memoli and Kristen Welker wrote over the weekend. The death of 46-year-old George Floyd at the hands of a Minneapolis police officer has thrust issues of criminal justice to the forefront and revived one of the biggest questions surrounding Biden's choice. Will he choose not just a woman, but a woman of color. And I want to add a comment that Jim Clyburn, perhaps the person credited most with getting Biden this nomination, Maria Teresa Kumar, he said this. He goes, we got to have someone on the ticket who can complement the candidacy rather than complicate the candidacy. He was referring specifically to Amy Klobuchar. Maria Teresa Kumar, could Joe Biden get away with picking, say, a white running mate in Elizabeth Warren or Amy Klobuchar? Would this lead to some problems in the Democratic Party?
Well, the vice president has already said that he's not going to decide until August 1st. And I think between them, he's going to continue vetting every single individual that he believes is qualified. What I encourage the vice president to look for is who can bring the young protesters that are out in the street into the Democratic Party. The majority of Democrats right now, they recognize that the House is on fire. They recognize that we need to change the people in leadership in order to actually address the issues that the pandemic has so eloquently revealed in the last 40 days. And what we're going to need is to increase that electoral base. And the only place to do it, Chuck, is among young people. For the very first time, we're going to have 12 million more young voters, potentially, than baby boomers. So who is that candidate that speaks to their truth, to their experience, and to the economic and social injustices that they have basically grown up their whole life with?
Pat McCrory, is there a running mate on the list there of the dozen women we put up there that reportedly the former vice president is consulting about? Is there one on that list that you think, boy, she would help she could help him in North Carolina?
I thought the congresswoman she spoke to from Florida has a pretty strong background that would worry me as a Republican. But you've also, a week ago we were having debates on whether to arrest people on beaches or Michigan lakes or getting haircuts. This week we're talking about arresting people and looting stores. By August, who knows what the new criteria will be for presidential election, because things are changing so dramatically at this point in time. But I'll tell you who it has to be is someone who can be ready to step into the presidency. And I think that's going to be looked at because of Vice President Biden's age.
Joshua Johnson, I've had a lot of people say what Pat McCrory just said right there, which is that is going to matter to them, or at least the perception of that's going to matter. And then I've had an old friend of mine remind me, yeah, running mates mattered a lot in 1988 with Dan Quayle and Lloyd Bentsen, too, meaning it didn't matter at all on that front. But Joshua Johnson, what's your take on this as far as Biden's concerned?
I'll just say very briefly, I think that it's going to be, after what we saw this weekend, it's what the running mate represents, particularly with African-American voters. We know healthcare, the economy, and law enforcement are huge issues. After this weekend, law enforcement, if not law enforcement reform, is going to matter a great deal. I wouldn't be surprised if you started hearing Bernie Sanders talking about the convention and saying, these delegates that I have, if we're going to have a unified platform, I think we need to talk more about law enforcement. Some of these people on the list may have a little more credibility than others to talk about reforming law enforcement instead of just improving it. I think that's going to matter a lot.
Well, I'm curious. Val Demings, you're a Floridian. You've followed her a little bit. The knock on her is going to be, we haven't had a member of Congress go directly to the presidency or the vice presidency in over 100 years, I think, even on the vice presidency directly. But is the other life experiences, executive experience, enough?
We haven't had a real estate developer go directly to the presidency ever.
I hope. It's a fair point. Maria Teresa Kumar, does Val Demings have that? Does she meet the ready on day one bar, whatever that bar is in the minds of some voters?
I think that she has incredible experience. I've had the opportunity to work with her when she was working with Emily's List as a candidate and before. And she brings in not only the cultural experience, but the law enforcement that perhaps is going to be on the ballot. But I do believe that what we're going to need is someone who can be ready on day one, not just on the national stage, but on the international stage.
Right. Quickly, Pat McCrory, the RNC convention, is it going to be in your home state or not?
We're in a political tussle. The question is, who makes the rules for the virus for a convention? Does the governor make the rules or the RNC make the rules? The governor wants the RNC to make the rules. Who knows? It's a political battle right now.
And it's a fair way to put it. All right, before we leave you this morning, I'd like to mention our new Meet the Press College Roundtable series. We're excited about it here. Each week I'll be joined by journalism students across the country who will get their chance to interview newsmakers that we help connect with them. New episodes of the College Roundtable will be available every Friday, streaming on NBC News Now and other NBC News digital platforms. Episode 1's already there. That is all for today. Thank you for watching. Thank you for trusting us. We'll be back next week because if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I am ready to play and win for you.
Let's have the courage to take on the billionaire class.
We must build an American economy that works for all of us.
I believe we should break up the large banks. Hillary Clinton does not.
Senator Sanders has been a pretty reliable vote for the gun lobby.
To say that I'm kind of a supporter of the NRA is a mean-spirited and inaccurate statement.
Senator Sanders voted to give immunity to gun dealers. Secretary Clinton changes her position on this every election year.
My view is we shouldn't be ripping up Obamacare and starting over.
Now she's attacking me because I support universal health care.
I think America is great, and it's up to us to make sure we make it greater.
I believe we're going to make history one more time.
The Democratic Candidates Debate, live from the Gilliard Center in Charleston, South Carolina. Here now, Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome to the NBC News YouTube Democratic Candidates Debate. After all the campaigning, soon Americans will have their say with the first votes of the 2016 campaign just 15 days away in Iowa and New Hampshire, not far behind. Tonight will be the final opportunity to see these candidates face to face before the voting begins. Our purpose here tonight is to highlight and examine the differences among the three Democratic candidates. So let's get started. Please welcome Secretary Hillary Clinton, Senator Bernie Sanders, and Governor Martin O'Malley. Well, welcome to all of you. Hope you're excited. We're excited. We want to thank our host, the Congressional Black Caucus Institute. I'm joined by my colleague, Andrea Mitchell, tonight. The rules are simple. 60 seconds for answers, 30 seconds for follow-ups or rebuttals. I know you'll all keep exactly to time, so our job should be pretty easy here tonight. We'll also have questions from the YouTube community throughout the debate. This is a critical point in the race. You've been defining your differences with each other, especially vigorously in the last week on the campaign trail. We're here to facilitate this conversation on behalf of the voters so that they know exactly where you stand as you face off tonight. Let's have a great debate. We'll begin with 45-second opening statements from each candidate, starting with Secretary Clinton.
Well, good evening, and I want to thank the Congressional Black Caucus Institute and the people of Charleston for hosting us here on the eve of Martin Luther King Day tomorrow. You know, I remember well when my youth minister took me to hear Dr. King. I was a teenager, and his moral clarity, the message that he conveyed that evening really stayed with me and helped to set me on a path to service. I also remember that he spent the last day of his life in Memphis fighting for dignity and higher pay for working people, and that is our fight still. We have to get the economy working and incomes rising for everyone, including those who have been left out and left behind. We have to keep our communities and our country safe. We need a president who can do all aspects of the job. I understand that this is the hardest job in the world. I'm prepared and ready to take it on, and I hope to earn your support to be the nominee of the Democratic Party and the next president of the United States.
Thank you. Senator Sanders, your opening statement, sir.
Thank you. As we honor
the extraordinary life of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., it's important not only that we remember what he stood for, but that we pledge to continue his vision to transform our country. And as we look out at our country today, what the American people understand is we have an economy that's rigged, that ordinary Americans are working longer hours for lower wages, 47 million people living in poverty, and almost all of the new income and wealth going to the top 1%. And then, to make a bad situation worse, we have a corrupt campaign finance system where millionaires and billionaires are spending extraordinary amounts of money to buy elections. This campaign is about a political revolution to not only elect the president, but to transform this country.
Senator, thank you. And Governor O'Malley, your opening statement, sir.
Thank you. My name is Martin O'Malley. I was born the year Dr. King delivered his I Have a Dream speech. And I want to thank the people of South Carolina, not only for hosting our debate here tonight, but also for what you taught all of us in the aftermath of the tragic shooting at Mother Emanuel Church. You taught us, in fact, in keeping with Dr. King's teaching, that love would have the final word when you took down the Confederate flag from your state house. Let go of the past and move forward. 8 years ago, you brought forward a new leader in Barack Obama to save our country from the Second Great Depression, and that's what he's done. Our country's doing better. We're creating jobs again. But in order to make good on the promise of equal opportunity and equal justice under the law, we have urgent work to do, and the voices of anger and fear and division that we've heard coming off of the Republican presidential podiums are pretty loud. We need new leadership. We need to come together as a people and build on the good things that President Obama has done. That's why I'm running for president. I need your help. I ask for your vote, and I look forward to moving our country forward once again. Thank you.
Governor, thank you. All right, to our first question now. The first question I'll be addressing to all of the candidates. President Obama came to office determined to swing for the fences on health care reform. Voters want to know how you would define your presidency. How would you think big? So complete this sentence. In my first 100 days in office, my top 3 priorities will be, fill in the blank. Senator Sanders.
Well, that's what our campaign is about. It is thinking big. It is understanding that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we should have health care for every man, woman, and child as a right, that we should raise the minimum wage to at least $15 an hour, that we have got to create millions of decent-paying jobs by rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. So what my first days are about is bringing America together to end the decline of the middle class, to tell the wealthiest people in this country that, yes, they are going to start paying their fair share of taxes, and that we are going to have a government that works for all of us and not just big campaign contributors.
Secretary Clinton, same question. My first 100 days in office, my top 3 priorities will be.
I would work quickly to present to the Congress my plans for creating more good jobs in manufacturing, infrastructure, clean and renewable energy, raising the minimum wage, and guaranteeing finally equal pay for women's work. I would also be presenting my plans to build on the Affordable Care Act and to improve it by decreasing the out-of-pocket costs, by putting a cap on prescription drug costs, by looking for ways that we can put the prescription drug business and the health insurance company business on a more stable platform that doesn't take too much money out of the pockets of hardworking Americans. And third, I would be working in every way that I knew to bring our country together. We do have too much division, too much mean-spiritedness. There's a lot we have to do on immigration reform, on voting rights, on campaign finance reform, but we need to do it together. That's how we'll have the kind of country for the 21st century that we know will guarantee our children and grandchildren the kind of future they deserve.
Governor O'Malley, same question.
Thank you. First of all, I would lay out an agenda to make wages go up again for all Americans rather than down. Equal pay for equal work. Making it easier rather than harder for people to join labor unions and bargain collectively for better wages. Getting 11 million of our neighbors out of the underground shadow economy by passing comprehensive immigration reform. Raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, however we can, wherever we can. Secondly, I believe the greatest business opportunity to come to the United States of America in 100 years is climate change. And I put forward a plan to move us to a 100% clean electric energy grid by 2050 and create 5 million jobs along the way.
Thank you. You've all
Finally, I'm sorry, that was second, Lester. And third and finally, we need a new agenda for America's cities. We have not had a new agenda for America's cities since Jimmy Carter. We need a new agenda for America's cities that will invest in the talents and the skills of our people, that will invest in CDBG, transportation, infrastructure, and transit options, and make our cities the leading edge in this move to a redesigned, built, clean, green energy future that will employ our people.
All right, Governor, thank you. You've all laid out large visions, and we're going to cover a lot of the ground you talked about as we continue in the evening. The last couple of weeks of this campaign have featured some of the sharpest exchanges in the race. Let's start with one of them, the issue of guns. Senator Sanders, last week Secretary Clinton called you, quote, a pretty reliable vote for the gun lobby. Right before the debate, you changed your position on immunity from lawsuits for gun manufacturers. Can you tell us why?
Well, I think Secretary Clinton knows that what she says is very disingenuous. I have a D- voting record from the NRA. I was in 1988. There were 3 candidates running for Congress in the state of Vermont. I stood up to the gun lobby and came out and maintained the position that in this country, we should not be selling military-style assault weapons. I have supported from day one an instant background check to make certain that people who should not have guns do not have guns. And that includes people with criminal backgrounds, people who are mentally unstable. I support what President Obama is doing in terms of trying to close the gun show loopholes, and I think it should be a federal crime if people act as strawmen. We have seen in this city a horrendous tragedy of a crazed person praying with people and then coming out and shooting 9 people. This should not be a political issue. What we should be doing is working together. And by the way, as a senator from a rural state that has virtually no gun control, I believe that I am in an excellent position to bring people together to fight for sensible gun safety legislation.
But you didn't answer the question that you did change your position on immunity for gun manufacturers. So can you answer the question still?
What I have said is that the gun manufacturers liability bill had some good provisions. Among other things, we prohibited ammunition that would have killed cops who had protection on. We had child safety protection for guns in that legislation. And what we also said is a small mom and pop gun shop who sells a gun legally to somebody should not be held liable if somebody does something terrible with that gun. So what I said is I would relook at it. We are going to relook at it, and I will support stronger provisions.
Secretary Clinton, would you like to respond to Senator Sanders?
Yes. Look, I have made it clear, based on Senator Sanders' own record, that he has voted with the NRA, with the gun lobby, numerous times. He voted against the Brady bill 5 times. He voted for what we call the Charleston loophole. He voted for immunity from gun makers and sellers, which the NRA said was the most important piece of gun legislation in 20 years. He voted to let guns go onto Amtrak, guns go into national parks. He voted against doing research to figure out how we can save lives. Let's not forget what this is about. 90 people a day die from gun violence in our country. That's 33,000 people a year. One of the most horrific examples, not a block from here, where we had 9 people murdered. Now, I am pleased to hear that Senator Sanders has reversed his position on immunity, and I look forward to him joining with those members of Congress who have already introduced legislation. There is no other industry in America that was given the total pass that the gun makers and dealers were.
And
that needs to be reversed.
All right, Governor O'Malley, you signed tough gun control measures as governor of Maryland, and there are a lot of Democrats in the audience here in South Carolina who own guns. This conversation might be worrying many of them. They may be hearing, you want to take my guns. What would you say to them?
Yeah, this is what I would say, Lester. Look, I've listened to Secretary Clinton and Senator Sanders go back and forth on which of them has the most inconsistent record on gun safety legislation, and I would have to agree with both of them. They've both been inconsistent when it comes to this issue. I'm the one candidate on this stage that actually brought people together to pass comprehensive gun safety legislation. This is very personal to me, being from Baltimore. I will never forget one occasion visiting a little boy in Johns Hopkins Hospital. He was getting a birthday haircut, the age of 3, when drug dealers turned that barbershop into a shooting gallery, and that boy's head was pierced with a bullet. And I remember visiting him. It did not kill him. I remember visiting him and his mother in Johns Hopkins Hospital, in his diapers with tubes running in and out of his head, same age as my little boy. So after the slaughter of the kids in Connecticut, Lester, we brought people together. We did pass in our state comprehensive gun safety legislation. It did have a ban on combat assault weapons, universal background checks. And you know what? We did not interrupt a single person's hunting season. I've never met a self-respecting deer hunter that needed an AR-15 to down a deer. And so we were able to actually do these things.
All right, Governor, thank you. Secretary Clinton, this is a community that has suffered a lot of heartache in the last year. Of course, as you mentioned, the church shootings. We won't forget the video of Walter Scott being shot in the back while running from police. We understand that a jury will decide whether that police officer was justified, but it played straight to the fears of many African-American men that their lives are cheap. Is that perception, or in your view, is it reality?
Well, sadly, it's reality. And it has been heartbreaking and incredibly outraging to see the constant stories of young men like Walter Scott, as you said, who have been killed by police officers. There needs to be a concerted effort to address the systemic racism in our criminal justice system. And that requires a very clear agenda for retraining police officers, looking at ways to end racial profiling, finding more ways to really bring the disparities that stalk our country into high relief. 1 out of 3 African-American men may well end up going to prison. That's the statistic. I want people here to think what we would be doing if it was 1 out of 3 white men. And very often the black men are arrested, convicted, and incarcerated for offenses that do not lead to the same results for white men. So we have a very serious problem that we can no longer ignore.
Your time is up. Senator Sanders, my next question is actually my next question is for you.
Let me respond to what the Secretary said. We have a criminal justice system which is broken. Who in America is satisfied that we have more people in jail than any other country on earth, including China, disproportionately African American and Latino? Who is satisfied that 51% of African American young people are either unemployed or underemployed? Who is satisfied that millions of people have police records for possessing marijuana when the CEOs of Wall Street companies who destroyed our economy have no police records?
Senator Sanders.
So we need to take a very hard look at our criminal justice system, investing in jobs and education, not in jails and incarceration.
Just over a week ago, the chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus endorsed Secretary Clinton, not you. He said that choosing her over you was not a hard decision. In fact, our polling shows she's beating you more than 2-to-1 among minority voters. How could he be the nominee if you don't have that support?
Well, let me talk about polling. As Secretary Clinton well knows, when this campaign began, she was 50 points ahead of me. We were all of 3 percentage points. Guess what? In Iowa, New Hampshire, the race is very, very close. Maybe we're ahead in New Hampshire. In terms of polling, guess what? We are running ahead of Secretary Clinton in terms of taking on my good friend Donald Trump, beating him by 19 points in New Hampshire, 13 points in the last national poll that I saw. To answer your question, when the African-American community becomes familiar with my congressional record and with our agenda and with our views on the economy and criminal justice, just as the general population has become more supportive, so will the African-American community, so will the Latino community. We have the momentum. We're on a path toward victory.
Google's, actually, Governor, I'm going to come to you in a second, but Google searches for the words Black Lives Matter surpassed civil rights movement last year. And here in South Carolina, Black Lives Matter was the #1 trending political issue. Governor O'Malley, you've campaigned on your record as governor of Maryland and before that the mayor of Baltimore. Last year, of course, Baltimore was rocked by violent unrest in the wake of the death of Freddie Gray. And right from the start of your campaign, you've been dogged by those who blame your tough-on-crime, so-called zero-tolerance policies as mayor for contributing to that unrest. What responsibility do you bear?
Yeah, let's talk about this. When I ran for mayor in 1999, Lester, it was not because our city was doing well. It was because we were burying over 300 young, poor black men every single year. And that's why I ran, because, yes, Black Lives Matter. And we did a number of things. We weren't able to make our city immune from setbacks, as the Freddie Gray unrest and tragic death showed. But we were able to save a lot of lives, doing things that actually work to improve police and community relations. The truth of the matter is, we created a civilian review board, and many of these things are in the new agenda for criminal justice reform that I put forward. We created a civilian review board, gave them their own detectives. We required the reporting of discourtesy, use of excessive force, lethal force. I repealed the possession of marijuana as a crime in our state. I drove our incarceration rate down to 20-year lows, and drove violent crime down to 30-year lows, and became the first governor south of the Mason-Dixon line to repeal the death penalty. I feel a responsibility every day to find things that work.
All right, let's talk more about policing and the criminal justice system. Senator Sanders, a few times tonight we're going to hear from some of the most prominent voices on YouTube, starting with Francesca Ramsey, who tackles racial stereotypes through her videos. Let's watch.
Hey, I'm Francesca Ramsey. I believe there's a huge conflict of interest when local prosecutors investigate cases of police violence within their own communities. For example, last month, the officers involved in the case of 12-year-old Tamir Rice weren't indicted. How would your presidency ensure that incidents of police violence are investigated and prosecuted fairly?
Senator Sanders.
I apologize for not hearing all of that question.
Would you like me to read it back to you?
Yeah.
Prosecutors, I believe there's a huge conflict of interest when local prosecutors investigate cases of police violence within their communities. Most recently, we saw this with the non-indictment of the officers involved in the case of 12-year-old Tamir Rice. Right. How would your presidency ensure incidents of police violence are investigated and prosecuted fairly?
This is a responsibility for the U.S. Justice Department to get involved. Whenever anybody in this country is killed while in police custody, this should automatically trigger a U.S. Attorney General's investigation. Second of all, and I speak as a mayor who worked very closely and well with police officers, the vast majority of whom are honest, hardworking people trying to do a difficult job. But let us be clear. If a police officer breaks the law, like any public official, that officer must be held accountable. And thirdly, we have got to demilitarize our police departments so they don't look like occupying armies. We got to move toward community policing. And fourthly, we have got to make our police departments look like the communities they serve in their diversity.
Secretary Clinton, this question is for you. Tonight, parts of America are in the grip of a deadly heroin epidemic, spanning race and class, hitting small towns and cities alike. It's become a major issue in this race. In a lot of places where you've been campaigning, despite an estimated $1 trillion spent, many say the war on drugs has failed. So what would you do?
Well, Lester, you're right. Everywhere I go to campaign, I'm meeting families who are affected by the drug problem that mostly is opioids and heroin now, and lives are being lost and children are being orphaned. And I've met a lot of grandparents who are now taking care of grandchildren. So I have tried to come out with a comprehensive approach that, number one, does tell the states that we will work with you from the federal government, putting more money, about $1 billion a year, to help states have a different approach to dealing with this epidemic. The policing needs to change. Police officers must be equipped with the antidote to a heroin overdose or an opioid overdose known as Narcan. They should be able to administer it, so should firefighters and others. We have to move away from treating the use of drugs as a crime and instead move it to where it belongs, as a health issue. And we need to divert more people from the criminal justice system into drug courts, into treatment and recovery.
And that's time.
So this is the kind of approach that we should take in dealing with what is now a growing epidemic.
Senator Sanders, would you like to respond?
Sure. I agree with everything the Secretary said, but let me just add this. There is a responsibility on the part of the pharmaceutical industry and the drug companies who are producing all of these drugs and not looking at the consequence of it. And second of all, when we talk about addiction being a disease, the Secretary is right. What that means is we need a revolution in this country in terms of mental health treatment. People should be able to get the treatment that they need when they need it, not 2 months from now, which is why I believe in universal health care with mental health.
Time. We're going to get into all that coming up, but we're going to take a break. We need to take a break, and when we come back, the anger brewing in America. Last week, Secretary Clinton called you, quote, a pretty reliable vote for the gun lobby. Right before the debate, you changed your position on immunity from lawsuits for gun manufacturers. Can you tell us why?
Well, I think Secretary Clinton knows that what she says is very disingenuous. I have a D- voting record from the NRA. I was in 1988. There were 3 candidates running for Congress in the state of Vermont. I stood up to the gun lobby and came out and maintained the position that in this country, we should not be selling military-style assault weapons. I have supported from day one an instant background check to make certain that people who should not have guns do not have guns.
Charleston, let's turn to another area where there's been fierce disagreement. That would be health care. Senator Sanders and Secretary Clinton, you both mentioned it in your 100-day priorities. Let's turn to my colleague Andrea Mitchell now to lead that questioning.
Thank you, Lester. Secretary Clinton, Senator Sanders favors what he calls Medicare for all. Now, you've said that what he is proposing would tear up Obamacare and replace it. Secretary Clinton, is it really fair to say that Bernie Sanders wants to kill Obamacare?
Well, Andrea, I am absolutely committed to universal health care. I've worked on this for a long time. People may remember that I took on the health insurance industry back in the 90s, and I didn't quit until we got the Children's Health Insurance Program that insures 8 million kids. And I certainly respect Senator Sanders' intentions. But when you're talking about health care, the details really matter, and therefore we have been raising questions about the 9 bills that he introduced over 20 years as to how they would work and what would be the impact on people's health care. He didn't like that. His campaign didn't like it either, and tonight he's come out with a new health care plan. And again, we need to get into the details, but here's what I believe. The Democratic Party in the United States worked since Harry Truman to get the Affordable Care Act passed. We finally have a path to universal health care. We've accomplished so much already. I do not want to see the Republicans repeal it, and I don't want to see us start over again with a contentious debate. I want us to defend and build on the Affordable Care Act and improve it.
Okay.
Senator Sanders?
Secretary Clinton didn't answer your question. Because what her campaign was saying, Bernie Sanders, who has fought for universal health care for my entire life, he wants to end Medicare, end Medicaid, end the Children's Health Insurance Program. That is nonsense. What a Medicare for All program does is finally provide in this country health care for every man, woman, and child as a right. Now, the truth is that Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Harry Truman, you know what they believed in? They believed that health care should be available to all of our people. I'm on the committee that wrote the Affordable Care Act. I made the Affordable Care Act, along with Jim Clyburn, a better piece of legislation. I voted for it. But right now, what we have to deal with is the fact that 29 million people still have no health insurance. We are paying the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, getting ripped off. And here's the important point. We are spending far more per person on health care than the people of any other country. My proposal, provide health care to all people, get private insurance out of health insurance, lower the cost of health care for middle-class families by $5,000. That's the vision we need to take.
Well, if I can, you know, I have to say I'm not sure whether we're talking about the plan you just introduced tonight or we're talking about the plan you introduced 9 times in the Congress, but the fact is we have the Affordable Care Act. That is one of the greatest accomplishments of President Obama, of the Democratic Party, and of our country, and we have already seen 19 million Americans get insurance. We have seen the end of pre-existing conditions keeping people from getting insurance. We have seen women no longer paying more for our insurance than men, and we have seen young people up to the age of 26 being able to stay on their parents' policy. Now, there are things we can do to improve it, but to tear it up and start over again, pushing our country back into that kind of a contentious debate, I think is the wrong direction.
I have to talk about something that's actually working in our state.
No one is tearing this up. We're going to go forward. But what the Secretary neglected to mention, not just the 29 million still have no health insurance, that even more are underinsured with huge co-payments and deductibles. Tell me why we are spending almost 3 times more than the British, who guarantee health care to all of their people. 50% more than the French, more than the Canadians. The vision from FDR and Harry Truman was health care for all people as a right in a cost-effective way. We're not going to tear up the Affordable Care Act. I helped write it. But we are going to move on top of that to a Medicare for all system.
Andrea, instead of Andrea, I think instead of attacking one another on health care, we should be talking about the things that are actually working. In our state, we have moved to an all-payer system. With the Affordable Care Act, we now have moved all of our acute care hospitals, that driver of cost at the center, away from fee-for-service and actually to pay. We pay them based on how well they keep patients out of the hospital, how well they keep their patients. That's the future. We need to build on the Affordable Care Act, do the things that work, and reduce costs and increase access.
And that's exactly what we are able to do based on the foundation of the Affordable Care Act, what Governor O'Malley just said. The Affordable Care Act, and thank goodness President Obama vetoed it and saved Obamacare for the American people.
Senator Sanders, let me ask you this, though. Yeah. You've talked about Medicare for all, and tonight you've released a very detailed plan.
Just all that detailed,
well, 2 hours before the debate, you did. Well, but let me ask you about Vermont, because in Vermont, you tried in the state of Vermont, and Vermont walked away from this kind of idea of Medicare for all, single payer, because they concluded it would require major tax increases, and by some estimates, it would double the budget. If you couldn't sell it in Vermont,
Let me just say that. You might want to ask the governor of the state of Vermont why he could not do it. I'm not the governor. I'm the senator from the state of Vermont. But second of all, here is what the real point is. In terms of all of the issues you've raised, the good questions you've raised, you know what it all comes down to? Do you know why we can't do what every other country, major country on earth is doing? It's because we have a campaign finance system that is corrupt. We have super PACs. We have the pharmaceutical industry pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into campaign contributions and lobbying, and the private insurance companies as well. What this is really about is not the rational way to go forward. It's Medicare for all. It is whether we have the guts to stand up to the private insurance companies and all of their money and the pharmaceutical industry. That's what this debate should be about.
Well, as someone who has a little bit of experience standing up to the health insurance industry that spent, many millions of dollars attacking me, and probably will so again because of what I believe we can do building on the Affordable Care Act, I think it's important to point out that there are a lot of reasons we have the health care system we have today. I know how much money influences the political decision making. That's why I'm for huge campaign finance reform. However, we started a system that had private health insurance, and even during the Affordable Care Act debate, there was an opportunity to vote for what was called the public option. In other words, people could buy into Medicare. And even when the Democrats were in charge of the Congress, we couldn't get the votes for that. So what I'm saying is really simple. This has been the fight of the Democratic Party for decades. We have the Affordable Care Act. Let's make it work. Let's take the models that states are doing. We now have driven costs down to the lowest they've been in 50 years. Now we've got to get individual costs down. That's what I'm planning to do.
And that's time. We're going to take a turn now. Secretary Clinton, in his final State of the Union address, President Obama said his biggest regret was his inability to bring the country together. If President Obama couldn't do it, how will you?
Great question.
Well, I think it's an important point the president made in his State of the Union. And here's what I would say. I will go anywhere to meet with anyone at any time to find common ground. That's what I did as a First Lady when I worked with both Democrats and Republicans to get the children's health insurance program. When I worked with Tom DeLay, one of the most partisan of Republicans, to reform the adoption and foster care system. What I did working in the Senate, where I crossed the aisle often, working even with the senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, to get TRICARE for National Guardsmen and women. And it's what I did as Secretary of State on numerous occasions, and most particularly rounding up 2/3 votes in order to pass a treaty that lowered the nuclear weapons in both Russia and the United States. So I know it's hard, But I also know you've got to work at it every single day. I look out here, I see a lot of my friends from the Congress, and I know that they work at it every single day, because maybe you can only find a little sliver of common ground to cooperate with somebody from the other party, but who knows, if you're successful there, maybe you can build even more. That's what I will do.
Senator Sanders, a response?
A couple of years ago, when we understood that veterans were not getting the quality care they needed in a timely manner, I worked with folks like John McCain and others to pass the most comprehensive veterans health care legislation in modern history. But let me rephrase your question, because I think, if, in all due respect, your expression, in all due respect, you're missing the main point. And the main point in the Congress is not that Republicans and Democrats hate each other. That's a mythology from the media. The real issue is that Congress is owned by big money and refuses to do what the American people want them to do. The real issue is that in area after area, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, the American people want it. Rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure, creating 13 million jobs, the American people want it. Pay equity for women, the American people want it. Demanding that the wealthy start paying their fair share of taxes, the American people want
That's
it.
time, but let me continue with you.
We have got to make Congress respond to the needs of the people, not big money.
Senator Sanders, let me continue. You call yourself a democratic socialist, and throughout your career in politics, you've been critical of the Democratic Party, even saying in a book you wrote, quote, there wasn't a hell of a big difference between the two major parties. How will you win a general election labeling yourself a democratic socialist?
Because what I believe and what I was just saying, the Democratic Party needs major reform. To those of you in South Carolina, you know what, in Mississippi, we need a 50-state strategy so that people in South Carolina and Mississippi can get the resources that they need. Instead of being dependent on super PACs, what we need is to be dependent on small individual campaign contributors. We need an agenda that speaks to the needs of working families and low-income people, not wealthy campaign contributors.
Yeah, but Senator,
We need to expand what the input into the Democratic Party. I am very proud that in this campaign, we have seen an enormous amount of excitement from young people, from working people. We have received more individual contributions than any candidate in the history of this country up to this point.
Yeah, but Senator, you never came to campaign for Vincent Shaheen when he was running for governor. In fact, neither of you came to campaign for Vincent Shaheen when he was running for governor. We can talk all we want about wanting to build a stronger Democratic Party, but Lester, the question you answered, there's no laughing matter. The most recurring question I get when I stand on the chair all across Iowa and talk with my neighbors is, how are you going to heal the divisions and the wounds in our country? This is the biggest challenge we face as a people. All my life, I've brought people together over deep divides and very old wounds, and that's what we need now in a new leader. We cannot keep talking past each other, declaring all Republicans are our enemies, or the war is all about being against millionaires or billionaires, or it's all against American Muslims or all against immigrants. Look, as Frederick Douglass said, we are one, our cause is one, and we must help each other if we're going to succeed.
I respectfully disagree.
Secretary Clinton, my next question is for you. Here's another question from...
disagree with my friend over here, and that is, you are right. All of us have denounced Trump's attempt to divide this country, the anti-Latino rhetoric, the racist rhetoric, the anti-Muslim rhetoric. But where I disagree with you, Governor O'Malley, is I do believe we have to deal with the fundamental issues of a handful of billionaires who control the economic and political life of this country.
I agree.
Nothing real will happen unless we have a political revolution where millions of people finally stand up.
We're going to get into that coming up. But Secretary Clinton, here's another question from YouTube. It's from a young video blogger who has over 5 million subscribers. He has a question about the importance of younger voters.
Hi, I'm Connor Franta. I'm 23, and my audience is around the same age. Getting my generation's vote should be a priority for any presidential candidate. Now, I know Senator Sanders is pretty popular among my peers, but what I want to know is, how are all of you planning on engaging us further in this election?
Secretary Clinton.
Well, thanks for the question, and congratulations on 5 million viewers on YouTube. That's quite an accomplishment. Look, this election is mostly about the future, and therefore it is of greatest urgency for young people. I've laid out my ideas about what we can do to make college affordable, how we can help people pay off their student debt and save thousands of dollars, how we can create more good jobs, because a lot of the young people that I talk with are pretty disappointed about the economic prospects they feel they're facing. So making community college free, making it possible to attend a public college or university with debt-free tuition, looking for ways to protect our rights, especially from the concerted Republican assault on voting rights, on women's rights, on gay rights, on civil rights, on workers' rights. And I know how much young people value their independence, their autonomy, and their rights. So I think this is an election where we have to pull young people and older people together to have a strategy about how we're going to encourage even more Americans to vote, because it is absolutely clear to me that turning over our White House to the Republicans would be bad for everybody, especially young people.
A quick follow-up, a 30-second follow-up. But why is Senator Sanders beating you 2-1 among younger voters?
Look, I have the greatest respect for Senator Sanders and for his supporters, and I'm going to keep working as hard as I can to reach as many people of all ages about what I will do, what the experience and the ideas that I have that I will bring to the White House, and I hope to have their support when I'm the Democratic nominee.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, big banks, big business, and big differences among the three candidates on the American economy. We'll be right back.
Everywhere I go to campaign, I'm meeting families who are affected by the drug problem that mostly is opioids and heroin now, and lives are being lost and children are being orphaned. And I've met a lot of grandparents who are now taking care of grandchildren. So I have tried to come out with a comprehensive approach that, number one, does tell the states that we will work with you from the federal government, putting more money, about $1 billion a year, to help states have a different approach to dealing with this epidemic. The policing needs to change. Police officers must be equipped with the antidote to a heroin overdose or an opioid overdose known as Narcan. They should be able to administer it, so should firefighters and others. We have to move away from treating the use of drugs as a crime and instead move it to where it belongs, as a health issue.
from Charleston. Let's turn now to the economy. Senator Sanders, you released a tough new ad last week in which, without mentioning Secretary Clinton by name, you talk about two Democratic visions for regulating Wall Street. Quote, one says it's okay to take millions from big banks and tell them what to do. My plan, break up the big banks, close the tax loopholes, and make them pay their fair share. What do you see as the difference between what you would do about the banks and what Secretary Clinton would do?
The first difference is I don't take money from big banks. I don't get personal speaking fees from Goldman Sachs. What I would do is understand that when you have 3 out of the 4 largest banks today bigger than they were when we bailed them out because they were too big to fail, when you have the 6 largest financial institutions having assets of 60% of the GDP of America, it is very clear to me what you have to do. You got to bring back a 21st century Glass-Steagall legislation, and you got to break up these huge financial institutions. They have too much economic power, and they have too much financial power over our entire economy. If Teddy Roosevelt were alive today, the old Republican trust buster, what he would say is, these guys are too powerful, break them up. I believe that's what the American people want to see. That's my view.
Secretary Clinton, help the voter understand the daylight between the two of you here.
Well, there's no daylight on the basic premise that there should be no bank too big to fail and no individual too powerful to jail. We agree on that. But where we disagree is the comments that Senator Sanders has made that don't just affect me, I can take that, but he's criticized President Obama for taking donations from Wall Street. And President Obama has led our country out of the Great Recession. Senator Sanders called him weak, disappointing. He even in 2011 publicly sought someone to run in a primary against President Obama. Now, I personally believe that President Obama's work to push through the Dodd-Frank bill and then to sign it was one of the most important regulatory schemes we've had since the 1930s. So I'm going to defend Dodd-Frank, and I'm going to defend President Obama for taking on Wall Street, taking on the financial industry, and getting results.
Senator Sanders, your response.
Set the record right. In 2006, when I ran for the Senate, Senator Barack Obama was kind enough to campaign for me. 2008, I did my best to see that he was elected, and in 2012, I worked as hard as I could to see that he was reelected. He and I are friends. We've worked together on many issues. We have some differences of opinion. But here is the issue. Secretary touched on it. Can you really reform Wall Street when they are spending millions and millions of dollars on campaign contributions, and when they are providing speaker fees to individuals? So it's easy to say, well, I'm going to do this and do that. But I have doubts when people receive huge amounts of money from Wall Street. I am very proud. I do not have a super PAC. I do not want Wall Street's money. I'll rely on the middle class and working families for my campaign contributions.
I have a question for you.
You know, I think since Senator Sanders followed up on this,
response.
your profusion of comments about your feelings toward President Obama are